testing. Hello, everyone. Every pony. Everybody. How's it going? What's going on? Can you guys see and hear us okay? We are live right now on Twitch.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered.
And on YouTube, hopefully.
If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Okay, it seems like Twitch is good, YouTube's good. I didn't want to do a starting soon screen because we were already running a little behind schedule here, and I'm also eager to start in general, so.
Well, we could wait a couple minutes for people to join.
Oh, no, yeah, I know that, but we have to go live for people to join, right? So Arnold will be in charge of checking to make sure that the audio and the video is okay.
Well, that's my job.
Wow, we're at 1,800 followers on Twitch. That's pretty good. I just noticed that. Thank you, guys. Okay.
I love how I said that and you just didn't say anything.
Yeah, it is your job. That's just why you're here. You're here to help,
All right, well,
right?
here's the... Okay, well, I sound okay on Twitch. So I'm going to assume that it sounds good. I mean, the best reception is the viewer, but...
Yeah.
I am sending out links and notifications.
Yeah, I have to add everyone in my Discord server. Reading with the Ghost Writer himself, yes.
Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?
Why? Lumen, it blocked your hello. It says that hello is a private term.
Yeah.
That is blocked. Why?
Saying hello to the...
Why is Queen blocked? That's bizarre. That's very strange. I have to add everyone in my Discord server, but I don't have the links. Hold on, I need to grab it on my... I swear I just also heard a door open up somewhere, but I guess we're just not gonna... Oh my god.
If I die, I die.
Yeah, I guess we're just not gonna worry about that. You know what? I think that probably what someone did, it was probably either like Robin or David. They probably blocked a term because there's a queen in the game and they were afraid of people spoiling. Like, if I had to guess as to why that happened.
Well, you got one of them on screen right now.
What do you mean?
I mean, Farina, come on.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
no, somebody's definitely in my house. Hopefully it's someone who's actually supposed to be here, but, you know, if it's not, like, well, what are we gonna do? Too late now.
Was someone in your house before?
No.
Or were you the only one?
I was the only one. Well. I was the only one home, so hopefully whoever's in my house is supposed to be here. It's probably just my sister coming back from somewhere.
I was gonna say, like, can you
actually,
judge
can I text
who's supposed to be there?
Well, I hear someone's footsteps. You're not gonna check? Well, I just went live.
Hey, you know what?
I'm not gonna check.
You know what's crazy, right? You know what's crazy right now? If there is like an intruder in your house, you're just like play-by-playing.
Are you home?
You're like, huh, my sister should be upstairs, but she's not. So if she's not there, there must be someone in my house. And I'm like, what if there is an intruder and they're like, oh, she's aware?
You should probably check. Hold on, Arnold. I have to unravel you because you're caught on my phone cord.
Ah. Hi, chat. How's everybody doing? Thank y'all for tuning in. I am gonna try my best to pull up YouTube and Twitch at the same time, like on my monitor, so I can monitor both chats. But yeah, give me 1 second.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered.
Maybe I should go.
Maybe I should. The proper etiquette,
yeah, just go. I'll watch your chat.
Oh, okay. I'll be right back, you guys. Hold on. I'm gonna... There, I'm just gonna put it on this side.
I will watch the children.
Okay.
How's everyone's day going?
I don't even have my cane because... Oh, hold on. I'll tell this story later.
Olge. Huh. She's like, that's me you're talking about, by the way. I'm gonna listen to you guys while playing Infinity Nikki. Is that game still like functioning? I heard that game's going through it's going through right now from what I've seen and heard in the scene.
Okay, it's just my mom.
Oh, okay, good. What do you mean, just your mom?
Well, like, as opposed to, like, a murderer, it's just my mom. So let's not all...
Okay, I guess.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say... So the other day, we were... I'm not gonna say exactly what happened, but we were under lockdown the other day because a crime was committed in the area. And so what I was trying to say earlier was that my cane was upstairs. The cane that I use to defend myself. When I'm downstairs, I have one of Nono's old canes, and I just, like, hold it like a bat, and my plan is to whack someone if they ever break in. So I was saying that I don't have my cane down here because my cane's upstairs, so we would have died. If it wasn't my mom, we would have died. So anyway, on that lovely note...
All right,
hi guys, how is everyone? I was yeah.
No, go on. I'm just trying to get the YouTube chat.
Yeah. I was very sick in like the entire month of May, and that's why I didn't stream. So it's not my fault. But yeah, that's what I've been doing. I was really sick. I couldn't stop coughing. We still don't exactly know what it is, but I'm starting to feel better, so if the medication they gave me was working, I guess it was stomach acid, like, going into my throat and making me cough, which isn't happening anymore, luckily. So I am feeling better.
Did you hear me coughing?
No.
Okay, good.
And I do have a little snacky poo. I have some raisins, because you're supposed to, like, keep your
that's
stomach
not a snack.
full. What do you mean?
Boring.
Let's be real, that's not a
Is
snack.
there anything else more interesting to do?
Okay, Farina is kind of talking a little too much.
Yeah, just lower the dialogue in your settings, because it's gonna keep doing that because we're in co-op now.
Even in the archive?
Yeah, they'll talk to you.
Oh.
Their voice comes through the menus.
Oh, that's not good. Okay.
Because we're online.
Right. Okay, I'll turn that down. Dialogue volume?
Yeah, just turn it all the way down, and then you get to hear Paimon.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in!
Whee! Okay. That should be better for what we're doing today. All right. So you wanted to go somewhere else? Is that what you said, Arnold?
Yeah, the library is just depressed. Look at this place. This place is dilapidated.
Yeah, but this is where we got
like...
the book.
No, actually, this isn't where we got the book.
Yeah, we got it from inside of the mirror. Which we have to talk about that.
We got the readable version of the book. We got...
Sorry, so where do you want to go? Out here?
I don't know, I just want to... Oh, damn, your Danichi Mikoshi isn't even lit up. It's depressing. No matter where we go.
We can hit it, right? Don't we have to hit this thing? I already forgot, like, how this entire mechanic works. I don't know.
I know.
I don't remember.
So okay. That's okay. We can chill. I just don't want to be cooped up in the house.
Okay, I like the music in the library. Why don't we go then? Well, then let's go to where the thing lights up and just sit somewhere.
All right, yeah, let's just chill in front of it.
Yeah, sure.
Like this spot right here.
Yeah, this is
actually,
nice.
You know what? Hold on. I'll go. Oh, we can.
There's
actually, I think you have to turn it on because it's your world. I don't think I'm allowed to turn it on.
Arnold, like, interrupted me mid-thought by accident, so I'm trying to remember. I was saying I was sick. Oh, we have to talk about the magic mirror thing and, like, what the fuck that is. So this is what I wanted to do. Like, this is the agenda for this stream. Thank you, May, by the way, for the follow on Twitch. Oh, and we are streaming on Twitch and YouTube if you guys ever see me talk to myself. I promise I'm not.
I promise the voices are there.
Yeah, the voices are real. So, yeah, so what I wanted to do was we need to do a little bit of a debrief. Last stream, we already talked about, like, the lore that we had in the chasm, that, like, I learned off-stream, because I had a bit of an off-stream moment finishing the chasm stuff. But, so I got the magic mirror in the books off-stream. So, okay, I said... I'm just reading you guys what happened in the Genshin channel that I have with Arnold and Robin, okay? This seems very suspicious Why is there an alternative dimension in the... Oh, wait. We should probably start recording. Oopsie. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna start reading this again. Yeah, I'll record it. I deleted some stuff, so I have some space. Just in case we need it for something. Okay, so this is the lore reading stream for everything going on down here, but I want to start with a debrief about the mirror that's in the library, because this is the train of thought. This is exactly what I said to Robin and Arnold, okay? This is like literally the text. This seems very suspicious. Picture of the mirror. Like, why is there another alternative dimension version of the library? They could have just said, and the shade translated the books for you and told you what's in them, but instead they did it like this. That doesn't make any sense. Why? Then I said, oh, I just remembered. Where's my stick? Okay, here we go. Didn't I have a theory that the entire world is fake during one of our streams? I really need to start cataloging the theories so I can make some unhinged YouTube shorts. So what if we're in the fake world, the data world, and that portal leads to the real world, and the real world was already destroyed, and this is our second chance? Dainsleif does say that fate is ours to reweave, so I wonder if it's a future diary sort of situation where they're where they'll introduce the idea of a wish that could remake the world. And yeah, then Robin said, I think you did have that theory because of Raiden's second story quest, and so I said, okay, I gotta rewatch the cutscene. Maybe we're in a huge pocket world, and the looking glass mirrors are taking us to the real world. The only problem is we need more instances of these mirrors, and we only have one so far. It's possible that someone put them here on purpose so we'd learn the information. Okay. Then I looked at the portal from the Raiden story quest, and I thought it was very suspicious. Like, when you look at the Traveler, I can't pull up the picture because obviously we're, you know, it's in our Discord message. But when the Traveler is going through the portal, it's giving Coraline when Coraline is going through the tunnel. So I think that that's very suspicious, especially because going through the looking glass, Coraline, like, those things are supposed to be liminal spaces in fairy tales and other things, right? You go through the looking glass and you don't come out as the same person. You're not the same. Or, again, the reality and the unreality type thing. So I think that just how it looks, Wonderland, yeah, all of that sort of stuff. How it looks is just very suspicious. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can pull at least just this image on stream for you guys. Just these two images, I should say. And then we can start to read. And then I was just reading, like, I was reading the Dainsleif opening quote again, because I was like, what if the dreaming thing is literal? Like, what if, when he says that people can't even dream of dreaming, I know what he means. He's saying that the world is so, like, shitty that they can't even dream of having dreams, you know what I mean? But what if it's literal and everyone is dreaming? Are you sure you want to import multiple files? Yeah. So, like, look at this, right? This is the Traveler going through the Shogun quest. And this is Coraline in her little tunnel, okay? I think that this makes sense to me. With the limited knowledge and information that I have, that there's at least the portal system. I don't know how exactly the Raiden's internal world fits in with this, but just the idea that there's a magic mirror that gave you a translated version of the book, as if someone put the mirror there knowing that one day you would be there and that you would need it, I find that to be very suspicious. Lumen sees the vision. Absolutely. So yes, let's get rid of those now. So Arnold's just listening to this. Obviously, Arnold can't say anything because, you know, spoilers, I guess. But yeah,
Or deep confirmations.
Right, so I'm just very interested in, like, are there other magic mirrors? Like, you guys are talking about stuff that I haven't done, like boss fights in the mountains and all of that, right? So I don't know anything about that.
The Archon quests too, like Venti and Zhongli's are pretty relevant to this, to what we're gonna get into today as well. But
I also had, like, a dream about the ley lines, which was weird. Oh, you know what it was? Okay, so now I remember. This is gonna be a bit of a tangent, but stick with me, guys. So we are watching Star Trek Voyager, okay? In Star Trek, you have 7 of 9, but they call her 7, okay? So we were watching an episode the other day where 7 basically, like, they call it multiple personality disorder because, you know, this was a long time ago that this was recorded, but she suddenly, like, is manifesting the personalities of the other people from the hive mind of the Borg, right? Because she used to be part of the Borg, so she has all of these other people's, like, backstories and stuff in her head. And I was watching that episode, and I was like, imagine if that happened through the ley lines. Like, if someone took in too much ley line information, and then they started to gain other, I don't know, like, personalities probably isn't the right word, but could you imagine if someone was so tapped into the ley lines that they started to go insane? Because if the ley lines are everybody's memories and that sort of thing, I think that, like, kind of doing a Star Trek thing is a very interesting idea. I don't know. Maybe that would be a character like Navia? Nahida? Yeah, like someone like Nahida. I mean, we don't know anything about her, but I'm just like Sumeru, trees, clearly something's going on with her, right? She's living the same day over and over again. Like, it would be really interesting if, like, she, I don't know, like, could live a bunch of different lives simultaneously because she's connected to the ley line. So that's not really a theory. That doesn't really have anything to do with, like, that's something else I saw in another show when I went, oh, wouldn't that be cool in Genshin? Also, sorry guys, I don't know why my eyes are watering. But yeah, so I'm like, ley lines. I'm just like, I wonder if something could, like, you could get ley line poisoning and go insane, you know? Thoughts?
Oh, no, I don't, I mean, I'm, it's a,
you can't have thoughts.
I mean, I've never seen Star Trek, so I've never made that correlation, so it's kind of unique.
Yeah. I mean, you were probably there. You were probably in the call.
Did the call get dropped for me?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I Discord dropped for me, and then I came back, but I was like, oh, she didn't say anything, so I guess she didn't notice.
Oh, okay, no. I just kept talking.
Hello, Alejandro Tower on YouTube.
On YouTube? That's weird. I can't see any YouTube messages. Oh, hi.
Oh, maybe
I can see it now.
Showing
there
up
we go.
for me faster. Yeah, mine.
All the answers will be found soon. Okay. So yeah, that may not have.
Someone asked, where are you in this? Yeah, well, yeah, I'm just following up on the chat since you're like in thought right now.
Yeah, you go talk to them. I'll eat my
somebody
raisins.
asked, where are you in the story? So, Cal's just finished, like, for mainline stuff. She finished the Inazuma Archon quest. She did both Raiden Shogun story quests, and she did the Chasm interlude. And she did the first Dainsleif quest in the Chasm, and she also went through Enkanomiya to get the, like, with the Enjo story quest, or the Enjo world quest, I should say. And we're now reading all 5 books of Before Sun and Moon. So she's basically at the cusp of being able to start Sumeru.
Yes.
But we still have a few quests to get to before we get there.
Yeah, I think Robin, we put a list in the chat. We were gonna do Leeway interlude or something. There were a couple other things. There's 2 Archon interludes, one in Leeway and one in the Chasm. And then I think it's heavily recommended that you do Venti and Zhongli's story quest before you continue with Sumeru, because it's only gonna, from there on. To reiterate for anyone that just joined, I was like really sick last month, so I did not plan to be away from streaming for this long. I'm also just, I'm trying to figure out, like, maybe I can stream a bit more during the week, like after I'm done, like, scripting and stuff for the day. Scripting stuff for the Calxiyn Cares Too Much channel, so hopefully it won't just be, I mean, it'll probably be 1 Genshin stream a week for a long time, but I'm hoping to do, like, 1.5. Maybe a cheeky little such and such, you know what I'm saying? At least 1 a week, now that I feel better anyway. But yeah, we're not gonna immediately jump into Sumeru, I don't think.
Yeah.
All right. So I think now, hi David! No character quests? I did a couple, but I did
Well,
Diluc's, I did Kaya's, like, but immediately I don't think so.
I mean, she's primarily focusing on like overarching lore content right now. And outside of the archons themselves, like most of the story quests are like personal. Like they don't really tap into the overarching lore of the game. So those aren't really a priority for her. She's trying to catch up to the main content, and then she'll likely backpedal and do other stuff maybe.
All right. Are we ready, guys? I cracked my knuckle. Okay. If I press R, oh.
Actually, hold on. Yeah, let me just make sure that you read one thing in particular before you start.
Oh, okay.
I gotta pull up the. Yeah, I'm right here with you. I'm pulling up the book.
This music's so nice.
I know, right? Because we're in Enkanomiya's daytime, I guess is the best way to put it. Where is the book actually? I have so many more books than you, so I'm like, I know, but like I have so much more. I have so many more books than you. I'm like, where do I find this thing? Byakuya Koku Chronicles. Okay, here we go.
Oh, okay.
All right, expand. Yeah, so when you just press R2 when you're ready to start.
R3?
Yeah, sorry, R3. For every volume, there's like a little like it's almost kind of like text in the back of the book or whatever. Each volume has something different, so you just read those initially, and it'll give you like a nice little synopsis, I guess, before you read.
Oh yeah, you are right. They're different. Okay.
Yes, I am.
Listen, I had doubt just because of how
the titles are each different. So like these are all different books technically.
Okay. A novel based on Watatsumi Island's folktales. The original edition of this text was transcribed on Watatsumi Island and brought back to Narukami Island by a merchant while the former serpent god yet lived. No one reads this ancient tome nowadays, okay. Its role supplanted by all the light novels on the market. This book describes the unique cosmological outlook of the Watatsumi people before they came to adopt the aspects of Narukami culture. Okay, that's fine. All right, so this is volume 1, guys. Are you guys ready?
Well, there's more. Well, I mean, there was more to read.
Well, yeah, it was just... A recent resurgence in the traditional novel publishing has allowed it to see the light of day once more. I didn't think that was super important. Clearly, it saw the light of day because we have it.
Hey!
I'm just saying, Arnold, okay?
Okay.
It's not enough to read every word, alright? I was looking at the whole content. Okay, YouTube chat says that we're ready, so, alright. Oh gosh, guys, I'm worried that this is gonna be, like, a lot on my voice because I haven't streamed in a while, but I'll try to not yell too much. Okay. Mysteries creation conceals, the sun and moon omens reveal. 3 corners in darkness shrouded, the void by 5 saints clouded. Alright. Nice rhyme.
Bars.
I guess. I mean, conceals and reveal isn't a perfect rhyme, but you know, that's okay. We'll let that go. The universe has no beginning and no end, and so it was with the land that once was. Wait, what? Okay, so it was, maybe they mean it was one. But this matters not to us, for the land that bears us no longer has anything to do with that eternity without start or ceasing. Wow, that sentence does not make a lot of sense to me. Hold on. The universe, okay, I understand that. Like, this is before time, I guess. The universe has no beginning, like infinity. But this matters not to us, for the land that bears us. Okay, so the land that bears us maybe in present day no longer has anything to do with the eternity before the god. Like, okay, so that makes more sense. So that's probably about, like, when the gods were godding, there was infinity, but now that's long gone, I'm assuming. That's what I would say about that. So said the lone sage Aburaku, the first sun child. The sun child had long intended to punish Aburaku. Oh, to the first son child. Sorry, excuse me. So the sage is talking to the child, and the child wants to punish him. Summoning the sage before the throne in this manner was but an additional way of making things difficult for him before detaining him. Legend has it that Aburaku was open to the wisdom by Tokyo Okami, and thus was able to bring light to Enkanomiya, which had till then never seen the sun. Okay, so we kind of knew that based on the system down here, right? But the sun child grew jealous of his talent. Well, that's interesting. So there were sun children, but they had never seen the sun. So are they children of the sun after he brings them the sun, or were they children of the sun all the time? That's a question for you, Arnold. Because it says, yet these children
do you want me to answer that?
Well, kind of. Well, I guess let me read this. Yet these children of the sun never considered that Aburaku had not created that underground star. They would have never existed in the first place. Oh, okay. So they came to... Yeah, there's the answer. They came to exist after Aburaku created the underground star.
Yeah.
But, what does that mean? Though.
Yeah, this first chapter will explain all of that culture stuff to you. This is basically understanding the culture of Enkanomiya before they went up to the surface.
But do they mean the sun children wouldn't literally exist, or do they mean metaphorically they wouldn't be sun children because there was no sun?
Well, I mean, it'll explain it, but the sun child is like a status.
Okay.
It's a form of status in Enkanomiya.
Because I was just thinking more so, like, he brought the light here, but there were already people here. So it's not saying that the light made more people, right?
Yeah. Like, the Sun Child is just a fancy title that they use, which is based around Dainichi Mikoshi, which is seen as the sun for these people who live underground.
But yeah, sorry, guys. The reason why I have to clarify these things is because... You know,
sure,
so like, I grew up Catholic, right? So in a creation story context, when God makes the sun, there's life on earth, right? So I have to make sure that Aburaku, it's not like a metaphor that there wasn't anyone here until he brought the sun down to this barren place and then people grew because they had light and they could grow plants. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, like, we have to make sure there were already people here, but they earned the moniker of sun children because he brought them, I'm assuming, artificial light. But they were just down here in the darkness, I guess. Okay. That's what I need to know. The origin of heaven and earth is like the chicken and the egg. And are not dragons and snakes kin? Well, yes, I suppose. No sooner than the sage, Aburaku uttered these words, then he was overthrown by troops lying in ambush. Okay, so they're killing the intellectual. That sounds like a dictatorship. Not good, bestie. At that time, Enkanomiya had only just been bought some room. Oh, okay, I get it. Bought some room to breathe by the appearance of the sun. The Dragonaires loved the dark and shunned the light, and thus could no longer act with impunity. Oh, okay, so they were rampaging. That's not good. The days when the Dragonaires would rampage and graze upon humanity like so much grass had at last come to an end. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. What do you mean?
No, it does.
No, what? Because I'm thinking of grass doesn't graze the humanity. They would graze the humanity like grass. They would eat people like grass.
The dragons grazed upon humanity.
Like so much grass had.
Like
so much grass had.
Are you criticizing the writing of this book?
A little bit. I'm kind of like, okay, well, we need an editing mistake.
You're going against scripture. What are you doing?
I would have
sacrilege.
I would have redone it to make it more clear that they mean that they at last come to an end. For the people of Enkanomiya finally had the means to resist. No, I see what you're saying, David. That still doesn't. I would have changed that a little bit, but I know, I understand the meaning of the sentence. Like, so much grass had at last come to an end.
It's her, guys. It's not the scripture.
Had is part of what comes after the commas. Had, at last. Oh, so much grass. Okay, I see the problem. Guys, I believe in having a comma.
She's going against scripture, guys.
Like so much grass, comma, had, at last, come to an end. I need one of those. One of the things that is around wisdom. I see. I was reading it, wrong. The holy.
Hey, let's stick to reading the scripture, not.
Yeah, I know, but it's confusing for me. Yeah, that is grammatically incorrect. That's right. Wait, or is Robin saying my instinct to have a comma?
I think what you said is grammatically.
I don't care. I love the M dash. Let me put the M dash wherever I want. Especially if people need to be speaking stuff out loud, they gotta know what the emphasis on the word is. You are wrong. No, I would have done like so much grass. M dash had at last come to an end. To know that we breathe before we keep speaking. Uh-oh. Yeah, we are gonna be here all day. Sorry, guys. It just, you know what I mean? I write how I would read something in a play. So I don't care if I'm wrong. Come for me. Like, that's how I write my fan fiction. I love a dash, all right? Don't take it away from me. Commas are important. I don't even care if the comma's wrong. I don't care about that either. Oh, man. Yet, it had come to pass that the flaws in human nature would rear their ugly heads even before such outside threats could be quelled. Yes, the people chose a son-child, crowned him king, and worshipped him. This doesn't sound like it's going to a good place. And yet he ruled with a brutal hand, framing the righteous. What, grading the paper? Frankly, amazing. I guess so. You could say that, like...
You know what I'm remembering? This is completely, guy. We're getting so off topic here, but I'm remembering the conversation we had with Al, where me and Al were like defending the English language in your last chat, and I'm like, we're back.
Well, see, Robin, it depends, right? Like, I think it depends on the context. I like to write how I would read because I like to make sure that the audience understands what emphasis the word is on. I even write my YouTube scripts that way. Like, if I know that I'm gonna say, like, certain words and that's the punchline of the joke, I have them capitalized. That I wouldn't necessarily recommend for an actual book, but I had to be separated in there to know how to read it.
We have to protect the English language, guys.
Anyway. Leave my windmills alone. You know what?
Leave my multi-billion-dollar grammar alone.
You know what the other one was? Somebody now on YouTube has started to point out that I say, especially instead of especially.
Oh, yeah.
Like with a K. And I said, I'm Canadian, okay? That's not why. I don't think that that's true.
Yeah.
But I was like, yeah, I'm sure it's a Canadian accent. Especially. Leave me alone, all right? Let me say my words wrong the way I want to. Unnumbered years would pass before a child of Enkanomiya would make a wager with his peers. Alone, he would dive beyond the three corners, evading the trail of the dragon heirs in search of the dragon-born flower. Okay, so now we have a flower that we haven't heard of before, I don't think. But what he found instead was a great cavern with a mighty serpent, one he had never seen before. Somehow, as he gazed upon the serpent's titanic form, the child felt no fear, but instead felt a kind of kinship. Uh-oh, what happened? I clicked the wrong button. I'm sorry. I am the profane serpent. Though my servants are numberless, not one mortal now dwells in my shadow. That I have fallen into this realm and that we should meet. Perhaps this is fate. You are not one of my people, but you are human nonetheless. Speak your desire and I shall hear it. Could you then perchance become our god? Okay, so the young child, it seems like that they don't like then the royalty. Right? Because, okay, so they say, right, once they did, human and serpent go forth to face the royal authority of the sun god and the insurgents of the dragon heirs beyond. Thus was the curtain raised of the turning tide. So it says, it seems then that this child was like, we hate the sun child. Fuck that guy. We don't like this king. Can you become our god? Because gods are better than kings. And the serpent was like, hell yeah.
Yeah, so volume 1. Great read. although, you know, let's ease up on scripture. Okay,
these are instead of squeamish. Sacrilege. That was a typo, Robin. Okay, you don't know that I would say it that way in real life.
But yeah, so volume 1 is just emphasizing that, like, in the early days of Enkanomiya, they were kind of preyed upon by the Vishaps that you see here, right? The Bathismal Vishaps. Those are the dragon heirs of the depth. So the Vishaps like dwell in the darkness. They like prey on the people that live down here. And so Abaraku created the Dainichi Mikoshi, created this light source through the help of Takoyo Okami, and gave them basically like a safe haven to protect themselves against the dragon heirs. But then people started rising in power, and so you had people that were subjugated by the dragons, and now they're being by the Vishaps, and now they're being subjugated by humans. So this boy like is wandering, and he finds Orobashi, the giant serpent in Inazuma.
Yeah.
He finds the serpent down there.
Well, okay. Well, that begs a question. So, he walked around and found the dragon
the snake.
The snake. He's walking underground?
Well, yeah, Enkanomiya is like fractured and broken up and stuff, but you can still traverse this place.
But I'm saying he did not go to the surface. At this time, everyone's still underground.
This is all taking place here.
He is going through the tunnels like a mole, and he found the dragon.
The snake.
The snake, sorry. It's close enough. They said, are we not kin?
No. The Devalin is a dragon. Orobashi is a snake.
Okay, sorry. Answer my question. So he is digging through the tunnels, and he found the cave underground. There's a cave system underground.
Well, remember, it said he was looking for something called a dragon bone fruit.
But I'm saying,
dragon bone flower.
If that snake was Inazuma, then there are caves that go past this one area that we're in at the moment.
I don't know what you mean.
There's tunnels going, like, beyond, like, this area that he found the snake. The snake ended up in Inazuma. Okay, thank you, David. So the snake was not always in Inazuma. He ended up there after.
Okay, well, I guess it's important to tell you this now because you're not going to find this out until after this point. But Orobashi is one of the gods that fought in the Archon War.
Yeah, I know, and then they killed him. I remember that, but I'm saying, like, he was not in the spot that he died when this kid found him, is what I'm
I know, but what I'm saying is he didn't die during the Archon War. He fled the Archon War into the Dark Sea and ended up hiding out in Enkanomiya's cave, and then later this kid found him.
Wait, so this was after the war?
Well, the war has a long period of time. The war went on, I think, for hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Was this the war that Makoto died, or is this the one that happened before that?
No.
Oh, okay.
Makoto died in a cataclysm. She didn't die in a war.
Right. So this is the first war, or the earlier war. This isn't when he didn't run away from the cataclysm, and that's why I killed him.
No.
Okay. So this was before, when the Archons were fighting for power and there were all these gods, and then we ended up with the 7 Archons, right?
It was during that time. It was during that span of time, yes.
Right, because when you said that, I was thinking 500 years ago, so we're further back. We're
we're way further back. We're at least, we are anywhere between like 5,000 and 2,600 years ago.
Sorry, guys, if this is like, I'm asking too many questions, but the cataclysm and the war, because, like, I eventually killed this snake, right? Like, she killed him. He died. So I need to make sure it wasn't for his crimes. It wasn't because he ran away. He just ran away because he said, fuck this shit. Bye.
Yeah. Well, it'll explain why I'm
assuming he just didn't want to fight anymore.
Remind me, didn't Enjo explain why he died?
I mean, he committed crimes. They were, like, mad at him. I'm
just wondering if Enjo explained why.
Well, I'm pretty sure they said that he, like, betrayed somebody.
yeah, okay, yeah. So he died because he read this book.
Oh.
Remember? Yeah,
the
Enjo ends
snake
up
read
telling
the
us
book?
that.
But the snake was there.
No. The snake read this book, and then things developed to where he eventually was killed.
Oh, not this book. He read a different book. He read a different volume of the book, you're saying.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he read
sorry.
this collection.
I was like, what do you mean he read this book? He's in this book.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, he read Before Sun and Moon.
Right. Yeah. And that was forbidden. Yeah, that's what I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. So like his death doesn't really have anything to do with what's going on now. It just kind of plays into like the timeline of how
I thought that he gave that knowledge to the people of Enkanomiya, and that's why, the people down here. I thought that that's why he got in trouble. Like, not just that he read the book, but that he, like, told them about it. You know what I mean?
Well, we'll progress and find out.
We'll talk about that. But that was what I thought. I thought it wasn't just like, oh, he read the book. It was like, you read the book, and then you also saved a bunch of people that we wanted to condemn to... Anyway, we'll talk about that later. What we wish to record is the tale of how heaven's will took shape on the earth below. O heavenly gods, these creation are your works. Grant us divine wisdom. Let us endlessly record. When the dove held branches. Okay, I'm gonna trust you guys to say that this is important.
Remember, make sure you read the excerpt.
Yeah.
Like the
yeah, I'm going to. Yeah. Wait,
okay.
But we're not there yet. We're still on volume 1. It's volume 2 of this book, isn't it?
No, we're on volume 2 now. The first book's done. You finished reading volume 1.
Oh, I see. I thought that okay, sorry. I thought that it was
volume 2 of volume 1.
Yeah, that's literally that's what I thought. Sorry. That's why I was like, "Oh my god, this is going to take forever." Like I was getting a little scared. Okay. These are ordinary folk chronicle that ordinary folk have been forbidden to read. I was going to say ordinary folk tales.
Yeah,
the writing is a mix of fables and history. So he read this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But then
he read volume 2.
3 more volumes. Okay.
Yeah, those are important to about.
When dove held branches, when the eternal throne of the heavens came, the world was made anew. Okay, so like Celestia, the throne in the sky was not made for you. So Celestia came in their little airship. Oh dear. Then the true lord, the primordial one, came forth and did battle against 7 terrifying sovereigns, dragon lords of the old world. Okay, and that's why there's 7 archons, I'm assuming. The primordial one created shining shades of itself, and the number of those shades was 4. Oh, that's suspicious. Okay, well, hold on. I'll put a pin in that. So, the primordial, that's interesting.
Hold on. So what you're gonna do, I think this is just gonna be the best way for you to break this down. Read all the way up until the ellipsis at the bottom, and then you can break all of this down.
Yeah, but can someone remind me that I have something to say about that? Someone just put in chat the shade, the 4. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is going to be a lot to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah.
On Fanes or the primordial one? The primordial one may have been Fanes. Okay. So they don't... God may have been Jesus. Anyway, it had wings and a crown and was birthed from an egg, androgynous in nature. But for the world to be created, the eggshell had to be broken. However, Fanes, the primordial one, used the eggshell to separate the universe and the microcosm of the world. Okay. Hold on a second. So, this is totally unrelated. I'm sorry. So, I don't know if you guys know, but I have a VTuber project I'm working on, right? And the chat was joking around, the beta reading and listening group that I have that looks at all the song lyrics and the script. They were like, in the back of Soliana's room, that pillow looks like an egg yolk. And I told the chat, I was like, okay, well, listen, there's some creation stories where the sun is like the egg yolk, right? That happened, and chat was like, no, it did not. What are you talking about? And so I pulled up this Wikipedia of, like, the world as egg, or, like, world being born from egg. So I just think, Lumin was there, that's why I'm talking about this. I think that's really funny, that it's like, oh, the eggshell thing, because I'm like,
Yeah, the egg, that same Wikipedia I pulled up when I read this for the first time.
That's hilarious. Like, that was unrelated, but, like, it all connected eventually. 40 years after the held branches. Okay, so this is when the doves held the branches 40 years after. Okay, Cal wrote before sun and moon. Oh man. 40 winters entombed the flames. 40 summers churned the seas. Okay, so 40 years later. The 7 sovereigns, I was reading ahead, were vanquished, and the 7 nations submitted to the heavens. The primordial one, the great sovereign, began the creation of heaven and earth for our sake, quote unquote, that its creations, which it cherished most, would soon appear upon this earth. Okay.
Okay.
So you said with the ellipsis, all right.
Yeah, so we can just talk about this for a little bit.
So, what it sounds like, all right, is that
I'll
Celestia
clarify anything.
colonized a planet that already had shit going on. Because it sounds like that the Dragon Lords were minding their own business. I mean, I don't know if there were humans here. Maybe there were just monsters. But, like, it sounds like that there were, at least... things were happening here, and then this primordial one, who we don't know, was like, yeah, about that. I mean, your world kind of sucks, so we're gonna try to fix it. Right? We're at the flood already. I don't know what that means. Well, I guess you could say that the winters and the summers, like, that could have been destroying some of the old, like, Noah's Ark, type stuff. So, the primordial one came down here and was like, fuck you guys, this planet's mine now. And, okay, so the shining shades of itself, so that's what I feel like I need to talk about. So, obviously, there are shades in,
Enkanomiya.
Greek mythology, yes, and in Greek mythology. Oh, guys, can you guys tell me if the women from Hercules are the shades? The one that has the scissors, right?
And that's the gospel truth.
But there's not them. Those are the
Oh,
muses.
you mean the sisters of fate?
Yeah, the 3, but here there's 4, so that's not great. That doesn't really fit. Oh, those are the fates.
Yeah.
So those aren't shades. Okay. Because I was imagining, you know, a lot of mythologies have the maiden, the wife, and the widow, or like 3, you know. So I was thinking, like, you have past, present, future, like you have shades of... So, okay, it doesn't seem like this is like the shades as in... It seems like it's literally shades of its former self. So it split itself up. Like, let's just say like Xehanort, okay? So if you combine all 4 of them, maybe the primordial one will come back.
Well, no. The primordial one created 4 versions of itself. So there's primordial one and its 4 shades.
Oh, okay, so that's 5.
No, well, yeah, I guess, yeah.
That's 5 of them then. Okay, yeah. I thought that he split himself up into 4. So he made 4 more. He basically made little clones, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have 5. So 5 is different. I don't know a lot of mythologies that work with 5.
In regards to the shades, they're the 4, because he's the primordial one. He's above them.
But...
So there's primordial one, and then 4 shades.
But in terms of what they have dominion over, I'm assuming that the primordial one doesn't, like, he delegated his tasks, but we'll have to talk more about that later. When we figure out what's... do you know what I mean? Like, I'm assuming he kind of assigned everyone, like, okay, you're the god of lightning now. Obviously not, because that's a little too close to visions, but we may have to keep reading for that. Okay, so there's 5 of them. That's interesting. I think that the 7 dragon thing is interesting, too, because here's what I think might have happened then. I think that the dragons... had some sort of... Is Dvalin one of these dragons, by the way? Or no?
Dvalin is technically a Vishap. He's not a dragon.
Okay. So he was not the Dragon Lord.
He's an Animo Vishap.
Okay. 4 of them, not 5. Guys, I'm including the big one. I'm including the big one. Don't worry. Okay, so, okay. Here's what I'm thinking. So, the dragons were all based on a different element, let's say. And they were the ones that were keeping the world in balance. The primordial one was like, we're gonna kill them.
Yeah, well, I mean, initially, technically, it's their world. Like, Teyvat belongs to them.
Right, but I'm saying that the dragons manage the ecosystem, and then the primordial one comes in and kills them. Oh no, 40 winters and 40 summers.
Yeah, so the primordial one waged war, and it lasted 40 years.
Right, but I'm thinking that if they successfully killed all of them, that the world, like, went into chaos, right? And so the primordial one went, oopsie poopsie, we accidentally killed the thing that was managing the world. That's not good. And so that's why they had to make the Gnosis and the Archons, because they disrupted the ecosystem and they caused a problem. Now, I don't know what it means by may have been pains. I don't know, like, if that's a term that we're gonna use.
Wait, what?
Later on Pains or the primordial one. Like, I don't know what that means.
Okay, so Pains is just his name. Like, that's the name he goes by. So you can call him
it
the
had
primordial
wings and a
one.
crown.
You can call him Pains. Yeah, he doesn't have they don't have well, I should say they don't have an identity. Like, we don't know what their actual name is, but this is based on whatever the scripture says. So we just go based on whatever this is.
So here's not a problem, but so for the world to be created, but the world was already here. So that's a contradicting statement.
It is.
It must mean that for the world to be created in the way that they wanted, they had to break. So that's what I think is a little, like, sussy with my theory that the world's not real, which I talked about earlier in the stream, and we talked about Coraline and the portals. For the world to be created, the eggshell had to be broken, right? And use the eggshell to separate the universe. And I don't know what the microcosm of the world would mean in this case, but I think that means that we're in a snow globe, basically. That he destroyed the eggshell to get in, because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get into Teyvat. So they broke the eggshell, they pushed themselves in there, but then they still used the eggshell to hide the fact that they had come in from somewhere else, basically. So, like, maybe there's a spot in the world where, like, the sky is broken and, like, no one noticed. Like, could you imagine? Like, it's just like, oops, we're just gonna hide that behind a mountain. No one will ever see that, I'm sure. Like, I wonder if there's, like, holes in the atmosphere, you know? So, yeah, so clearly it's not the world to be created, because the world was already here. He means... Sorry, I know you guys use they for him because they're, oh my god, they for him, it's like that meme, like...
Most people say he as well, even
I know,
though
you guys in the chat, it's just like that meme where it's like, hey, you gotta get her pronouns right, but then, like, the sentence starts with they. Like, do you guys know what I'm talking about? It's like that meme where they're like, hey, you gotta respect their pronouns. But then they say she in the same sentence, so I'm like, that's what I just did. I know you guys are calling him they. Anyway, I'll probably just call him him because it's gonna get a little too confusing for me. Holes in the atmosphere, yeah, not like the ozone layer. Yeah, her pronouns are they, them. That's what it was, Robin. Thank you. Sorry, I butchered my own fucking joke. Hi, Kitty. What's going on? What's happening? Kitty? Kitty, wanna come on stream? Kitty? Okay, maybe not. I don't know. Anyway, war. Kitty!
War never changes.
I know, you're so sad. Why don't you come in and say hi to everyone? It's so terrible. I don't know what... okay. So then, he won the war. Oh! Oh! Wait a minute. Oh, guys, I think I just cracked it, okay? Dainsleif said, if you get to the end of your journey, the threads of fate will be yours to reweave. This guy killed all the dragons, got their gnosis, got their gnosises, just like the Fatui is doing, and then he was able to make heaven and earth, right? He transformed the world to make it into his image. So I wonder if that's what the Fatui want to do, because they know that that's how the primordial one did it in the first place. Maybe. Like, that's how he got the power to make them submit, because he took all of the dragon stuff from them.
Well, you also have to remember, too, this book has only been read by like one other person, and you found it in a non-readable text. So like the knowledge of this book is probably not known to anybody else besides the traveler at this point.
But our sibling could have found it.
Well, no, because Enjo was looking for this book and he didn't find it.
I know Gnosis guy. I know it's silent.
Enjo was here for our sister.
But I'm saying in another reality. If someone left it in another reality for us to find, maybe there's a world where our brother
If another reality, yeah, but
in the other
reality exists. Yeah.
Like, I'm saying in the other reality, what if our brother saw the book first, and then that's how all this happened, you know? That's a big bottle? Yeah, I know, guys, stay hydrated.
The other reality would have to exist.
Yeah. Well, I think that someone knows about this, not necessarily in a they read this book kind of way, but they, like, maybe they were there. Maybe there's still someone who was there. Right? Because, so here's the other thing. We know the Abyss exists. We don't know what role, I mean, maybe we'll find out as we keep reading this, but, like, we don't know, like, you know, what if someone was chilling in hell the whole time and then they remember that the war happened? So I'm saying maybe someone was still there and then told the Tsaritsa, like, hey, do you know about this shit? I don't know if the Tsaritsa would be alive for that long because humans didn't exist, but it may be, like, it could be Dvalin,
yeah, this took place.
Not him, but somebody like him. A thing, right? Like.
Yeah, sure.
Or maybe one of the Shades rebelled and, like, one of the Shades told them, but we haven't seen if a Shade is real, so we don't know. So yeah, maybe, so I'm not saying that even necessarily that someone read this book, but that, like, someone told the Tsaritsa, like, hey, do you know about this?
Holy
like, there's a rumor, almost. There's a rumor in
Volume 2 is also the longest chapter. I completely forgot.
400 years. Okay, so this is now 400 years.
Before, yeah.
After.
Oh, sorry,
after the branches.
After the yeah, sorry.
Okay, see, this is, like, a little suspicious, too, because they're saying that mountains and rivers were made, so, like, what was here before? I think he had to remake the world because he ruined it, like, because of the war, right? The mountains and rivers were made, and the seas and oceans accepted those who rebelled and those who would not. Okay, well, wait a fucking minute. So, wait.
Hold on, let's read to the next ellipsis.
Right. I'm just saying. I'm like, well, hold the fuck on. The primordial one and his shades created the birds of the air, the beasts of the earth, and the fish in the sea. Together, they created flowers, grass, and trees before finally Okay, so that's what I thought. So the humans came from Celestia, I guess you could say, right? Our ancestors, numerous as stars in the sky, uncountable as the sand from the shore. From that time, our ancestors made a covenant with the primordial one. And so, yeah, that's the visions and all that stuff, right? The year of the Ark opening. The primordial one had a sacred plan for humans. As long as they were happy, it too rejoiced. The year after the Ark's opening, the people worked on the land, so came the first harvest. The people mined, and so reaped the first crop of precious ore. That's interesting, too. We'll talk about that. The people gathered, and the first poems were written. The year of the Jubilee. If there was hunger, the heavens would bring down food and rain. If there was poverty, the earth would bring forth its riches. If melancholy were to spread... guys, this isn't good. Hold on. If melancholy were to spread, the heavens would reply with their voice. The one taboo was to succumb to temptation, but the path to temptation had already been sealed. Okay, so here's the problem. All right. First of all, the seas and the oceans accepted those who rebelled is a little suspicious. I don't know how exactly, because who would have been left to rebel? Humans did not exist yet. So it must have been creatures of some variety in the sea. I feel like that in Fontaine we'll probably find out more about that. Because right now, like, what the fuck do we know? Nothing. So it sounds like, well, okay, cause see, not everything's about Conria, right? Other people clearly rebelled before Conria. So it's not like there weren't any people to flee to the sea. It must have been the creatures that were already on Teyvat.
So, yeah, so I'm just gonna sprinkle in a light bit of context here because this was initially lost on me and a lot of people when this first came out.
Right.
There aren't, like, Teyvat was ruled by the 7 sovereign dragon lords.
Yeah.
And, like, their underlings as well. So you have Vishaps, Bathismal Vishaps, Priogemo Vishap, like, dragon kind, essentially. And elemental life forms as well. Yeah. It wasn't just these 7 dragons that lived here and nothing else.
No, yeah, so, I thought that. That's what I thought.
So, yeah. So it would basically imply that...
like, I mean, it's like the mushrooms that are in that random-ass cave in the fucking chasm that we didn't talk to. But, I mean, this isn't really a spoiler, but, like, in Mr. Feet's newest video, when he has to farm the materials for Tanari, that thing says, like, queen of the mushrooms or something, like, right? So I'm assuming that's a thing, kind of like Cloud Retainer and, like, those things, and, like, Inazuma has different things. Like, there are all these spirits on Teyvat that are not human things, right? So I think I could interpret this in 2 ways. Like, literally, people fled to the ocean, right? And there's, like, an underground ocean society, and in Fontaine we'll find more about that. The alternative is that, like, people drowned, and, like, if they rebelled, they slept with the fishes. Like, you know what I mean? They drowned them and they died. So we'll see about that. One of its shades, so the primordial one is working with one shade to make the birds and stuff. So we'll have to start trying to figure out if we can assign these shades jobs and stuff. Like, if one of them is life, if one of them is, you know, whatever. But then they made humans, so that's like your standard sort of creation story, right? Again, I'm assuming that, not that this is entirely like propaganda and it didn't happen, but rather that they fucked up the world so much they had to create flowers, they had to make grass, they had to make trees, because the war destroyed the land, and there were winters, right? They just said that there were 40 winters, right? Entombed the flames, right? So everything was on fire. So they did not make it. They had to fix it because they colonized the planet and they broke it. Anyway, the Covenant, that's clearly about visions and the deal of getting visions, right?
Don't make that assumption.
Well, hold on. I'm not saying that that's the only Covenant. However, if you look at the bottom, they say that the people mined and so reaped the first crop of precious ore. So the primordial one said, hey, if you dig up the ore, we'll bring you harvest. If you're sad, we'll fix you, right? So not just about the visions, but we had a theory, and I have had this for a long time. Why the fuck do the mages have elemental magic if they don't have a vision? Because they have the rocks. What is in our inventory? Rocks. A bunch of rocks. I'm not gonna go find them right now because we're already in the book, but like all of the ore that we have in the inventory, because that's been my big question. I'm like, well, why would Celestia let people have the elements from the earth? Like, why would Celestia do that? Why would they put ore there if they didn't want people to use it? Because my assumption is that they were mad that people were using elements in combination with abyss magic without a vision, right? But now we may know why. It's because the ore was already here. So they were like, hey, wait a minute. This planet has valuable resources. Let's make a group of people. Like, they basically, did they make humans to just make them mine the ore? Like, to have them collect the element, like the elemental gems?
Yeah, he gave them a purpose. They were like, hey,
no, they put them to work.
Well, it was for their benefit. He's like, hey, you do this action, you get this reward.
Imagine just making humanity.
Kaylin, that's literally life.
Like,
that's
to enslave them, basically, into endless labor.
We're bagged and tagged from birth. We're given a social security number, and we're put into the conveyor belt to be a productive member of society, to contribute as property of the government until we die.
So I'm not saying that it was just.
We can't even live anywhere we want. We have to like go through red tape for everything.
Cal, that is our world, but like God didn't do that to us on purpose. We did that to ourselves. Like, we did the capitalism, okay? God didn't like put us here to mine the resources to send up back to God. Like, if you believe in the Bible, right? Whatever God you want, pick whichever one you like best, right? I'm saying, like, God didn't put us on Earth to work. We did that to ourselves. But I'm saying that they specifically made humankind
We're just human ants.
To get the ore. Ants. Yeah, but, like, that's a bit more insidious than, like, other religion creation stories where, like, God was just, like, put us here to have a good time, you know? To have fun. Tell that to Abraham and Isaac, Cal. Listen, I haven't gone to Catholic school in a long time, Vetagri, so I actually don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Sorry. Yeah, so we enslaved the human race. That's not good. So I'm assuming that the Ark
didn't
or
enslave
the Covenant...
them. He was like, he wanted to make them happy.
No, he made them to mine and then was like, I'll make you happy as long as you mine. Because the heavens bringing down food...
No. Hold on, relax.
Hold on. Can I finish something first?
No, I'm not gonna let you.
No, I need to, because he doesn't care about making the humans happy. Humans can't mine if there's no food and no rain. Humans can't mine if there's melancholy spreading because they're stuck in the mines all day. He doesn't care about making the humans happy. He only cares about making them happy so they'll go to the mines.
Relax, okay? He says, as long as they are happy, it too rejoiced. It doesn't say he forced the people.
He rejoiced because he got the mine. He got the gems.
The people worked the mines. And they were rewarded for it. No one told them to go work they yearned for it.
No,
they yearned for the mines, okay? It's been prophesized.
Shut up! Oh my god. But no, they're saying that's all the people did was that they mined. They're not talking about, oh, some people did harvest and like some people whatever.
No,
like
people wrote poetry.
Okay, sure, but that was probably about the gods.
I'm so depressed and overworked. Let me write poetry.
No, I'm saying, like, so came the first harvest. They're not talking about food. They're talking about the mine. So it's not like, oh, some people mined and some people did food and then other people
Caleb,
wrote poetry.
You're conflating. It says they worked the land and so came the first harvest. That implies that they're, like, tilling the fields and planting seeds and sowing crops.
But why would they have to sow crops if the heavens would bring down food?
No, Kaylin. It's saying that they worked the fields, and so they were rewarded with the food that they created. And then it's also saying here, they mined and they reaped the first crop of precious ore. They're basically saying, like, they mine the ore, they get the materials, they can make weapons. They're sustaining themselves. So
it's saying, hold on, if there was hunger, the heavens would bring down food and rain. So if the heavens are bringing down food, why do they have to work the land?
Well, I mean,
or was that just for this 1 year? Like, this 1 year of Jubilee, he was like, okay, but after this year, you gotta go back to work, okay?
Well, if anything, it kind of seems like they didn't have to worry about anything. They just had to be productive and all of their needs would be met by the heavenly principles. That sentence to me reads like that they didn't have to farm. This is essentially, the year of Jubilee is essentially their golden age.
Okay,
this is like the year of perfection. Everything happened. Everything was perfect. Everything was happy.
Yeah.
Just don't succumb to temptation, and we'll live like this forever.
Right.
The Garden of Eden, essentially.
I'm just saying. I know what you're saying. Like, people farmed is what you think that first sentence means. Some people mined, and then people gathered. I'm seeing that more like they worked the land. So came the first harvest of the ore. But maybe I'm reaching and I'm seeing it too insidious, because it does specify that first harvest and first crop of precious ore are different. Things.
Yeah, like that. They use the first crop, which is more associated with harvesting food.
Yeah.
As like they were just trying to be. I don't know. I guess they were just being clever with their wording. They're like, oh, the first crop of precious ore. It's like, well, just say
I still think that it's a little suspicious. But anyway.
All right. Okay.
Whatever. I don't even remember what we were arguing about anymore. Yeah, I don't
I'm just saying, you're over here saying that the heavenly principles just made them slaves, and he didn't do it to make them happy. He did it.
Whoa!
And I'm arguing against that. I'm arguing in favor of that because it literally says they were happy.
Yeah, but they were only happy because he's putting stuff in the fucking water supply or whatever. Hold on.
I guess that implies that
I have to go
happiness
fix the
is an
poster.
illusion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Hold on.
Okay. Chat, can you believe this?
Actually, guys, hold on. I have to put on the be right back screen because I don't want you guys to look at mine.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll hold the chat's attention. Chat, can you believe this? I literally wrote this freaking book years ago, and now my own work's being used against me. Someone's just coming on into the community like they know what they're talking about, and they're arguing against scripture, and I will not stand for this. All right? I will literally fight to my dying breath. I don't care. I don't care how crazy I sound. All right?
Oh my god.
I'm in version 5.6, god damn it. I know what I'm talking about. I'm not crazy.
Yeah, did you guys see the Ruby poster get, like, sucked into the fucking void?
Are you back?
Huh? I didn't have my headphone in,
and
so
that's,
sorry if
and
I
that's
talked
how I
over
saved
you.
And that's how I saved Christmas, chat.
Okay.
All right, we're back.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you if you were talking.
No, that's fine.
But yeah, did you guys see the Ruby poster, like, get sucked in? Okay, so anyway, I'm just saying that,
we're arguing, morality here, I guess, is the...
It's not about morality. I'm saying that he, like, only made humans to put them in the mines.
You don't know that?
That's what I believe reading this sentence.
All right, well, your beliefs... You'll die for your beliefs.
Okay.
All right, are we gonna continue?
Well, I have...
I don't have anything else to argue.
One taboo was to succumb to temptation. I don't know, like, what that would mean in this instance.
Oh, I know, but I'm not gonna say it.
I'm a little, like, not confused, but I'm like, okay, well, what was the taboo? Like, were there visions back then? Like, I don't know. Maybe the taboo was using the visions, but we don't seem to know.
Well, you should know, because visions were not bestowed until after the Archon War.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. So, wait a minute.
Well, I mean, that's the implication, right? Like,
the primordial one was bestowing them, though, right?
But the Archon War didn't happen yet.
Wait, so what was the war with the dragons?
That was Thanos moving in on this place from wherever he came from.
Wait, so that wasn't the Archon War?
Oh, Kaylin, I love you.
Wait, okay, so I thought that the primordial one took out the dragons and made the Archons.
No, the Archon War was a war. It was literally just a battle royale against a bunch of gods and creatures of the world for the seat of the Seven. Right,
but why was no one fighting for the seat?
Initiated by Celestia.
But why were nobody fighting for the seats right now?
Because the Archon War wasn't a thing yet.
But who has the seats?
They don't exist.
But the 7 dragons existed.
Okay.
So the 7 dragons must have had seats. There were 7 of them.
Why do you think there's a correlation between the 7 seats and the 7 dragons, though?
Because my theory was that if the dragons die, bad things are gonna happen.
Okay, both things could be true.
Yeah, but
like,
they would have had to notice that sooner, that the ecosystem was degrading.
Yeah, but that implies, but you're basing it so much that your theory is fact. That
I'm questioning. I just have questions.
Okay, well.
The Archons did not directly replace the dragons. Thank you, David. So there is a period of time where...
That should be implied.
Well, I just wanted to know. I thought that they got rid of the dragons and then instilled whoever they wanted as the Archons immediately.
Because remember, the year of the Held Branch was when the Heavenly Principles moved in.
Right.
40 years after that, they were fighting the dragons.
I know that.
And then after the dragons defeated, the next 400 years was them creating the land, creating humans, ushering in this era of peace and prosperity. I would think
that when they were creating humans, they would have reassigned. But, okay, so 400 years went by, and the absence of the dragons did not impact anything.
No, he was just, so you know what? I do feel like this is important because it was in a limited.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
No. You're low key right, actually.
Oh, yeah.
You're actually right, and I'm gonna give you credit for that. So there was a limited event in 2.5. It was Enkanomiya focused, and it talked about the 3 realms. There's the light realm, the human realm, and the void realm.
Right.
The void realm is basically the abyss. The light realm is the elemental creatures. Dragons are considered elemental creatures, by the way. So the light realm and the human realm. So before Fanis moved in, Teyvat was known as the light realm. Think of it like the planet covered in a golden mist.
Sure.
Right? That's the best way I can describe it. So Teyvat was covered in this golden mist, and that was the light realm.
And then they separated
Humans are not compatible with the light realm.
Right.
So the primordial one comes in, kills the dragons, defeats the dragons, and terraforms the world for it to be hospitable for humanity.
Right. And so that was what the egg was doing. Right.
And it's basically what the next 400 years were. They were basically they were making the world hospitable.
Right.
They're basically siphoning out the elemental energies of the world, so that way they can usher in humans.
Sure.
And so that's basically what this last 400 years was.
But other creatures are okay to live in the human world.
Well, yeah. I mean, anything that was created during that time is fine.
But I'm saying
So fish and fish and humans.
No, but I'm saying the things that fled into the ocean, the things that were here before.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, for example, Vishaps are still around.
Yeah, so they're okay.
Just not, and they're just not. Yeah. The light creatures can exist in the human realm, right? Like it's just basically they're not in their own habitat anymore. Essentially,
now that begs the question of how humans get ascended to Celestia, but that's for another day.
Yeah, well, Celestia, that's completely different.
Unless Celestia is not in the light realm. Or there is no light realm anymore, and they just siphoned all the energy from it, and now the energy's in, the elemental stones and, all that stuff. We don't know.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's weird how they say the light realm, because these 3 realms intersect. It's just based on the concentration of energy in a given area. Yeah,
I understand. Basically, what I'm saying is it'd be interesting if, Celestia was still in the human world and there wasn't a light realm anymore, because they took all the juice and they spread it out in elemental stones and stuff like that. There is no more light.
We are currently in the human realm now.
Yeah, but I'm saying that, the light realm got...
It's like the ice age,
I'm saying the light realm got sucked up, and then they put it in stuff. All the energy from the light realm, there is no light realm anymore. It's not a place that you can go to, because they took all the energy from the light realm and they used it. Whereas the abyss is somewhere you can still fall into the abyss, right?
Sure.
Is this what you were telling me? The limited time?
What?
Like you said there was a limited time event?
Yeah, what about it?
No, I'm saying, were you done?
Oh, yeah. I was just kind of feeding into what you were talking about. You were like, oh, they messed up the world, and so they were fixing it.
Yeah.
Well, naturally, yeah, like there's, the battle did like cause like a lot of damage, but they were also terraforming the world and making it hospitable for humanity's creation at the same time.
Oh, so I wonder Vedigree in the chat's talking about like diagrams. I wonder if that's what Paimon's thing is supposed to be then.
The triquetra?
Yeah. The event suggests all three realms continues to exist.
The light realm isn't a place. It's like a state of being.
Okay, well, that's too bad. I wanted to disrupt the Triforce. It's okay. Okay. So hold on a fucking minute. The a second tower has hit Teyvat. The second throne of the heavens came.
Funerary war.
Well,
I'm sorry, funerary year.
Wait a second. The second throne, what did they say over here? When the eternal throne of the heavens came. So they say eternal when it's the primordial one. But over here they say second. So...
All right. We're going to read a little bit. We'll read until the end of the parable.
Okay, because I have questions about that particular language.
Yeah, the first throne and the second throne.
Are there only two?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. Well, no, the eternal throne and the second throne, which means that this would be
Those are
one.
two different, those are two entities.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that maybe there are 8 thrones, eternal plus 7, and that's what the archons are. Unless there's only 2 thrones, and then that has some questions. But let's read.
For that in. Wait, yeah, I was gonna say wait for more information.
I'm just talking about the thought process. Okay.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay. I'm using the pointer, by the way. I don't know if you guys can tell. The second throne of the heavens came, and the war was rekindled, as it was in the world's creation. That day, the heavens collapsed, and the earth was rent asunder. Our ancestors and their ancestral land fell into this place during that conflict. The era of darkness began. So, the humans fell...
Wait.
What do you mean,
go.
Wait?
No, go on, sorry.
The people of Enka fell into the earth.
Enkanomiya used to be on the surface, yes.
Yes, so that's what I'm asking. And they're probably not the only ones, because there are other ruins around Teyvat, unless everybody was once Enkanomian.
Well, there's falling into the... There's underground, and then there's the depths where the Enkanomiya actually is.
Right. Okay, so they fell. So humanity 1.0 fell into the fucking earth.
No, not humanity in general, just this place.
Oh, well that's... impolite. Oh dear. Okay.
Hey, they were,
well, I'm just saying, damage. What happened to the other people? They just died, or maybe other people also fell in different places.
Here's another thing. Here's another thing too. In general, another thing too to consider is like Enkanomiya's architecture.
Right.
Like the way the buildings look, the color of the stone that's used. You can see that across all of Teyvat, implying that this used to be a part of like a unified.
Right. But what I'm wondering, though...
not archaeological.
Is more so, like...
architecture.
Like, maybe at that time there weren't kingdoms, and so other people ended up in other places. Like...
Yeah, this is just probably like a regional thing that happened
like
to them.
under the water... If there's a lost ocean? Sorry, if there's a lost civilization in the ocean, right? Like, we speculate with Fontaine. I wonder if maybe, like, Enkanomiya... Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of like in the Bible when they build the Tower of Babel and then everybody falls and they can't speak the same language anymore. So I'm saying, like, yes, these specific ancestors ended up here, but I'm saying that, like, everyone used to be kumbaya and happy and there were no kingdoms. There was one unified kingdom, right? And then, because of the war, those people were split apart from each other and then had offshoots of society. And this is just one of the offshoots of one of the society. But, like, maybe in Fontaine, there's, like, an ocean society. We don't know, right? So, well, I'm just imagining,
these are also, this is also, like, earliest humanity.
Yeah.
Earliest recorded civilization. So, Enkanomiya would be a very different...
Yeah.
example than, like, say, for example, you know, Conria.
Right.
They're more recent.
I'm saying more so that, like, say that, because we're dealing with a lot of, like, now Norse and Greek mythology here, so let's say that there was one big kingdom of Greek mythology, right?
Mm-hmm.
Originally. Yep. And then during the war, it got, like, the ancestors and the land fell into the world during the conflict for these people. But then under Fontaine, there's Atlantis. And then in another place, there's, you know, like, Odysseus's kingdom from the Odyssey. Like, who knows, right? So what I'm saying is that Enka may not be the only group of ancient people. They know that they fell here. Where everybody else fell, we don't know anything about those guys. Okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I'm just saying there may be more people, like, Lumin is talking about Dragon Spine, like, yeah, if the architecture's all over, then maybe it was one group of unified people, the idea of kingdoms didn't exist yet, right? And those other people may do somehow, I don't know how, I don't know where they all went, right?
Yeah. Well, the thing to remember, too, is that there are civilizations that rise and fall, so, like, it just depends on when they, like, at what point in the timeline, because, like, this, like, Enkanomiya is thousands of years in the past. But Dragonspine, for example, you know, there was a civilization there. That one is only like 1,000 years.
Yeah.
So they won't, that doesn't mean they're necessarily connected, because, like, you know, they could just be on top of another civilization that fell on top of another civilization that fell, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I just mean that at one time, everyone was singing Kumbaya and, like...
Yeah.
They were happy. Basically, I'm saying that I don't think that the people of Enkanomiya were the only human, like, people from the old...
era to fall?
Era, yeah. Like, I think that there's probably other people from other eras, too.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that would have to be for whoever, like, obviously, whoever wrote this book is speaking for this place.
Yeah,
so
but I'm just saying, in terms of us, let's not assume that Enka's the only remnants of, like, God... like primordial 1.1 if we're gonna call it that.
Yeah.
Okay. The people of the 7 sovereigns had found refuge in the ocean, and the dragonaires of the depths ruled this particular place, which led to a war between them and our ancestors. Our ancestors chased them into the shadows with the light of 1,000 lanterns, and they hid in those shadows hunting us. But there was only darkness in this place, so their hunting grounds were untrampled. The prayers of the people turned into lamentations, but the primordial one and its other free-shining shades could not hear. Or did they just not want to? You wanted me to read to the end of Parables before we talk about it?
I mean, you can go piece by piece if you want.
I'll
like
just read it.
Passage. Okay.
In the dark cave, there lived a group of people who had never seen the light. Okay, yeah, because they've reproduced since, you know, they fell down here. Among them was the sage who had once seen the sun. And he gathered the folk about what life under the sun was like. Okay, so that's like Plato in his little theory of the cave, right? And the great might of the sun, seeing that they did not comprehend, he lit a torch, and thus the people became to worship the flame, believing it to be the sun. Yeah, so that's Plato's theory of the cave, right? They even got used to a life in darkness and fire. When the sage died, someone would monopolize the flame. Using it, they would cast a long shadow over the land. A lotus, sure, that causes all those who look upon it to forget their troubles. A ship captain, searching for the way back to the surface, discovered a tribe of people who ate those lotus. Oh, this is the Odyssey. Wait a minute. Yeah, the lotus eaters. Some crew members stayed in that place. Others rejected the life of temptation. Life is a boundless ocean of suffering. We are only searching for the way home. Okay, yeah, so this is like now we're just doing the Odyssey. Like, that's basically what we're doing. Okay, so what is the 7 sovereigns?
Okay, so that statement
that sounds like there were 7 nations then. 7 sovereign nations.
No. So in the era of the dragons, there was no, like, Well, basically, the 7 sovereigns are the 7 dragon lords. So
okay,
the dragons
so the people
that
the dragon
existed,
lords used to rule over.
Yeah,
left.
that's a little I don't like that wording.
I don't like it either.
The people of the 7 dragons just means like their dragon kind.
Right.
The people, like when it says people, they don't mean humans. They mean like their dragon underlings.
Yeah,
like their
so like
Vishaps
went into the sea.
Yeah. So the Baptismal Vishaps, that's who they're talking about here.
Yeah.
Right? The Baptismal Vishaps found refuge in the ocean, and the dragon heir of the depths ruled this particular place, which is basically Enkanomiya, like this space in the down here, was ruled by these dragon creatures. Right. And then Enkanomiya fell into their territory.
And they were like,
and then
what
they
the
were
fuck?
Like,
basically.
Yeah, and then they were like, oh, well, we're gonna hunt these people. They're in our territory.
Oh, well, that's why the primordial one couldn't find them, because they went somewhere in the first place where they wouldn't be found.
Well, whether it be they didn't want to or they didn't know is up for debate.
Well, but that's what it said earlier, that the people fled into the ocean so they would escape, basically, so that the primordial one wouldn't find them. Whether it's like the primordial one using the effort to find them, like,
no,
you know what I'm saying?
It says the primordial one and their 3 other shades could not hear.
Yeah, but the seas and oceans accepted those who rebelled and those who would not kneel. So they went into the ocean and into the cracks of the darkness, knowing that they'd probably be safe there, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
I wanted to say that earlier, but I chose not to, because I was like, the game will explain more of the ancient lore of Genshin if you do some of the world quests. But yeah, so what I wanted to say initially is that they didn't, like, the Heavenly Principles didn't wipe out all the dragons outright.
Right, yeah.
Like, whoever didn't kneel or whoever didn't die or submit, they fled and they tried to, like, save themselves. And so these Vishaps decided to, go down here so they wouldn't be found.
Exactly, yeah, I get it. Like, I mean, it's like the mushrooms and all this other stuff, right? I do wonder if, like, the more you go underground, the closer you are to the abyss, and so that's why they can't see it, if it counts as, like, part of the realm of darkness, but...
Ad Astra Abyssosque.
We don't know anything about that right now. Yeah, so, I mean, the rest of this is pretty self-explanatory. So the people fell down here, they met with the dragon, you know, Vishap, the people that, like, escaped, right? And the people that escaped were already living down here, and they were like, where did you guys come from? What the fuck? And so then the humans and the Vishap started fighting, I guess. The light of 1,000 lanterns is kind of weird, because what happened to the lanterns then? You know what I mean? Like, I guess they were destroyed?
Well, I think that's... hold on. Wait, where do you read that?
Like, it says there was, chase them into the shadows with the light of 1,000 lanterns, because in the dark cave there lived a group of people who had never seen the light. Like, would that imply that the lanterns were destroyed? Because they seem to have artificial light down here then if they had lanterns.
No. So I think that's just like a play on words. Like, yeah, it's like a metaphor.
Like the light in their hearts or something?
No, I think it just means like this all-consuming light. Like the Dainichi Mikoshi is the light of 1,000 lights. Like it's like it'll be able to light anything.
Like they fought them with like their
they fought
like the power of friendship, not actual lanterns.
Yeah, well, it could be. It could be.
Okay, so I'm imagining in my head that they actually lit a bunch of lanterns to scare them away. But if it's just with the light.
It could be both, like,
but it can't be both, because then what happened? It says there lived a group of people who had never seen the light. Hold on, where's this passage? Where are you reading it from? I can't find it. It's the first year of darkness. So, no, Arnold, I think it makes more sense, like, that they chased them. It is actual lanterns, so what happened to the lanterns that now they're living in the darkness? How did they chase them away?
Wait, but like, what do you, I don't understand what, like, no one lives in Enkanomiya, so like, what does it matter where the lantern, what happened to the lanterns?
Well, it does matter, because the people in the cave who had never seen the light, But if they had lanterns, like, or are they saying that, like, our ancestors chased them into the shadows beforehand?
Okay, so the dragons of this place don't like light.
Yeah.
They like thriving in the darkness.
Right.
And there came a sage who knew what the sun was like on the surface, and like these people that were already thriving down here without any light source,
right,
created like a light source for them.
Okay, I think David's right that it's a continuity problem. Oh, when they're talking about the ancestors chasing them into the shadows, they're talking about the dancing. Okay. So
yeah, I was like, so confused. I was like,
no, it's. Do you understand what I mean, Arnold? Because it says first year of darkness, and then it says parable of the sun. So that first year of darkness, the parable of the sun and like this lotus stuff comes first. This stuff comes first. The sage brought them the light, and then like during the first year of darkness, they made the lanterns.
So you were reading this as in everything was in. You thought this was like
I thought it was chronological because that's how it's been going up until there. It's been the year of the ark, the year after the ark, the year of jubilee, the first year of darkness, parable.
Yeah, that's
of
why I was
sun.
confused. I understand the chronological
now
events.
I understand. See, what I thought happened was that they had lanterns and then they got destroyed when they chased the shadows away. So then the sage had to make new light.
We're kind of doing a little Kingdom Hearts here.
Well, that was a bit confusing. I just thought that there was that they made a big lamp and then the lamp got destroyed during the war and so they lost the light, then the sage brought it back. So there were two lights. There's only one light.
No, first there was no light and then someone created light and then they used the light to fend off the dragons and then they lived. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I think, Mr. Leaf, I think just that part was out of order. I think now we're okay.
Yeah, well.
I think that their intention was the first year of darkness. Oh, by the way, here's the parable of the sun with how they succeeded during the first year of darkness.
Well, yeah, they set the stage and then they give you the context.
Yeah, I don't like that. Give me the context first and then explain what happened. Okay. Third year. Okay. Hold the fuck on now. She was the moment.
Hold on. Don't read out of place.
The third year of darkness. We knew the only one who had not forsaken us as the ruler of time. She was the moment. She was every moment. She was the measure of 1,000 winds and the sun and moon. She was every second of joy, every moment of rage, every instant of longing, every minute of obsession. She was every flash of delirium. We call her Kairos, the ruler of the unchanging world. We dare not speak her true unspoken name, which, God help us if I need to figure out how to say that. So that's
No. Yeah, read the whole thing out.
I did. So I pen it here only once in reverse.
Okay.
I can't say that.
Wait, no, Kaylin. Hold on. We dare not speak her true name, secret name. So I penned it here only once, but in reverse. That's her name backwards. So spell out her name and read it out.
Oh, we have to flip it. Oh, okay. I see. Hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought he was saying, we don't speak her true name, so I'm only gonna
Well, yeah,
say it once.
You abbreviated the last passage. I was like, wait a minute.
Hold on, let me see if I can, Oh, I see. Cal, you can read backwards, I believe in you. I used to write backwards. What I'm doing is I'm getting my phone out and I'm flipping the camera.
Oh, gosh, you don't have, like, a pen and note, sticky note?
No, I don't, actually.
Do you need help?
No, I'll just take a picture and I'll flip it.
Yes. We're not cavemen, chat. We have technology.
I kind of have a feeling that I know what it is because of the first 3 letters, but
You've actually heard it before.
Yeah, I know. I think it's Issaroth, but I can't read it.
Istaroth.
Yeah, so hold on. Let's check our work.
From
we did hear Istaroth. So we heard them talk about that earlier.
Yeah, in A's second story quest.
The letters
the god of time. Yeah, I guess they're not flipped back. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what.
Yeah. Okay. So okay. So hold on a second.
By the way, I don't think you've done it, and if you have, I don't think it was chronicled at the time during Mondstadt. But there is an island off the coast of Mondstadt that worships the god of time from 1.0.
Yeah, so that was the Raiden and Yai's time adventure. Yeah. Okay. So hold on. Can someone give me all the artifacts now?
What do you mean?
Like, what are they? One's an hourglass, which is time. So now we can figure out what the rest of the shades are. I think.
Oh yeah, so it's life, death, time, space, and
Okay, can somebody write it down in the chat, please?
There's the flower of life, the plume of death, the goblet of Eonathim, the circlet of Logos, and the... I forgot the last one. The sands of... No, I think it's sands of Eonathim, goblet of... I don't remember the terminology. But it basically just boils down to life, death, space, time, and reason.
Time, space, life, death. Vetegree, you forgot one. There's 5 of them. There's 5 artifacts, right? Or are there 4? Thank you. Okay. Life, death, time, space, reason. See, that's interesting, because my instinct would be that the primordial one is life, but okay, hold on, guys. We're abandoning the book, sorry. I need to look at the artifacts. How do we do that?
You go into equipment.
I'm blind, I'm sorry.
Where?
You
back out.
Character archive?
Back out of books.
I backed out already. I'm looking. I don't see equipment.
You're supposed to still be in the archive.
Oh, well, I wanted to look at, like, our character. Like, okay, that's okay.
Well, I mean, the artifacts are still in there. You can go to your characters.
Well, I didn't want to... Oh, okay, I guess this is fine. Yeah, I just want to... Okay, so time is actually in the middle, which is interesting, because I would think that the primordial one should be in the center, not last. Life? The feather's death? Are they in the same order?
Yeah, it's flower of life, plume of death, sands of Eon, goblet of Eonathim, and then circlet of Logos.
Strange. So space is the goblet? And the crown... Okay, well, maybe then reason, because it's a crown, maybe that is the primordial one then. Okay. So the primordial one is reason. Then we have these other 3. Okay. Life, death. Yeah, because the primordial one and life made the flowers and all of that stuff. So I'm assuming that they had to work together because he gave up his own... The question is why he made the shades, like if he just felt like he was, I don't know, was he busy or something? But...
I mean, he probably didn't want to fight the dragons by himself.
I guess, but if he already had all of the power, like, you kind of wonder, like, why he split his power into 5, unless he was afraid of
We don't know if there was any downside to doing that.
Well...
Like...
If you give people sentience, that's the immediate downside.
Oh, well, he is the primordial one, after all.
He's lonely? Okay, sure. Yeah, so I think then he would be reason. In that case. Yeah, obviously I'm sure we could read artifact lore all day, but I've been trying to figure out what the artifacts represent for a while now. So I'm glad that that's a mystery, like, we're getting into. Well, they're saying then that, like, the Shade of Time saw them there, which makes sense because they also mention Itzeroth, and Itzeroth gave the seed to Makoto. So it seems like
Another thing too is...
Hmm?
No, sorry, you could talk.
No, I was gonna say that, like, that shade was also involved, and so I wonder if they are the one that put them...
time is involved in everything.
Well, yeah, but I wonder if they're the one that, like, put the mirror in the room is what I'm talking about. And that sort of stuff, right?
Sure. Yeah, I was gonna say she's also known as Takoyo Okami.
But
we did hear about that earlier.
Yeah, that's interesting, because, I mean, they've never said, like, anyone has met a shade. You know what I mean? Like, we haven't heard any character talk about it. I mean, we do hear, like, Ai says maybe Makoto got help from, like,
a higher
power, right? But, like, she doesn't seem to be like, and I met that higher power personally. Yeah, it makes you wonder then what the shades have been doing all this time in Teyvat. Because if Itzeroff has been keeping an eye on this, yeah, so I wonder if maybe she did make the portal, and she made the portal to, again, whether it's another reality or another time. Because we were saying that the library is still kind of dusty, but there are some differences about it, like it's a bit more lit up, so it could have been in a different time.
Yeah, there was no exit.
Before it was destroyed, I don't know.
There was no map on the wall.
A pocket of time, who knows, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, but there's another thing going on here that I think that we haven't, addressed properly. So, there's some other, like, during this situation, some other random man is trying to get back to the surface, right?
Wait, what do you mean?
A ship captain searching for the way back to the surface discovered the tribe of people who ate the lotuses. So...
Oh, I see.
Like, so, the people of Enkanomiya are underground, right? The sage brings them light to fight against the such and such. So, but while that's going on, some man from Enkanomiya is captaining a ship trying to get out of there?
It just says a ship captain.
Right, with a crew, though.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, humans were created at this point.
No, but I'm saying that means that, like, upon his travels, he found another tribe that was still underground. That were disconnected from Enkanomiya, then. Do you see what I'm saying? Because if the captain's traveling under the whatever, like, through the caves on a boat, I'm assuming, if there's,
it doesn't,
like,
it
water.
doesn't say, I don't think he say, I think it just means he's a ship captain. I don't know if it means, like, he's traveling by boat. I just think, like, he's one of the unfortunate individuals who fell down here. And
yeah,
in his
but you would assume
you
would assume they're in a vessel of a kind. For all we know, that story was before they fell. Well, no, Vetigree, because he's looking for the way back to the surface, right? He would only be looking, unless he got trapped underground in an entirely separate incident. But either way, this means that there's another group of people underground. Do you guys see what I'm saying? Because he's underground, trying to get back home.
Yeah.
So, whether he got thrust in with everybody else or not, and he just got separated from people, that means that there's another civilization that also fell. I mean, and this is a reference to the Odyssey, right? Because you have the Lotus Eaters in the Odyssey that Odysseus and his men come across.
It is, I won't get into it, but it is here that he's talking about.
What do you mean?
This passage is, it's not like another civilization, it's Enkanomiya that they're referring to with this place.
What do you mean? That they're... Hold on. What do you mean by that?
What did you just say? You said either he fell down here from, or...
He fell down separately, or he fell down with them. With Enkanomiya.
Okay, so yeah, he did fall down. Well, okay,
but
never mind. I misinterpreted what you said.
The Lotus Eaters are not Enkanomiya.
Are not what?
They're another group of people, right?
They're either Enkanomiya. Well, there is a Lotus Eater quest in Enkanomiya.
But guys, help me out here.
Okay.
Like, is the ship captain... Enkanomiya has lotuses. Has the lotuses. See, that's bizarre.
No, you see them right when you get here.
Well, no, but I'm saying that, like, a ship captain searching for the way back to the surface discovered a tribe of people who ate these lotuses. So, is he talking about a random, like, a ship captain searching for the way back stumbled upon Enkanomiya where they were eating the lotuses? Or that...
Hold on, I think... Okay, so a ship captain searching for the way back to the surface could just simply mean a guy who, like, I don't know if he was a ship captain on the surface and then fell down here and now he's trying to get back out.
Right.
When he was on the surface, he was a ship captain, and now he's underground searching for a way out. And during that time, with other people also trapped down here, he discovered a group of people who eat lotuses. So other people who were down here... But is the tribe that
he's talking about Enkanomiya?
I mean, they're in Enkanomiya, so yes.
Okay. That's kind of weird that he said a tribe. Like, that the story says a tribe of people, like, not...
Well, I mean, that's pretty much what they're reduced to. Like, they either live together or they live in...
I know, but that makes it sound like there's another tribe, so there is no other tribe.
Yeah, it's just groups of people.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what I was confused about, because they're the Lotus Eaters then. That's probably not great.
Well, yeah, some people are probably like, hey, we should find a way out of here, and then other people gave in to the temptation of the lotuses, and they're like, oh, I just want to forget all my problems.
So, okay, well, that would recontextualize things, because that means that the people of Enkanomiya, they fell down here, and the lotuses were already here underground.
Yeah.
And then they ate the lotuses. But then it says some crew members stayed in that place. But it's also a parable, right? So we also don't know if this is even like...
Yeah,
this is a
David
folk
even
story.
It's written in the form of a parable rather than first person.
Yeah, like, this isn't like a first-hand account. It's just a story, so we don't know exactly about...
Which has context, because there is a Lotus Eater quest in Enkanomiya, so
based off of reality,
but,
like, the reason why they're not saying it as us is because it's probably a story that's been passed down, and so, like, it's just a story. So I would take that as, like, there's a group of people in Enkanomiya who found the lotuses and started to eat them, and then some people were like, that's not good.
Yeah.
Just like when Jesus made up stories, I mean, I guess. But would that mean the moral of the story is just eat the fucking flower? Because that's what it sounds like, right? Life is a boundless ocean of suffering. It sounds like the moral of the story is you might as well eat the flower, because this guy, it never says that he got home. Even though it says some crew members, right? If it is just a story, but anyway. But yeah, I was a little confused about that one. But yeah, I can't tell if that's advocating for eating the lotus or not. But yeah, that is based off of the Odyssey, whatever's going on there. Okay, the Year of Blindness.
Wait, hold on. I do want to... I'm surprised you glossed over something.
What?
The identity... Who do you think the second throne is? Or, like, your
I was gonna save that for later, because... Like, okay. I was gonna say, if there's 7 thrones, those are representative of the Archons. If there's only 1 throne, I think that that's gonna be, like, a wife. Or something. Like, there's some sort of...
given that there's 2 thrones, and one of them is the Heavenly Principal's Fanis, who do you think this second one is? Or what do you think the context is that one
I
throne moved in on Teyvat, and now a second throne is moving in?
Well, I wanted to finish first before I got there.
Okay.
Because that's context dependent, basically. You know what I mean? Because the first time they said the eternal throne, this is just a second throne, right? And so, like, to me, if it's just one other throne, that's like Hades and Persephone, right? The god and then the wife, right? But if it's like, and then a third throne, and then a fourth throne, like, that's gonna be a different story. What?
I said, but they're fighting. They started a whole new war.
Well, that doesn't mean that it's... that doesn't mean it's not a wife.
So you think they came from the same place? You think they know each other?
Yeah, I think that they know each other. It's just the context of, like, what it means, I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, if there are 7 thrones, that's gonna be very suspicious in terms of, and those thrones are associated with a specific archon. If it's just this person, like, that could have been anything. That could have been, like, the brother of the primordial one was like, hey, what the fuck are you doing over here? I want my share, too. But yeah, I do think ultimately, whatever the answer is, they came from the same place. It's just the context of who the individual is in relation to the primordial one that I wanted to save until later.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm assuming that something probably happened to their own planet, and then they were coming here, right? And the primordial one was like, oh, well, you know, I already found my planet, so go somewhere else.
All right, you can continue then.
But maybe they ultimately, if there are only 2 of them, maybe they ultimately did decide to work together, and he gave them some sort of, like, okay, fine, whatever, like, take it, you know? Like, you could have half of the world, I guess. Kind of like how Zeus and Poseidon and Hades, they're split into 3, right? They all have dominion over something. So, like, it depends on how this war went. They never say that, like, and the person on the second throne killed the primordial one, at least not yet. So either they're working together, or the second throne went home. Like, we have to figure out, what happened with that, right? Yeah, 1 throne and then ruling all the other little thrones is what I'm thinking, Mr. Leaf, exactly. Okay, so the Sage of Abrax's wisdom was awakened, and he unveiled a light-bringing miracle. Yeah, so that's the light tower. So our ancestors began to build the Helios with him as their leader. Okay, great. The year of sight, or the first year of the sun and moon. Helios, the divine chariot of the sun, was finally completed. The white night came, the evernight was banished. The years of the sun and moon had begun. The second year of the sun and the moon. Our ancestors sought the returning way. For surely the war on the surface. I mean, you can only hope. Okay. But the primordial one on the first throne. So now they're saying first throne instead of eternal throne.
Well, Kaylin, they all just mean the same thing.
Well,
like,
no, it's very important. Like, I think it is important.
Eternal throne, primordial
because
one,
eternal throne kind
principles.
of no, because eternal throne kind of means he never expected anyone else to come here. Now they're calling him first throne, right? Had laid down a ban preventing our ancestors from finding the path home. In that case, the primordial one must have defeated the second who came. That's not true. Those statements don't correlate to each other at all. Abrax was imprisoned by order of the Sunchild. These seem unrelated. Like, what do they mean by that?
By what?
Like, these things are these, like, different events that happen? Because they're like, oh, by the way, Abrax was also in prison. Like...
Well, these are just talking about, like, significant events that happened in Enkanomiya during this time.
But I'm just saying, like, the primordial one laid down a ban, so surely he must have defeated the second who came. That's like, you're jumping to conclusions, buddy. That doesn't mean that he did.
Well,
he
yeah,
could have
that's
just
a cope.
surrendered.
That's a cope.
They could have joined forces, and that would be interesting,
too. But also, you would expect them to think that because... Why would their creators side with someone who initiated a war that caused them to fall down here anyway?
Right. Or also lose. Lose the fight.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, they could also lose. Yeah, but I mean, obviously they're gonna root for their god.
Here's my thing about that. I think that one of 2 things happened. No, I think that one thing happened, actually. I changed my mind. I think what happened was that the primordial one is now ruling with the second person, right? If we think about them, whether they're siblings, we'll find out later if there are more thrones, whatever. I think that the reason why they put the ban then for the ancestors to come back is because they didn't want anyone to know that the primordial one is fallible or like could be threatened in such a way, and so they negotiate, like, you know what I mean? They wouldn't want the ancestors who only knew one primordial one to come back up and be like, oh, there's another one? That's weird. The question is how they found out about that a second throne came here.
But that implies that there's no one else on the surface.
What do you mean?
Enkanomiya was the only place. Well, Enkanomiya themselves fell down here, but that doesn't mean everyone fell down.
I think other people died. I think that I think we're getting to humanity 2.0 now. That's what I think is happening.
So that's your assumption?
We haven't gotten there yet, but I can see that might end up being the case, basically. They don't want anyone to live long enough to remember a time. But then it could also just be, Arnold, that over time people forget, and so that's okay, but like these people wouldn't forget because it's the only history that they've known the whole time, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So maybe they wouldn't have to kill everyone else, but I'm kind of wondering. Okay, so now we have another random parable in the middle of the story, but I'm assuming that this is actually going to be related to what I'll just read it and then I'll talk about what I think after. Okay. The parable of the tree. The king's gardener, okay, and the tree spirit of the royal garden were in love. But the king wished to repair the beams of his pavilion and so needed to cut down the tree with the most spiritual energy within it. The king was the incarnation of the primordial one, and the gardener could not defy the sovereign of the sovereigns, so he could only bring his plea to the king's priest, who was the incarnation of okay, that's a name that we've heard before, too.
The
Tokyo
God
Okami. Wait a minute. What do you mean?
Tokyo Okami is the god of time.
And Kyros is the god of time?
Those are all her nicknames. Tokyo Okami, Kairos, Istaroth.
Okay. So
the Thousand Winds.
The king is the primordial one and the gardener is time.
Incarnations, yes.
But like, let's just make it simple, right?
Sure.
Who's the gardener then? Life or a real gardener? I don't know. The priest had pity on the gardener and said, "Go cut the branches of the spirit tree down." So the gardener did, and afterwards did as the king ordered, cutting the tree spirit itself down. Then the priest said, wait, so the priest told the gardener, cut the branches, and then the gardener was like, okay, we cut the branches and the tree. Sure, that's not what she said for you to do, bestie, but fine. Then the priest said, plant the spirit tree's branches in the ground. But the gardener said, a spirit tree shall take 500 years to grow. Your one thought shall echo throughout eternity. So the gardener planted the branches in his backyard. In an instant, the slim branches grow into a new tree, and the new tree was a continuation of the past one. Right, so the seed from this moment into the future. So is that supposed to be what happened with Makoto? Yeah. Or is this another different instance just showing that, like, the God of Time did it before? Well, I know that. But is it, like, that this happened multiple times, or is this mostly just about the time with Makoto?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is a question.
I know it's a parable, guys, so I can't take it too literally. But that also, like, brings up the question, because I said earlier, what if the primordial one sucked out the light of everything, right? So it seems like that the primordial one kind of needs the power from the stuff on Teyvat, and he's not very self-sufficient, right? Yeah, obviously this is about the ley lines. I'm just trying to think of, like, The king
Hello?
wished to repair the beams of his pavilion. Yeah, Arnold?
Oh, no, there was like a pause there.
Well, I'm just thinking as a metaphor, the primordial one is losing power, so he has to cut down the tree. If there is a real tree, still, right? Like if we're talking about a literal tree. Issaroff is like, that's gonna cause problems. That's a bad idea, but doesn't say anything. And instead they just plant the branches from the old tree. Like, if we're to take this kind of semi-literally, it sounds like the primordial one needs power. To some extent. Needed the wood for something, had to chop down a tree. Well, you know what would be interesting, okay? This is like level 5. Like, if 5 is the maximum. No, I'll say this is DEFCON 10 cooking, guys, okay? What if the primordial one had no power in the first place? But they just knew how to suck the power out of Teyvat all the way back to when they arrived here in the first place. And so the reason why he needs the tree, like he needs the wood from the tree, was to make the throne for the second person. Now, I know they went to war, but maybe this was the compromise, right? Like maybe the
they had
compromise.
several wars. They had the war with the dragons. They had the war with the
second throne. So what if this was like, okay, listen. All right, you don't need to take my throne. I'll make you your own throne, right? So that's why he had to cut down the tree to make his, again, if we're talking about wife, I don't know. I think it's more likely to be sibling because of the parallels with the Traveler and her brother, right? But I'm thinking, like, I know he says repair the beams of his pavilion, but I'm just, like, imagining in a metaphorical way, it's that, like, Celestia is suffering because of the war with the second one, right? And so the compromise could have been to use that energy to make another throne, right? It's interesting how they say that the tree spirit and the gardener were in love, though. Like, that's kind of... Like, I'm like, that seems like a weird... That seems like a weird thing to add, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like, basically Oz the Great and Powerful, he cons everyone, right? So everyone thinks, oh, this god from another place has all this power, but, like, what if he doesn't have the power? What if he only knows how to siphon the power from this place? And then the reason why the primordial one is so mad about the abyss is because that's what abyss energy does, and he doesn't want anyone to know. You know? Could be something like that, right? You're very quiet, Arnold.
Yeah, I was actually I wanted to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Where does the abyss fall in line with all this, in your opinion?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
It sounds like that the abyss... I said this in a different, like, video that or a stream that we did, but it does make me wonder if the abyss is not native to Teyvat. Because if we only had one realm of light... Well, you gotta remember the 3 realms. Right. But if we only had one realm of light and the dragons lived there...
No. The realms are all like, the realms...
Now they are, but what about before? Right?
Well... The human realm was the only new one added when humans were created.
We don't know that. This hasn't even mentioned the abyss yet.
Well, I'm talking about that limited event. That's the only way we know about the 3 realms. It was literally the 3 realms gateway.
But did they say that the abyss and the light existed together before? Because, okay, let me explain what I'm trying to say
everlasting. First. The human realm is literally a creation for humanity, which we are seeing through this reading that they were... Okay.
But what I'm saying is that when you think about light and darkness, like, maybe... Like, because we've been thinking light is up here, heaven, then it's humans, and then the abyss is in hell. Now... Yes, in Genshin, the abyss is in the underground. Like, we see the abyss going down into the earth, right? But what I was thinking more so was, like, the planet before with the dragons was light, or in the realm of light, and that space is the realm of darkness, or the abyss. So when I say that the primordial one had abyss powers and used those powers to siphon out the light, and then be strong or whatever. Basically what I'm saying is that the Abyss realm always existed, but he brought the Abyss into Teyvat and contaminated Teyvat, which is not good. Right?
Well, I thought he broke the egg and then closed it up.
Well, maybe he didn't close it very well. Maybe it's leaking into the... That's what I said earlier. Imagine if there's a hole somewhere. Maybe the hole is where the Abyss comes from. And so it's his hole, like, into space. So that's kind of what I'm thinking now. I'm kind of thinking that the primordial one has abyssal powers because he's from space, right? And that he used the abyss to suck up the elements, like we've talked about, theorizing that the abyss mages do. Like, they use their element and their abyss powers instead of having visions or whatever. And so then the abyss started to contaminate the world, and that's how you get the, yeah, leaky pipes, exactly. So it's not like light, like, it's not like heaven, human, hell, right? Both light and darkness is bad for normal humans. Yeah, we talked about that in the other quest, that elemental energy is giving humans radiation poisoning, and the vision seems to help with that, right? So I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that too, that like if we think about the darkness coming from space, that his darkness, the primordial one's darkness, is like infecting the world. Like maybe the darkness and the light realm were not as intertwined before. Maybe when the dragons ruled it was pretty like separate, it was pretty divided, but then the primordial one kind of accidentally brought the darkness of space into the world. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I have to use the restroom.
Okay. I hope I need to like take notes on the theories that we made during this stream after we're done, because I feel like that this is gonna be important for later. Okay, so Arnold has to pee.
Well, no, you can finish this last passage up.
I don't, but I'm looking at the chat. Were Teyvat gods corrupted by the abyss and then a paradigm shifted the narrative? I mean, I don't think so, though, because they say if the dragons were already in the realm of light. You know what I mean? Unless he took some of the abyss to make more world. Hi, Cal. Hi, Arnold. Hi. We are trying to cook. Okay, so 10th year of the sun and moon. Abrax is gone. The events before the sun and moon have been recorded. Well, if I did not dare to write things down just as they happened, how could I consider myself a scribe of time? Okay. So this person was writing like they're a disciple of the shade. Hark I hear without hark I hear armor without, here I shall stop writing. Oh, so he's done, I guess. Okay. So, well, he says he wrote things down just as they happened, but like he didn't really do that. He took some there's some parables in here. He had some creative liberties, right? Okay, let's look at the volume 3. The text records the geography and the hydrology of Byokoku with the sealing of the depths and the immigration of the people from Watasumi Island as well as the passing down of long years. This book is now useless. Oh, great. That's not nice. Yeah. I mean, the Book of the Sun and Moon was the big one, like, that Arnold was talking about before Sun and Moon, and, like, it definitely, like, we do have revelations here, like, it is important, but I'm waiting for, like, the mind-blowing moment of the stream, and I feel like that we haven't exactly gotten that yet. Do you guys know what I mean? I'm sure for you guys, I mean, maybe it's just about the timing that this, like, released, but also, I'm just as blind as all you guys were. But yeah, I'm kind of waiting for that big, like, oh... I mean, it is interesting, but I guess what the problem is that I already thought that the primordial one came from somewhere else. You know, like, before we had a name for him, I already had an idea that, like, somebody moved in on Celestia on Teyvat to begin with. So maybe that's why I'm not as surprised, but I'm waiting for, like, the big, like, moment. I do wonder about the second throne, though, because that would mean, like, if everyone has dominion over something, maybe, like, does that person have dominion over something we haven't talked about? Confirmation's a big deal. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm just waiting for, like, the thing. You know? The big thing. Because it is interesting. Like, I'm glad. It's just that I'm not surprised, I guess I should say. I want to be surprised. I want something to surprise me during the stream. That's all. Confirmation's good. I think the big reveal was the dragon lore. Yeah, like, the idea that there were 7 dragons is interesting. Like, I do think that that is a good point. Like, that is something that we needed to kind of know. I guess what I should say is that what I'm hoping for is how, like, the Archons came to exist. That's what I kind of want, like, for us to get to, but I don't know if that'll be right now, you know what I mean? Okay, why don't we read this while Arnold's gone? Because, like, this is just about, this is just about the Earth, you know what I mean? Okay, the lands beneath the depths are vastly different from those on the surface, to the extent that all surface-derived common sense must be abandoned down below. All we formerly knew of land and sea was given to us directly by the heavens. In this new world of ours, we must begin, groping even for the simplest methodologies, methodologies anew. Oh, you who came after and read these words, do not take the life you lead for normalcy. Even if after 100 or 1,000 years people should grow used to life down here, always remember these days with neither sun nor moon are abnormal. Even if some sage were to draw us the sun, there will surely be filthy wretches who will borrow its light to cast shadows over us. This book intended to help people understand the world they live in, but never forget our desire to return to the light. Well, see, that's interesting too, because we had that, like, again, Odysseus trying to get home. So I do think that that was probably real. Like, I think that that might have actually happened. Like, someone was trying to get home. This book has been edited. Okay. Has been changed from a Thothic Earth to Tokyo Koku before becoming... Yeah, so that was based off of the time god's name. So this was like her place before becoming Bia Koku. Okay. Hi, Arnold.
Where are you right now?
We're reading the geology text.
All right, what passage are you on?
It seems like what does athodic mean? Earth has some special meaning. We're about to read Of Wind and Water. I just read the first one, but what does oh my god, athothic?
Athodic is like it's like a place where sunlight can't reach.
Okay.
Like when you like water levels, like a certain point where the sun can't go past a certain point of water.
Right. Well, if they're saying it has a special meaning, I wonder if, again, that's like, oopsie, that's like metaphorical, that the gods, again, the light, the elements, or something can't reach
this
down
book.
here.
Oh, is it right here? It says, even the name of the book's title has been changed to Athodic Earth to Tokoyo Koku.
Yeah.
Before becoming, so it's basically, Athodic Earth just means a land that's too far for light to reach.
Right. So you would think that that's the light of Celestia, you know?
Or just the literal sun, because Enkanomiya is so far underground.
Right, but I'm thinking about, like, the metaphorical meaning. Because they came here to escape the gaze of...
I thought that was the metaphorical.
Well, I'm saying that the people... sorry, the Vishaps, like, the creatures came down here to escape Celestia.
Ah, I see.
Right,
gotcha.
so...
And light in general, so the double meaning there.
Yeah, okay, so Biaokoku has no mountains, so it's pointless to speak of them. Great. However, our priests and sages have detected something. Even in these depths, the power of the undying wind and the water still remain. The personification of the undying wind, okay, Tokyo Okami. What does that name mean in Japanese? Can you guys go, look, maybe? If anyone doesn't mind, I would appreciate it. I know that it says poetically rendered the thousand winds or the thousand winds of time, but I want, like, in our modern context, what do these names, like,
Tokoyo Okami translates to Great God of the Unchanging World in Japanese.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, boy,
well,
okay.
Yeah, Time.
Is Venti... We'll talk about that later. Water, on the other hand, is the might of the Vishap realm, represented by the Bemisful Vishaps. We have already developed a certain field of study regarding the relationships between sunfire, wind, and water. Okay. Undying wind must be considered, but sure. Civil engineering, yeah.
Where are you reading right now? I'm like lost.
I'm above the border. I was paraphrasing.
Above the border. I don't know what
the border's of Biokoku.
Oh, okay. I see. All right, you're good.
Yeah, so, okay. Like, I know that they capitalize... Well, okay. Just because there's water here doesn't mean there's, like, a deity of water. Like, in the sense of, like... It's not like Farina's controlling the pipes, you know what I mean? Like, that's not really how the Archons work, right? But, like, the Thousand Wind thing... And, like, when has
It's actually a place called the Thousand Winds Temple in Mondstadt.
I'm just wondering, like, when has time ever been depicted as, like, wind? That's very strange.
In Quest, actually.
Well, no, I'm not saying in Genshin. I'm saying, like, in our...
Oh.
In the world. So I'm just wondering, like... Because now, obviously, I'm thinking about Venti because, you know what I mean?
She and he were both worshipped in Mondstadt at one point.
So, but that, like, that brings up a whole other can of worms because there's only 5 shades and there's 7 Archons. Not every Archon, like, not every Archon can be a shade, right? So, like, I don't, unless he's, like, undercover. Like, but then the question... You know what I mean? Venti's profile? Okay.
Also, you have to do a story quest. That'll probably help.
To get the profile, or is it already in there?
No, I'm saying for this conversation you're having, like, his story quest is important.
I don't even know if I have Venti. I don't have Venti. Can I see his shit if I don't have him?
No.
Oh.
I'll pull it up for you. Don't.
You guys are gonna have to tell me what it. That's so dirty. I can't see his voice lines unless I have him. That's bullshit.
Not in game. You have to go to like the Wikipedia.
4 shades. I know Vetigree, but I'm including the big one. Like I'm including the primordial one as reason. Still, there's not enough to account for, like, every single... You guys understand what I'm saying. It's not like every Archon... Venti would be, like, a special case of, like, fucking around, and so that's... I'm
Venti's
curious.
Profile, like, his... Oh, they're talking about the readable stuff. I thought it was in, like, his voice line or something. Yeah, that's, like... I'd have to, like, read through to find out specifically what they're talking about.
I'm sure David... I mean, David might already have it if he knows... He knows where it is. Okay, let me read the borders while we go figure that out. The borders are marked out by 3 corners. These mark the limits of the seesaw clash between humanity and the Vishaps. During the era of Biokoku, the Towers of 3 Realms were built at... The Towers of the 3 Realms?
Yeah, sorry. Really quick, I'm just gonna say, I don't think she should read his character story until she does his story quests. Because that's kind of like a spoiler.
Okay, but if it's in his profile, well...
Yeah, I know, but his profile, like, that's, like, personally, I think people should do the story quests to get information before the profiles tell you what the story quest might tell you.
Okay,
it's just more immersive that way.
We'll do that later. Also, hi, idiots, react in the
that'd be
YouTube
nice
chat.
to do after, his quest is really short, so, like, doing his quest and then, like, going on my account to read his lore.
Today.
I'm not saying today. I'm just saying when you do Venti story quests.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, that was a plan, right? Like him and Zhongli.
Yep.
To do next. Okay, so hold the fuck on, right? The Towers of the 3 Realms were built at these 3 corners used to harmonize the 3 elements. Their ancient names have been lost to time, but they were renamed after the coming of Watatsumi. The towers are exceedingly important. They are not in locations aligned with either wind or water. Rather, their purpose is to stabilize the tendencies of Byakoku and control the winds and waters. If the towers were to be imperiled, so would the entire nation. As such, they have been hidden using secret arts. Only the shrine maidens can So are these towers on the surface?
No, these were from the limited event. The 3 towers of the 3 realms gateway offering.
Well, where are they?
They're in Enkanomiya, but they were only in the limited event.
They're underground, or they're above?
Yeah, they're in Enkanomiya.
Okay. So...
Yeah.
Well, this is a little... What does this mean? Towers of the 3 realms. So there's 3 towers underground.
Okay, so what it basically means is that Enkanomiya is the nexus point where all 3 realms converge.
Right,
so,
but did the towers
so.
pre-exist them, or did they build the tower? Like, it says we're built at these 3 corners, but...
I mean, we only have to go off of whatever this text says.
Right. Well, okay, during the era... Towers of the 3 realms were built at these 3 corners. But, like, how did they know to build the towers? You know what I mean? Sussy.
They had, I mean, Istaroth probably told them or shared that information with
Well,
Abaraku.
that's what I'm getting at, right? So, yeah, because you wonder if there are towers in other places. Obviously, like, we have the divine needles, but I don't think that that's, related. Unless they are related, or, like, they're related in the sense that, like, they sent the needles down to Earth to, like,
there's more
fix
than 3,
everything.
There's more than 3 divine nails also.
No. I'm saying that they sent down the divine nails to fix everything, right? To, like, restabilize Teyvat or whatever. I'm saying, like, if the construction of the nails works on a similar principle as these towers that Istaroth told them to build. Do you know what I mean?
Maybe, but, I mean, there would have to be an abyssal influence here.
What do you mean?
If it works like that. Like you just said, like the nails only quell the abyss, so like the towers would have to quell something, no?
Well, I meant more so like the principle of putting the towers there, you know? Like, using things from Celestia to stabilize. Like, I'm just wondering if it's, like, connected somehow. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it does say
I
here,
wish I could see the tower.
The 3 towers were built to harmonize the 3 realms, so no one realm overtakes another.
Yeah.
So that's it.
I just wonder if there's something on a bigger scale somewhere else.
Yeah, you're gonna have to look into that event.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said I wish I could see them, because they may have something, like...
They were just towers with markings on them.
I just wonder if, like, Teyvat has 3 towers. Like, I'm wondering if there's more towers on a larger scale, and that Istaroth may have built 3 towers here because they were destabilized. Well, what if every kingdom had 3 towers? That would kind of be interesting.
Like... What?
No, I'm saying, like,
Nothing.
What if every kingdom had 3 towers and that was what was keeping the... Like, because, okay, so we never see hilly trolls inside of the kingdom walls. Now, you can argue that they kill them before they get there. But, like, as far as we know, we've never... Like, the monsters are not going into the kingdoms. So, it makes you wonder if the kingdoms are built with some sort of security measure.
Yeah, famous last words, am I right, chat?
Well, I'm just wondering. I'm just asking. I'm not saying it's true. It'd be an interesting idea if every nation kind of had some sort of secret thing to stabilize it, because Celestia's been messing with everything. But anyway, let's read. I don't know if those towers are going to be important right now. The Narrows were sandwiched between the mountain face and an area known as the Roundlands, thus earning... Well, I thought... Okay. In the Roundlands, earning in the location. However, the exceedingly strange tectonic shifts in Byaokoku caused the Roundlands to collapse into the depths, thus causing the Narrows to widen significantly. I don't know if I understand. I don't know if I understand what that means.
The Narrows and also this next area, the Serpent's Heart, are locations in Enkanomiya on the map.
Oh,
so it's just talking about the geographical significance of these areas and.
It's just funny because they said earlier there are no mountains, so don't dream of them. And now it's like, by the way, the sandwich between. But I'm assuming they mean before it, like when it all fell.
Well,
the mountain fell.
The area you start when you come here, that is the Narrows, which you're basically like sandwiched between two mountains.
Yeah. So like, I'm basically saying that like the Narrows were above ground and then they fell and they made that area and like all the other whatever.
Yeah.
Are you saying the Hilly Trolls never try to enter the cities? I don't think they have.
Yeah. D-Luke's story quest. He like fights them off on the bridge.
Oh.
As they're like running towards the city.
Well, but just because they try doesn't mean that they can actually get inside. They made an attempt, but
how would they? You can't make that argument. You don't have evidence.
Well, but I'm saying that, like, we've never seen a Hilly Troll dead-ass center in the city, is all I'm saying.
We've seen an Abyss Mage.
Have we?
Yeah, also D-Luke's quest. He was actually in the city, yeah.
Okay, well then maybe that doesn't work. But
yeah, D-Luke was putting in work.
But, like, that just is, they're harmonizing, right? It doesn't mean that, like, if you're around the Tower of Light, it's gonna keep them out, like, forever. I just wonder if we're talking about, like, spawning. Like, maybe Hilly Trolls can't spawn in the cities. Maybe.
Nothing spawns, Caitlin. Things are just, this, yeah, now you're gamifying it.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, say there are 3 towers in Mondstadt. One of them is where the Duval, like, whatever, like the ruins thingy with the big tower. Then one of them's the church, and then, like, there's somewhere outside that has a lot of abyss energy or something. Like, maybe those things are still harmonizing.
But that doesn't correlate to every nation.
Well, I don't know. That's why I said maybe. We have to go look later. Anyway, I just wonder, like, this specific area needed the towers to harmonize. So does that mean, like, we're all okay as long as we're above?
It only needed them to harmonize because this is where all 3 of them would, like, cannibalize each other.
Right.
That's the only reason the towers are here.
But
it's because the 3 elements are, like, the 3 realms are, like, this is the only place, like, in Teyvat where they have a chance of usurping one another. So the 3 like the towers keep them all, like, even, so that doesn't happen. Yeah, but I'm saying
I wonder why that is. Like, I wonder, does that mean that they did something to Teyvat on the surface? Well, I'm saying, like, did they do something to Teyvat on the surface to make sure that that wouldn't happen otherwise?
Well, it would start from here. You wouldn't need to do it on the top because everything is kind of like, it's from Enkanomiya that it would kind of fester and spread up.
So are you saying that this is the only place in, like, the whole nation where the abyss, the realm of light, and then the...
I'm saying this is where it could create an imbalance.
But why?
Because if the light energy over accumulates, that's a threat to humanity. If the void realm overthrows, like, if the void energy festers, then that's a threat to the human realm and the light realm. Like, any one of these realm energy, not really human realm. Like, human realm doesn't really have one. Human realm is like the neutral realm. It's really there for the light and dark realm energies.
But what I'm saying is, Arnold, is that I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, it's not like we saw a giant pit going into the abyss down here. Like, to me, when we talk about, like, light and dimensions bleeding through, yeah, like, Vetagree's right. Like, basically, I'm asking, why in this place are the dimensions bleeding through? Is it because the Earth is unstable? Like, they talked about, like the Earth or whatever, right? Is it that because they're underground, the elements get, like, trapped in here like air and there's nothing to filter them out? Like, basically, what I'm asking is, like, why are they getting stuck? And, like, how? Because it's not like there's, like I said, a giant pit. It's not like there's a doorway of, like, abyss energy down here.
I guess there's no answer to that, then. I'm just explaining why the towers are doing what they're doing.
I mean, if you think about it, well, there kind of is. If you think about it like air ducts, you know what I mean? Like that there's no circulation. If you think about, oh, a lack of circulation causes a buildup of light and a buildup of darkness, I can accept that as an answer. Like, that kind of makes sense. You know what I mean? The dimensions are bleeding through because there's nowhere for the energy to go.
I know, but, like, in-game from where you are, I wouldn't tell you information that you shouldn't know yet. So
Right.
All I can say is, like, there's no answer I can give you that would be satisfactory because you're here now.
Okay. Because, yeah, that was just, like, that just confused me a little of, like, okay, well, why does this specific, like, this one place, all the dimension? It's not like there are doors to these dimensions down here, or at least it doesn't seem like there are.
I'm sure Hoyo also has extrapolated some of this information in the world quests that are here, but not all. You haven't done all of them, so.
Well,
there's that too.
Because there's only two, like. Okay, let me re-explain this for anybody that's confused. My thought process here is that they happen to fall into, like, the core of the Earth in kind of almost purgatory. We're under any usual circumstance before they fell down here. This was the place where somehow you could gain access to light, void humanity. You know what I mean? Like some sort of middle purgatory land. So basically what I was trying to figure out is that did they fall into purgatory, or is it just because this place got cut off from Celestia when they all fell down here? It's not that this is like some special place that pre-existed before they fell. It's that because they fell and they're closed, the energy has no circulation. So Issaroff created basically a vent to make sure that the energy goes out. Because if we talk about the chasm and like too much light is bad for humans and too much darkness is bad, like the way that humans seem to be okay is through a vision, right? So through having a vision, the light doesn't, you know, cause them to get sick, like that girl in the chasm cave that was dying because of too much light and too much darkness. So basically, I'm like, did they happen to fall into purgatory, or did this place getting trapped underground cut them off from the natural circulation of the elements? Maybe we get that answer not now, right? But those are the two things that I'm like, that's what I wanted clarity on. Did they fall down here in the epicenter of where all the elements meet? There's also not really a lot of evidence to say that, like, the void bleeds into here, because we haven't seen any abyss bullshit.
The event. You did in the event.
Sad.
Yeah, they made an entirely separate Enkanomiya for it, where when you come here and you look at the map is literally filled with, like, abyssal darkness on the map, and you have to go to all areas of Enkanomiya with, like, this light box, and you have to
like the chasm, kinda.
You have to slowly disperse that darkness over time. It was really, really cool, and the enemies were way stronger because of it.
That's kind of bullshit. Like, that's kind of bad.
I mean, that was the whole point. The whole point of the event was the void realm energy was the void realm energy,
like the
was
tower
seeping
was
in. And we had to stabilize it.
But that's kind of bullshit that they wouldn't mention that in, like, that's kind of important.
Yeah.
That shouldn't have been a limited time event. Well, now that I'm leaning more towards purgatory, like that they accidentally tripped and fell into purgatory, which is a very nasty coincidence, I guess. Dang, gotta go to a wedding? Good luck puzzling. Well, the VOD will be up after Vetagre, but thank you guys. All of you guys, thank you guys for sticking around. Sorry if I'm, like, ignoring chat. I'm trying so hard. Trying so hard to think. All I have are raisins. My brain is...
All right, let us continue.
Collapsing. Okay. The first time our ancestors discovered this place, it already played host to a unique phenomenon in which the space itself might overlap in a certain locale. What? Later, those who came before us would utilize this phenomenon by creating the serpent's heart. It would be used to guard secrets, imprison criminals, and worship the great imaginary serpent Ouroboros. In the earliest times, this place was called Delphi, the Land of Snakes. This time did not change after the arrival of Watatsumi Okami. Ancient arts depict the scaleless serpent as Ouroboros, and the coral-adorned serpent as Obarashi. Okay, well, in which space itself might overlap? What does that mean? Okay, well then that kind of brings up the mirror, too. Like, is that an example of overlapping? Like, it would be used to guard secrets, so they made the overlapping space. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I love how they have no explanation.
You learn a little bit, well, there is gonna be, well, this came out, Enkanomiya came out in 2.4. There is a 2.7 Archon quest, the Chasm one, that kind of goes a little bit more into this space phenomenon.
I feel like space should be capitalized, but that's okay. Okay. The earliest name of this place was Helios. It was the high tower built by Sage Baraku, standing for Earth, the element between wind and water. According to the prophecy, this was likely the sun that the sage displayed, used to light those lightless caverns. It was used to cast a great shadow over the nation. Okay. So that was just geography.
Yep.
This is records of the Vishaps. No Vishaps were killed in the writing of these records. Oh dear, okay.
I love that.
So they're experimenting on the Vishaps?
Well, yeah, they're the ancestors of the dragons, and the dragons harness the elements, so...
Okay. Effective today...
For research.
All experiments regarding the dragon heirs will be directed by Watatsumi Okami in person. All files preceding the founding year of the Watatsumi calendar have been destroyed. Dossier serial numbers shall no longer use the categories Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta,
Epsilon.
Which...
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Why?
Okay, no, it's just like your reading is like broken up a little bit.
Oh, I don't think that they heard that. I think it's your internet. Which used the ancient Watatsumi tongue. Instead, we shall use earth, water, fire, wind, ether. Okay, well that's interesting.
And void.
Because that implies... Well, see, I had a theory about that in another stream, that with Lumin, it's a little Lumin, oh my god, Lumin, it's a little suspicious, and Aether, right? And then I wonder if they were controlling, you know, light and darkness, and then we did that thing with Dvalin's tooth and all that stuff. So they are acknowledging then that, I know they don't talk about, like, Electro, but they are kind of acknowledging in that case that, like, void and light, like, those are elements then.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because, like,
because they don't mention,
in this place
cryo.
they would say electro, cryo, and dendro would be the proper elements, or electricity, plant, or like dendro.
Well, we're missing cryo. We're missing cryo and
yeah, we're missing cryo? The three I said. We're missing cryo, electro, and dendro.
Well, dendro's earth, unless you. I mean,
no,
I
dendro's plant. Geo's earth.
Yeah, I guess separating them. Okay.
Yeah. You want to know why they don't do that?
Water's related to cryo. Like those things that makes sense.
Okay. So if you want to fold that in, you can fold cryo into hydro. You can fold cryo into water. You can fold dendro into earth.
Fire.
Okay, then I guess that works.
Well, earth and water make plants.
Okay, we're not mixing and matching.
No, I'm saying when you combine earth and water together. No, but I'm saying when you combine earth and water, you get plants. When you do, when you have water, and I guess we'll just call it wind, because wind can make things cold,
you get a swirl reaction.
Get ice. And then fire would be, I guess, fire and wind would be electro. So yeah, like, it makes sense, like, the elements correspond to the categories.
Okay.
Okay, quotation marks, fine. I don't need to read all that, do I? These experimental records are not to be used for diaries, love letters, or fantasy novels. Yeah, so they're just explaining how it's categorized. Okay, the dragon heirs, therefore hereafter named Vishaps or simply Vishaps, evolution is plain for all to see. Water 101, Dragon Heir Evolution 1. We have tried lowering the temperature in the living environs of a young heat-resistant Vishap. What's environs mean?
Environs, like just the living environment.
Oh, okay. So like his cage.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a result, they were
weaker once matured. We suspect this is because his body did not possess the seed required to resist an environment. Right. However, its descendants would possess highly... Okay, that would express the cryo element, so it's just like exactly what I said. Okay.
Are you eating?
Higher... Yeah, I had a couple of reasons. Higher body fat, greater towards sleep, and would express a cryo element. Okay. Anti-hunger, my assistant felt sad. All right, buddy. That's funny, though. Like, this is kind of funny. Once we place their descendants into sweltering conditions, they would again choose, like their ancestors, the heat-resistant trait. However, none of them developed traits indicative of the pyro element thus far. We do not have enough data to reach a conclusion at present, but we can make an educated guess that the Vishaps have the ability to awaken their seed freely before maturation. Vishaps' mothers...
Hold on. Yeah, just make sure you emphasize bathymal, because this is for them specifically.
Okay. Bathymal Vishaps. Vishap mothers can also create new seeds to pass on to their descendants should they encounter theretofore unseen challenging environments. It can be said that even before encountering us, the people of Enkanomiya, the Vishaps had already stored a veritable armory within their bodies. Okay. That's a little suspicious.
What?
Just this whole situation. So...
They can adapt.
Yeah.
That's not suspicious.
But I'm wondering in terms of... I
mean, the bathymal Vishaps here have, we've seen them under different elemental types.
Well, I'm thinking about back at the chasm, how there's a bunch of stuff that are, like, light contaminated. In that sort of thing. I know that those aren't Vishaps, but... Like, that there were a bunch of things that, illuminated, I guess, ether, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
In the chasm, there were a bunch of stuff like the lizards, the flowers, like they were all contaminated by the heavenly nail.
The Vishaps weren't. The Vishaps are just vibing. They're just elemental creatures.
Well, I'm saying the other stuff in the cave.
Okay.
So I'm just sort of wondering about like how this connects to the idea of like having a vision. You know what I mean? If at all.
I don't think it does because this is all predating that.
Yeah, but I wonder if the principle of giving a vision somehow works on this, like the primordial one based it off whatever this principle is. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Maybe it's that. Okay, so this fits in with another theory we had earlier. Like, not earlier today, earlier in life. I'm just, okay. So we had a theory that everyone who gets a vision, it's all related to something specific, right? And I'm not gonna go through all of them again because half of them I don't remember. But like for the Pyro Archon, or sorry, for the Pyro characters, we all talked about that there's some sort of family legacy, like D-Luke in the winery, and then, you know, Klee's mom is God knows where, and then the Pyro Archon, I had a theory that like they have to fight for their position, and if you can beat her in a fight, you get her Gnosis. And there's this whole, so what I'm wondering is, I know what you're saying, Arnold, that like this predates it, but what if the idea of giving a vision is that like you have, not necessarily the Archon, because the Archon, obviously we know they don't do it themselves, but I'm wondering that the seed that people have nurtured by their environment, like I know they said the descendants, and so it's not like you specifically based on your environment, but like what if everybody, well, it could be though, because if the parents, like if we're talking about like D-Luke and Klee and stuff, like the seed that the parents had influences what the kids will have.
But that's everybody. Everyone has a parent. So
no,
like,
I know everyone has a parent. I'm saying that the seeds that someone has in their heart awaken, and that's how they get the vision. Whether that seed is like actually genetic and like literally like in your DNA, or if it's all humans are a blank slate and then whatever happens to them, the seed is activated and then they get the thing from Celestia. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That would also explain why the Traveler can switch between the elements. Because most people, you would think, only get one seed, maybe.
Well, the thought for the Traveler is that he's not from this world.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying that, like, for everyone else, you only get one seed, and then you're one and done. Unless we ever see a case of someone having one vision and then getting another vision, right? And so I wonder if everyone has, like, the seed in their heart, and then something like how they're talking about like the descendants would have like the seed and they have the ability to awaken the seed. The humans would awaken the seed. And maybe there's, well, that's interesting because they say before maturation. I know that like, obviously again, these are dragons, so it may not work the same way as humans, but I wonder like, do we know anyone who has gotten a vision in old age? Like, if your seed doesn't go, is it just, like, locked up forever? You know what I mean? I think each Archon grabs a bag of visions. Well, we've already heard that that's not exactly the case. You know?
Well, we heard it
with
from
everyone.
Someone who doesn't have all the information. They just go based on the fact that she is an Archon.
What do you mean?
Like, you're talking about A, right?
Well, I'm pretty sure that, like, we've heard from other characters that, like, it's not like that somebody showed up and gave it to them. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like God appeared. It's not like Farina was like, oh, here, child, please have your hydro vision. Like, that's what I mean. The Archons don't be out here just delivering all of them for everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder if humans have a seed then. And the seed system was maybe, like, inspired by these creatures, by the primordial one is basically what I'm saying. Because then that would also make sense, like, in terms of the energy system, and you had to make humans that, like, somehow fit in, like, with this environment and stuff, right? So, the way that, to make sure that humans would be able to thrive in this world, they have a seed in their heart, but maybe the seed, if they have too much power because the humans weren't made for here, the seed can kill them. And so to make sure that the elements don't, you know, destroy them, they need to have a vision. And if you don't have a vision, but you've awakened, then you're fucked, and that's bad. The results of the intelligence test are astonishing. Void 207 Vishap intelligence report. Okay. Through a screening process consisting of rewards and punishments. Although previous research indicates that screening is unnecessary, Vishaps are, one and all, adapters par excellence. The linguistic capacities of the Vishaps 4 generations down are starting to approach that of a 12-year-old human student! Oh god, they're talking! Okay. Perhaps It might be more accurate to say the Vishaps have always had their own methods of communication. What they're displaying here is their ability to learn. Well, that's fascinating. I mean, it makes sense that they'd be able to talk. I mean, I'm thinking about the mushrooms again, right? We believe these experiments should be stopped. Oh, great. That's not good. If not, we may yet be proven narrow-minded for having dismissed that last person who wrote a fantastical tale about the Vishap people. Prophecy holds that dragon sovereign of water will be born into a human form. We must not let that wait a fucking minute. Well, now, hold on a fucking second. What do you mean? We must not let this happen in Enkanomiya. Prophecy holds that the dragon sovereign of water will be born in a human form. Oh, boy. Wait. Okay. So... Wait a second. Yeah, so who's the last person who wrote a fantastical tale, Arnold? Was this earlier in this collection?
I don't know who you're referring to.
It says, we may yet be proven narrow-minded for having dismissed that last person who wrote a fantastical tale about the Vishap people. What was that?
I don't know if that's relevant.
It is relevant, though. They're talking about someone who wrote a story about Vishap people.
No, I know that, but, like, I don't know what you mean about...
I want to know about that. Do we have that? Can we go read that?
That was also in the event.
Fucking, what the fuck is wrong with them?
Yeah, we learned about Vishap people.
Oh
about
my god! What's their fucking problem? Like...
Over the course of years, Vishaps have been able to evolve to the point where they look indistinguishable from people. The only way you can tell is by their vertical eyes, like the vertical slits of their eyes.
But okay, but does this story actually exist somewhere that we can read?
No.
Oh.
That's why I said
sure?
it's irrelevant, because they're just... You're asking me if I'm sure?
I just want to know. Like, I just want to make sure, like, because it would make sense for them to mention that here, and then we find another document talking about such a tale, right?
Yeah, it would be, if that's what they actually did, but this came out before the event did. This was in 2.4, and then the event was in 2.5, where they referenced the Vishap people.
Okay, so this is relevant. I promise. A little off topic, but still relevant. So, someone on Twitter posted about the eyes of certain characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
That everybody's eyes has their element in them, except for A and Venti. Okay? So, I went, I don't know, because I don't know. And I was like, that sounds like a job for Lorekeeper Arnold, but it doesn't seem like the community knows either. My first
people
instinct...
probably don't look too deep into it.
Well, that tweet, they didn't have an answer. So, that tweet makes me think now that Farina, the Pyro Archon, Zhongli... Well, Zhongli was a fucking dragon! Wasn't that the whole thing?
No, he's a Vishap. I'm sorry, not a Vishap, sorry. He's an Adeptus who can change his form.
But it was a dragon.
Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't mean he was a dragon, it's just that's the form he took.
That's like semantics, I think. Who are the other Archons that have something in their eyes? Was it only the 3 of them? No, because there's only 5. There's only 5 Archons right now, right?
There's 6. I don't know if they showed Mavwika in that picture.
No, they showed Mavwika, so who am I forgetting?
Oh,
Nahida. I don't remember, but I'm sure that she has them too. I think they're... Okay, then now we're cooking. Venti is Isaraf. Is not born a dragon because Makoto was there. She's a puppet. So that means that Nahida, Farina, Mavrika, and Zhongli are Vishap people. Yeah. I think that they're the dragons then. Cause it says dragon sovereign of water. So maybe like the archons, cause I've been thinking this entire time, how did we get from having 7 dragons to 7 archons? I know that there was the Archon War, whatever, right? Like I've been wondering this entire time about how these things connect to each other, and I thought it was more linear. Like earlier in the chat we talked about this, that I thought, okay, well after the dragons, Celestia immediately like instated.
So you're saying there are dragons that are now archons?
Yeah, for most of them.
And the dragons who fought against Celestia are now subservient to them?
I don't know if I would say subservient as much as like it's not like Farina is the original dragon. It's more like that dragon died and like this is like the child, the spiritual sort of successor. You know what I mean?
I see. Yep.
The avatar reincarnates. Like I'm thinking about it more that way. Because if they say Vishap people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, well, here's the other thing. I have a theory that somehow New Valette and Farina are like the same person. Or like that they're two halves of the same
on
whole.
them when you haven't even gotten there yet.
Well,
you shouldn't even know about
we saw
them
the character trailer thingy.
I know, but that's what I'm saying.
Well, what do you mean? I watched that. I have ideas now.
I know, but you don't.
So
you don't
I wonder if New Valette is the dragon and then Farina is the human. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, why do they have to be both?
Because I've always imagined them like the two, like that they're like that.
They
if you
said the
combine
dragon
them,
sovereign will be born in a human form.
Yeah.
So it can't be both of them. You can't have the dragon and the human at the same time.
But my whole theory was like that New Valette was originally the god.
What this research is implying is that the dragons are able to evolve so much that there will one day be a time when a hydro dragon is able to be born in a human form instead of going from a dragon to a human, they'll just be born as a human.
But I thought we were talking about like creating babies, not like what you're talking about is natural selection.
I'm talking about the research that you just read.
No, I know that, Arnold, but I was thinking about it more like the dragon and the human comes together to produce a hybrid. You're thinking about it more.
I see.
You're thinking about it more like how in Demon Slayer, oh my god, how in Freerin, the demons have evolved just coincidentally to look perfectly human. Is that what you're trying to say to me?
Well, I'm saying based on
Right.
prophecy.
Because I was thinking, like...
It says the dragon
when a dragon and a human love each other very much. Like, I thought what they were trying to say was that the Vishaps can learn and they can evolve to communicate, right? And eventually, one day, that means a dragon's gonna fuck a human, because humans have been fucking monsters ever since ancient Greece, you know what I'm saying? I thought that that's what we were doing. You're saying that the Vishaps are just going to evolve to be more human-like, I guess.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying to apply
Based
what you read to what you're saying.
Yeah. I just thought it was more if the Vishaps have sentience, kind of like the beast from, you know, Beauty and the Beast or whatever, like that people do, you know, Zeus and the swan and whatever, all of that sort of thing, right? So, okay. But back to New Valette, though, and Farina. My theory about New Valette and Farina has always been that, he existed first, and then she came second. I don't know why. I don't know how. I haven't figured that part out yet. But I'm just saying that, would be born in a human form. The possibility could be that he caused it to happen somehow. You know? Especially, so here's the other thing. People, oh my god, I think I had a little bit of raisin still in there. It's gone now. It flew away. Okay, hopefully I find that later. Okay, so I had a theory that, like, the people were under the sea, right? I mean, and we talked about earlier, they say that, like, the Vishaps went into the ocean, right? And then we think that, like, there's Atlantis and stuff in Fontaine. And so what if Farina is the Vishap people, right? And so they got destroyed, like, Atlantis was getting destroyed, and she was the last Vishap person of her kind or something, and then New Valette gave her the Gnosis to, like, save her life or something, and that's how it was born into a human. I don't know. I'm just thinking that, like, there's a whole situation, but I've always seen them because they look so similar that it just seems natural to imagine that they're two halves of the same whole somehow, and I haven't figured out exactly how, but, like, I feel like that's really interesting. I'm surprised people, like, I hope that at the time people clocked that to be related to Fontaine, because that does seem related.
We didn't know anything about Fontaine yet. We didn't even get Sumeru yet.
But I'm saying I hope people kept that at the back of their head, because that's, like, that's crazy.
Well, the theory, well, actually, you don't have her.
Wait! Okay. Wait! No! Arnold, I think I got it, okay? Are you ready? Everyone who has a vision is a Vishap person.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yes, that's how all of this makes sense. That's why some people can't have visions and some people can. And it doesn't seem to be a matter of just like, oh, Celestia, like, loves you more or whatever. Like, there are people that literally, they get their hands on a perfectly good vision and they still can't be using it. So what if that's it? It's not just the Archons. It's just some Archons happen to be Vishap people just because they're all out there, right? So that's why, again, Venti and A would probably be the exception, especially if Venti existed before. But that's what makes sense, because they are saying that the Vishaps have a seed, right? And so if there's an idea that Vishaps could evolve to look human enough, like,
but you're forgetting the eyes.
What do you mean
eyes have to be vertical.
But that's something that over time could have...
No, that's the only trait that exists within them. That differentiates them from people is their eyes.
But lots of characters have fancy eyes. I mean, Arlecchino does, right?
Yeah, but it has to be a vertical slit. Like a snake.
That evolution, okay?
Okay.
I'm just saying, you're saying that? We don't know that. Nobody...
But we have to go off of it because we can't just make assumptions because we don't know what the game's telling us. Like, how are we supposed to centralize our thoughts if we go against everything the game tells us? Because, oh, well, how am I supposed to... Like, if you don't trust your source, or if you don't base something off your source, then
I'm just
what's
saying,
the point of it?
Like, where did that source come from? Did somebody know? Because
the
these
game.
Vishap people aren't even supposed to be existing, and so...
What do you mean they're not supposed to exist?
Like, this is supposed to be a fantastical tale, right? They don't believe that they're real. The person that wrote this account does not believe that the Vishap people are real. I know that you're saying in a limited event they talked about them and like, oh, the way that you tell is the slit in the eyes. But like, clearly this has not gone over, like, study. This has not been peer reviewed. It's different if, word of God, every Vishap you meet will have a slit in their eyes. Like,
But the evidence is confirmed in the fact that this research says, quote, where is it? The linguistic capabilities of Vishaps 4 generations down are starting to approach that of a 12-year-old human student.
So imagine that over like
they're able
500 generations. At that point, there are no indicators anymore. You get what I'm saying?
Apparently not. Apparently not, because we met an NPC who did.
But it depends, right? Like, it depends on how far along the line in the generation you are, is what I'm saying.
Naturally, under normal circumstances, yes. But if there is something that's like, hey, who cares about what evolution says? No matter how far along the lines you go, you will always retain your dragon-like eyes as your only given trait that you are a Vishap person.
that would be... That's a curse. If we're talking about curses like Conria, like, that's a little different. Also, some, lizards can, like, hide their eyes. They have multiple eyes like cats. They switch between them. They have lids that they put over their eyes. Fun fact for the chat. I'm just saying that I know what you're saying, that as far as you know, that's what in an event was said, that's the way that you can tell. What I'm saying is, unless God came down and said that, what the fuck do these people know? These people don't even know that, like, all of this stuff happened. That's the whole point of the Book of the Sun and Moon, is that, like, one person got to read it and they got killed for it.
Because this research was done thousands of years ago. The event is in current present-day time.
I'm just saying that even the people on Teyvat don't know everything.
I'm not saying they know everything. I'm saying if this was sourced information from thousands of years ago, and then we get a limited event that takes place in the present time of Teyvat, and someone is also confirming that information, we have that's more valid to believe it because the past evidence and the present evidence is consistent.
But what I'm saying is that even the scientists of this world do not have any clue in the present day everything that is going on.
Okay.
And so, I know what you're saying, but I feel like that's taking it a little too at face value. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, they said this is the way to tell. Well, they also didn't know that there were a bunch of things underground. And, like, you also don't know if... in a sort of, like, biblical way, if one of the shades came down here and was like, you know what, I got you. I'm gonna make sure that you can pass better as human, and that was another covenant that they made. Like, there's so many variables in getting rid of that trait.
I don't think there's anything, I don't think there's anything necessarily out of place with taking something at face value and accepting that until you're presented with that new information, instead of saying, but this could also happen, but this could also happen, because then you're working with assumptions the whole time.
Well, but that's okay. I think in this instance, I think that's fine. To assume that, like, certain characters don't have the full scope of, like, I take the information, I have it in my heart, I'll think about it, but given the fact that a lot of characters do have, like, special looking eyes, I think that it's probably okay to, like, jump to, okay, well, even that could evolve to showcase, you know, what's inside their heart, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not saying it was impossible. I'm not saying that all of the Vishaps are entirely incognito, but even that eye trait could have eventually fallen out somehow, even if it was by, like, magic, even if, you know, not Issaroth, but maybe, like, the life shade was like, I got you guys, don't worry. All attempts at graphing have failed. Okay, so this is Void. This is another Void creature, then.
It's the same one.
Yeah.
No, actually, no, sorry,
it's
no,
a
it's
different
not. It's
one.
907.
Yeah.
The first one was 207, sorry.
Right, so this is probably generations down, right? Because it's still 07, so maybe it's the 9th generation of the original
it's still
07.
But it's 700 numbers down.
No, I'm saying the 9 represents the generation, the O is the type, and then, like, the O and the 7's, like, that's the code for the Void, maybe.
I think it's just the number that they're on now. Like, they're working, like, this is their subject, 209.
Well, why didn't they do 908? They did 7. It's okay. But, okay,
well, 'cause this is, like,
they can't accept Watasumi Okami's blood. So, can we get a reminder of who? That's the first guy, right?
Hold on. Watatsumi Omikami is the snake god.
Right, right.
That's Orobashi.
The first guy, the snake. Yeah, okay, so that's a snake's blood. The Vishaps will fall victim to various adverse effects. Perhaps they are not strong enough, but we cannot be sure. Indeed, according to our rationalized Vishap evolutionary roadmap, we should have already bred the strongest Vishap possible. So they're trying to put the blood from the god into the Vishaps. Okay. Okay, well, it worked. Grafting can be considered a success.
Hold on. Let me 1 second. What?
The rejection originates from the Vishaps having beings of the light realm, also known as elemental creatures, and thus being at odds with the human realm of which Okami and its coral vassals are a part. So they fixed it. Experiments are closed.
See.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Wait! Okay, so it worked!
Well, yeah, I believe the Vishaps that you fight at the bottom of the Dainichi Mikoshi when you fought with what's his name? Like during that world quest. I think that was the experiment they're referring to, like those big ones.
Why were they doing this?
I think they were just trying to understand more about the elements and more about like the Vishaps and how to better counteract or use them to.
Why would they give him the god's blood? Like, why would they inject them with the blood?
Hold on, let's see. Because they cannot accept Omikami's blood, the Vishaps will fall victim to adverse effects. I assume it's because the snake was a god.
Well, why would they be trying to make them stronger when they're so dangerous?
Well, it's the pursuit of like science and scientific endeavors, learning more about elemental energies and how they work. Like they're also kind of like understanding their enemy in a way, like their adverseness, their ability to adapt.
If you want to breed the strongest one, you can reverse that and figure out how to breed a weak one, like so they all die.
Also, you also have to consider too. This could also, actually, never mind.
Well, that's a confusing part about the Vishaps, is like, I thought that they were guards, or that they were guarding this place, and that the Watasumi, like, they controlled them, like, that they eventually got control of them, but this is talking about them like they are a nuisance who, like, had to be chased into the shadows, you know?
Well, yeah, once the humans came here, they're like, we can't coexist with them. Like, so they, like, created the Dainichi Mikoshi, and they were like, all right, we're driving you out of here, and we're gonna research you on the way out.
Yeah, this is very suspicious.
Okay, everything's suspicious.
No, I think that, like, legitimately, I think that there's Vishap people running around now. I think that that's my current favorite pet theory. I think...
Yeah,
like,
they are.
Everyone with a vision. No, I'm saying everyone who has a vision is a descendant of a Vishap person.
I see. A descendant of, or they are one?
Well, like...
Yeah, you can't have it both ways.
No, it can be both.
But how would a descendant... Like, why would it matter if it's a descendant of one? Okay, so you have
the first Vishap person who's, like, the most... Like, the most purest Vishap, like, group of generation, right?
Also, why would a Vishap person need a vision if they can harness the elements themselves? Vishaps are elemental beings.
So what I'm saying is that... Okay, so Vishap person and a human make a child, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then that child goes on, right? And so, like, we start to dilute the amount of Vishap that they have if they're just reproducing with other humans at some point. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's both, Arnold. Like, I think you can be a Vishap person, like the first generation, I guess, if you live long enough. But it could also be the Vishap people, like, you know, fornicating with the humans, and then you get more descendants. There's an interesting, like, question about why... Why
don't Vishap people just, like, procreate with each other?
Well, maybe they don't want to. Maybe it's a matter of love, okay? It's like, why didn't Ozpin, if Ozpin is what's making the Silver-Eyed Warriors, why didn't he just go around Remnant and reproduce with everyone, okay? Because sometimes it's not about all that.
Well, Ozpin's not a creature, he's a person.
Right. But you know what, that we heard that thing about, oh, well, you know, if Ozpin's what's causing children to have silver eyes because he has magic, like he came from a time of magic, why didn't he just repopulate the earth with silver-eyed children?
What if it's just a low success rate? Like, you know, it's a rare. What if he was, and the best he could do is one every like 100 years or something.
So, okay, Ozpin aside, like it could have just been a matter of love art, like, you know, you just whatever. Sure. But now, okay, so what I was gonna say, also, yes, Mr. Leaf, you can, but I need to say something. So Kaya.
Actually, I would just say don't share a theory if you think it's gonna conflict with her thought process.
Right.
Just because, like,
unless, I mean,
your
I
theory's
thought that
probably cool, but yeah.
I thought that Mr. Leaf didn't play the game. I thought that they were only in my stream, so I thought that they had the same amount of information I did, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know if they're applying what they know outside of this.
So Kaya, the whole thing about Kaya is, like, how is he Conrian and running around? Like, why isn't he cursed, right? Like, D-Luke?
Well, he can.
Sorry, not
D-Luke.
It
could be like a heritage thing.
Well,
Conria fell 500 years ago. Well,
see, so that's what I was wondering. So, if Kaya is supposed to be Conrian, and I'm not saying he would.
He's not a Generation 1 Conrian that was there.
Right. So I'm wondering, like, if that's why, like, that's the reason. Like, he's part Vishap. He's Vishap and Conrian, so he wasn't affected.
Whoa, wait, where did this go? Oh, because he has a vision, your theory.
Yeah, he has a vision, and they just talked about putting the blood of the god into the Vishap, right? And they talk about Vishaps being beings from the light realm. So
in that experiment, yeah.
In that experiment. So what if the thing is, like, everybody that was in Conria turned into monsters? Before, my theory was that, Kaya was just, like generations down Conrian, you know what I mean? Like, somehow. But then that didn't even make sense, because if everyone except for D-Luke, or sorry, oh my god, Dainsleif, if everyone except for Dainsleif turned into a monster, there should be no second generation. Like, there shouldn't have been anyone for Kaya to even exist, right? Even all the way back then, unless the idea was...
What if Dainsleif had a kid?
Well, see, I was gonna get there, but I think maybe Kaya is from 500 years ago. Maybe. So, it's not like he's, like, just half Conrian or, like, a fourth Conrian, and then originally, like, there was someone running around. Like, it seems like even if you were, like, the most distant away Conrian, you still got cursed. That's what the game seems to imply. It doesn't matter how far removed you were, you got cursed. So that didn't even really make sense when I had that theory of, oh, well, maybe it's just Kaya's great-great-great-grandparents were only half, and so whatever. I think maybe he was there, like he was from 500 years ago, and I'm not saying he lived this long the entire time. I mean, obviously the player has been doing some nonsense, right? But maybe, like, somehow he ended up 500 years in the future or something, and I wonder, like, if the reason why he wasn't cursed is because he's half Vishap, half Conrian, and the Vishap blood prevented him from being turned into a monster, because they're saying the Vishaps are beings of the light realm. Everyone from Conria basically got turned into a void creature. So maybe that was the cure, and that's what prevented Kaya from turning, and that would mean that that's also what prevented, potentially, I think, even Dainsleif. Like, that's Dainsleif's curse, is that maybe they injected him with god blood. Like, that's why he's immortal, you know what I mean? Like Celestia did. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like... I think that this is cooking, guys. I think that we're cooking. I don't know if this is something that you guys already have the answer to and you're just pretending that you don't know the answer. But, like, if no one knows the answer yet, like, this is a class A Genshin theory. Like, knowing if everyone's a Vishap or not.
But that's never been a presentable question. Like...
What do you mean?
Like, that you're like, no one... You said... I don't think you guys have the answer to this.
No, I'm saying, like, if you guys have heard already in game that that's, like, a true fact, I'm saying.
But it's never been, like, a question.
But, Arnold, what I'm saying is that Like, if no one has ever had this theory before, like, in the history of Genshin Impact, like, this is a good theory.
I guess.
Like, this is cracking the, like, we cracked the case
I mean,
right now.
I wouldn't be able to present a theory like this because I don't have any, like, in-game evidence to support it.
Yeah, but we gotta collect the evidence as we keep going.
No, I'm saying for me, myself, like, my theories are based on what the game tells me.
Right. Well, the game tells you that Vishap people are possible, that they've been injecting them with blood.
No, they haven't been injecting them with blood. These specific experiments were, but not...
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying that, like, it could be possible.
Sure, but, like, my mind doesn't work that way where I see this thing, example, and I take this and I extrapolate it to anything outside of it.
You have to think of it this way, Arnold. Like, when you're making these theories, you have to consider, why would the game include this? Like, what is this planting and payoff for? They needed to put this here because it's relevant in the future. They're not gonna put, oh, by the way, we had these Vishap people and these experiments and, like, all this stuff. They're not gonna just include that for fun, right?
But I also don't think it goes beyond, like, what they've already told us about the Vishaps.
It needs to pay off towards something. There's no reason to include it all together.
I think the payoff here is they're experimenting. And they were successful in that experiment by creating these Vishaps that you end up fighting at the bottom of the tower. But
these implications need to have a greater impact on the world, to me.
Why?
Because that's how writing works. What do you mean, why? Like, we don't include things just for the little tee-hee. Like, it's...
But, like, not everything has that level of a substantiality. Like, not everything is that... Like, the payoff could be as big or as small as it needs to be. But,
yeah,
like,
but the fact they're talking about Vishap people, Arnold, like, that implies something about the idea of, like, the human race.
But this blood isn't being used for the Vishap people. It's being used on the Vishaps.
I know, in another context. But I'm just saying that the ideas that are presented here, like, it would...
They use the blood to make the Vishap stronger.
I know. I understand that. I'm just saying that the ideas that are presented here, these need to return in the narrative in some way. They wouldn't have...
I mean, Vishap people have.
Right. But I'm saying they wouldn't include these things if they weren't important for something later. Why, like... you don't need to write them putting the blood into the Vishaps if it's not going to come up in the story somehow. Even if it's not Vishap related, like, it needs to be important for, like, okay, well, what does that say about when these beings are injected with stuff from the human realm, right?
Well, they were injected with the blood to make them stronger. The success, the experiment, the grafting was a success, and the result of that is the Vishaps that we end up fighting when we do this quest.
I know, but I'm saying, but why does that work? Why is that a possible thing that they can do?
I mean, I guess we wouldn't know why if they didn't do it in the first place.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that proves something about the nature of how the elemental beings in the human realm can interact.
I guess.
And so I think that that's kind of important, like, that's important, you know what I mean? Especially because earlier, you're the one who said that the light beings, like, humans can't exist in the light realm, right?
Yeah, they're not compatible.
So even if the Vishap part isn't related, the idea of compatibility and the fact that they have made something compatible because they gave it the blood of the god, like, that's kind of important, I think.
Wait, what do you mean they made something compatible?
Like, they grafted it, like, they made the things compatible, right? They like, subverted the rejection.
Okay,
like,
yeah, I see.
The grafting was successful, right?
Yes.
And so, yeah, I don't know why you guys are with Arnold on this one, because I'm right. When we're talking, even outside, like, forget about the Vishap thing and, like, everyone being Vishaps. When we're talking about humans, like, ascending to Celestia or whatever, like, either that's not part of the light realm and, like, everyone just, like, assumes that it is, Or, like, they're doing something to them to make them compatible with the realm of light. That's important.
Well, I don't know what specifically they said they're on my side with. I don't think it's this whole argument.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, everything, it is that deep, guys. It's always that deep. People don't put in lore for fun, you know? There's always a greater narrative implication. It doesn't just, whatever's going on in the experiment files are not just here.
But where does that stop? How do we decide what needs to be super applied and super remembered, because this has to have greater implications versus...
It's about context, right? When you have a story about people, right? Like, Vishap people is gonna be more important compared to a story that's all about, you know, if it was a story focused on, like, a different thing is basically what I mean. Like, anything that involves the fabric of the story, which is the elements, the relationship to Celestia, how the realms got separated, like, that's how you decide. I'm not saying that, like, the little piece of, you know, that D-Luke likes apples is gonna be relevant, but all of this stuff is about the nature of the elements and, like, how the worlds are interacting. It's important. So...
Yeah, well... I think it's important. I just don't think its relevance is still carrying on to this day.
Well, I think it will, more subtly than you think about it.
I think the relevance of Enkanomiya in general, this Watatsumi blood, this Vishap experiment, I think this kind of came to fruition with the 2.5 event, which kind of gave us more information on the realms and the elements and the Vishaps and the Vishap people. And then that's it.
But like, it doesn't need to be this exact, though, Arnold.
I think this experiment...
I'm saying the greater picture. Like, I'm saying that one day, if we're hey, how do people ascend to Celestia? And we find out that they're injecting people with primordial one blood, like, that's gonna be related to this situation. You know? Like...
Sure. But I don't think many people would make that correlation based on reading this for the first time.
Well, me and my media literacy, I'm picking out the context of what's, like, things that really do seem important to me for the future. Like, even other stuff, like, they wouldn't mention the God of Time being 1,000 winds and, like, all this stuff, and, like, clearly, the Shade or whatever.
Well, this is the first time we're learning about them, and we know they're connected with Enkanomiya, so that is important to mention.
They wouldn't have this idea of, like, the Shade kind of being disobedient if that's not something that's gonna come back in the future, to me. That's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about, you know?
Sure.
So we may not see it now, but...
I just don't think the blood itself or this experiment itself is indicative of anything beyond this experiment.
I think that the blood could be,
If there's another situation... Well, actually, you know what? There is a situation that happens like this in a different part of the game where beings are... Well, how do I word this? Well, there's something like this that almost happens, but I didn't think when I revealed that, when that happened, I didn't think to myself, oh wow, Byakuya Koku really set this up.
Well, people gotta think. Like, I don't
think that's a setup even. I just think that's like another similar thing happening.
Well, this is creating a logical consistency in the world, though.
Yeah,
right? And so if that thing were to happen again, that would be like, oh, that's logical because we saw reports of this same thing happening before, right?
Sure.
Also, you have to keep in mind the real mythology, too, that, like, the blood of gods, especially in Greek mythology, like, they say that Zeus and, like, all these people had gold blood, right? So, like, the idea of blood being fundamentally different than human blood... Like, that's always been something, like, part of mythology, right? So, yeah, I do think even just the idea of, we took the god blood and put it in someone, like, that's important. Yeah.
So someone in chat says it's more so consistency, yes, for world logic, but not necessarily for all things to directly connect.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. Directly connect is a bad phrasing. I don't mean like in a plot, like in a lore way. I mean in a sort of meta contextual, like as someone writing a story, you do these things on purpose so later on other things don't like just come out of nowhere.
Sure.
Right?
I just don't think it's I genuinely don't think it's how do I say this? I don't want to say the word unreasonable because I don't think you're being unreasonable. I just don't think I don't think you should expect a lot of people to read this thing about the blood and then somehow come to the conclusion that everybody who has a vision in Teyvat is a dragon person.
Oh no, I never said that. I just said that if no one has ever presented that theory before, like, we gotta get on that shit. Like, this is interesting. Like, I think that this is untapped potential.
I know that you presented that, but then I countered with, how are we supposed to?
Oh, like, the same way I did. I don't know, just, you have ideas.
Well, that's the thing. You are you. Like, we can't come to the same conclusion because we think of the game. Like, I can tell you right now, when they mentioned Vishap people in that event, I literally opened up my game and I started looking at all of my characters that have vertical slits. Chongyun has vertical slits for his eyes. Baizhu has vertical slits for his eyes.
Yeah.
So I started picking out certain characters, but I've never came to the conclusion that you came to about visions and Vishap people and whatever. And I mean, it could be an interesting correlation that like a human with a vision is equivalent to a Vishap with elemental energy.
Well, just to clarify, I didn't mean like, you guys are stupid. How did no one realize this? What I was trying to say before is like, if no one has ever made this theory before, I need to catch up and get on that. Because that is like, that's like the sort of thing that you want to be first, and you want to be the first person. That's what I was trying to say. Not like, how did you guys not realize this? I'm saying more like, I hope that no one else has realized this because I want to be the one to crack the case. That's what I was trying to get at earlier. And not like, not that like, oh, you guys are so dumb. How did no one come to that conclusion?
No, not that.
Wondering like, if anyone had, because I want to be like, I want to be the person. I don't, like, I mean, it'd be nice if someone else had a theory, and if someone else made a theory like that, sure, but, like, I don't want it to be too popular a theory. Me and
Ashikai lives in the Vishap, like the Vishap, I guess, topics of the game. She's talked so much about the Vishap. She's made theories about stuff like in that vein, but I don't know if it's been like every person with a vision is a Vishap, because it kind of also. So my problem with your theory is based on the fact that the dragons should not like Celestia.
Right.
And by ruling under them and ruling with their power system after they got essentially usurped by them conflicts with the fact that how would the primordial one not know that? And why would the primordial one give his visions, his elemental visions, to the enemies that are already elemental beings?
Well, I think I would argue it's a couple things. The first one is just ignorance. Like, people don't know that they're Vishap people. I'm assuming most of them. Maybe, like, Arlecchino knows, I don't know. But, like the Fatui, I'm saying, like, but most people wouldn't know, so it's ignorance. The second thing would be that clearly, all the way back at the beginning, the primordial one had no problem harvesting the ore from the earth, right? So it could have even been an intentional mode of control to make Vishap people by the primordial one. That the primordial one said, hey, there's all these gems in the earth, we need that shit. Again, the ecosystem of the dragons, like earlier my big question was, okay, but if the dragons went away, shouldn't their death have caused some problem? So maybe that's how the primordial one got around the problem, was by the dragons that were left over, I guess, and they didn't cower or whatever, the ones that were the ones that got crushed,
submit.
right? The ones that submitted, you know, fornicated with the humans, and then the primordial one was like, hey, we got these humans that are weak enough, but strong enough to use a vision and then keep the world turning, like, properly. So maybe it was even under his approval, because you need to keep the world the way it was, in a sense, but you also don't want to, you don't want to give them too much power, right? So it could have been intentional, like it could have been a scheme for them to work together. The other thing is that if that's not the case, to answer your question of like, well, why would they do that? They could be biding their time, plotting in the darkness. Like, we don't know. And so maybe one of the dragons was like, okay, well, in the short term, this is bad, but like in the long term, we could have a race of humans that are powerful enough to fight against Celestia. Right, and who knows, like with the Zaritza and all that.
No, I mean,
stuff,
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that too. That, you know, but like, it just seems. Yeah, it's just a massive oversight then.
On who? The primordial one?
Yeah, to just shore up the numbers of Vishap people and collecting these visions of your enemy, essentially.
But they're not your enemy anymore if you're using them.
Sure, but like, wouldn't you think that would breed resentment in the dragons?
But nobody knows, about them anymore.
Okay, well, see, that's the thing. That it's also based on the assumption that they don't know.
Yeah, like, they don't know that they're Vishap people. I think most of them don't. I think, like, in the theory that Farina is a Vishap person, like, she probably does, but she's too traumatized. Or, like, maybe Nuvolette erased her memory or something. Like, who knows what's going on down there. But I think for the average person, like, D-Luke doesn't know he's a Vishap person. You know?
Sure.
That's what I would say. And then maybe that's, like, the big truth that the Fatui do know. They don't know about all of this stuff that happened down here because they were looking for the book, but they found out somehow. Right? And so I think that it would make sense if this was, like, needed for the sake of the balance of the world, I think. But yeah, I'm kind of hooked, guys. I think that this is true. This makes a lot of sense to me, especially for when we talk about why, like, random NPCs can't have visions and that they're depressed and all of this stuff. Like, this makes a lot of sense. But, okay, so I'm gonna pee really quickly, because we've been streaming for almost 4 hours, and I haven't even had a break, because I've been so engrossed in the lore. So I'm gonna run an ad, but obviously Arnold can talk to you. Where's mine?
I'm hungry.
You're hungry? Well, why don't you go get a little snack while we're taking
Well,
a break?
if I go and get a snack, and you run an ad...
No one will be here to watch this.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll go, and then I'll come back, and then I'll talk to them, and then you can go if you want, and then come back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm cooking, guys. Everyone is a Vishap. All right.
Everyone is a Vishap, and no one is, since it's a simulation. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of lore she doesn't know, so at the end of the day. Also, I'm presenting a lot of these questions to figure out where her thought process is and how she comes to her conclusion, like how she draws her conclusions, just because she has a lot of holes. Like there's just a lot of things she doesn't know about the dragons and about, you know, all of the other things that I'm not going to talk about it in case she comes back to her VOD later. But there's just a lot of things that she doesn't know about Sumeru's lore, Fontaine's lore, Natlan's lore, especially the root cycles, and all of that stuff. So it's interesting, but it's also kind of like, I know things you don't. How are you coming to these conclusions? So, but hey, that's the fun part, right? It's just seeing where the lore takes her mind. Yeah, Leaf Canary, a part of me doesn't really want her to like read that and be influenced by that, especially since that kind of, a lot of people started coming to that conclusion during Natlan, and so I figured like, well, yeah, there's really no point in having her like think on that level, especially since, you know, it's still far too early to really be coming to those conclusions.
Okay. Hi.
Yeah. Hey, don't read your chat real quick.
Well,
I actually don't know how to delete.
I'm looking at the follows. Thank you, Manthony Saplings. Oopsie. Oh, Vetigree subbed earlier. I totally missed it. I'm so sorry. Nova.
Okay. I just timed out for 1 second. I think that'll delete all the messages.
Shadow, go, Illuvinar, Kami, Vin. Thank you guys all for the follows. Sorry, I missed them.
Oh, yeah. Since the stream started, that's funny.
Oh, boy. Yeah, I know. Oh, we're all Borg now. Yeah, I talked about that. I talked about the Borg. Were you guys here for that, or was that just a coincidence? Oh, man.
All right. You got one more volume left.
Yeah, I know. Are there any mods here right now? I mean, Arnold's a mod.
Yeah, I was just trying to find out how to remove some stuff.
All right. You guys are talking about secret stuff. I think, like, David earlier was like, Cal, you might be disappointed because the big revelation was, like, about the primordial one. And I'm like, no, I'm not disappointed. Like, now I have a whole new, like, the Vishaps, man.
Well, I mean, now that you know about this, you can apply this lore to everything that comes after.
Yeah, I know.
Which is, like, where the game started getting really fun. Like, Enkanomiya, like, this was my Genshin awakening, like, this place. Like, my lore awakening.
I mentioned this earlier, Koniko. But yeah, like, my theory was, what was my theory? I said something about the Borg. Oh, like, imagine if someone was, like, contaminated by the ley lines and they saw, like, every human being that could ever exist. Like, that's what I, like, had a thing earlier about, like, the Borg. Because there's an episode where 7 of 9 has, like, they say multiple personality disorder, which obviously that's, like, not what we call it now, but, like, they say that she basically has all these thoughts inside of her head from when she was Borg, and they were like, we call it, like, dissociative identity disorder.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Well, like, I mean, even in the show, like, it's not, like, she doesn't really have multiple personality disorder. It's, like, science,
she just has multiple personalities in her mind.
She literally has multiple memories in her head, right? Which is different from, like, a trauma-based multiple personality disorder, right? So yeah, we were talking about, I was saying, like, imagine if someone got contaminated by the ley lines and they had, like, every memory in their head. I'm excited for you to get to later stuff. Oh yeah, I am too. I don't know how long it's gonna take.
The world quests.
It might take a while. Like, it probably is gonna, especially at one stream a week, like but we'll cross that, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. I don't know. I had this idea in my head. I was like, what if I, like, really go hard on content and, like, save it all, and then for an entire month I don't do anything except for stream, and it's like Calxiyn streaming summer or something. But I would have to, like, really, like, I'd have to like lock the fuck in. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know if that's possible because when I got sick, I fell so behind. And like now, like basically everything I make, like the only way I think I could do that is if one of my videos goes like really viral and it's able to sustain, like the Lilo and Stitch one. I don't actually know how well that's doing because I've been streaming, so I haven't checked on it. Like I would need like something that makes sure that my channel isn't dead all that time. You know? Or I'd need to, like, plan a lot. Like, I'd basically need 4 videos ready for the Calxiyn Cares Too Much channel on top of, like, if we say I need to make 4 videos in June, right? Like, it would have to be, like... You guys understand, right?
Yeah, she's about to reach version 3.0 lore and story stuff right now. Like, we're just in Enka because we wanted her to finish certain things in Inazuma first, but yeah. She's basically on the cusp of 3.0. So yeah, there is still even if we stick solely to our conquests, there's still a lot. And the thing that's tough. So Kaylin, how are you gonna deal with lore that's world quest oriented that you haven't done if you're just sticking to our conquests?
Well, we'll do the world quests like later. Or like as they become important.
Like in regards to like your theory crafting.
Well, like basically what I'm thinking is that I would.
Thankfully,
right now...
here's what I'll say. Hold on. Thankfully, with Nodcry, which is the next nation, they're gonna start integrating a lot of this, like all this shit that you're reading right now. This is all in the main game now. Thank God. It took them a couple years, but all of this stuff about the sovereigns and the primordial one and the shades. All of this is in the main story Archon quest stuff now, thank God. But like up until you get there, it's not. So I don't know what they plan on doing in Nodcry, but they said they're gonna tie up loose ends, which basically means any of like the world quest lore and lore reading stuff. I think they're gonna try to find a way to put that back into the main story. But
So here's in my head what I would do. So right now, in like our group chat, we have a list of like Cal does this, and then this. I think right now it's this stream, then Venti, then Zhongli, and then watching Winter Night Fantasio, right? So, or whatever.
Yes.
Winter Night Lazo, sorry. Well, Winter's Night Lazo.
Like, metaphor re-Fantasio? What's happening?
Okay, so what I was thinking was that you guys would have a list of like, Cal, you're gonna do this on stream, and then off stream you're gonna do this world quest and take notes, because that's what I did with the chasm.
You know what?
I just did it off stream and I did it, like, I took notes, right?
If you want to do world quests off stream, I'll do them with you.
Yeah, like I like took notes in the chasm in my pajamas, and then we had a debrief at the beginning of the next stream, right?
Yeah, so I think that's the only logic. Like that's the only reasonable way for you to make progress on catching up.
You know, we've streamed for about 4 hours now, kind of in a low energy way, right? Because we're just reading instead of yelling and reacting and whatever. But like, I know myself well enough to know, even if we did have Calxyn's Hot Girl Summer, right? I cannot sustain streaming for max 5 hours, I don't think. Like, most of the time, it's probably gonna be 3 hours, right? So, like, I'm not sitting here reading a bunch of NPCs talking about bullshit, at least not in my makeup, right? If we're doing it on the Steam Deck in my pajamas while I'm watching TV, that's okay. But like,
whose Steam Deck is that?
I'm sorry. It's my Steam Deck.
Okay, just making sure.
I know Arnold did all that stuff on stream, but like,
don't be like
tired.
me. Be better than me. Be better than me. Yeah.
Like,
I'm doing it now because
cares.
I'm in too deep. Now I have to do it.
Right.
I mean, want to do it, but like it's been a long 4 years, guys.
Yeah, and like if I was caught up with the game and had nothing else to do, that'd be a different story. But like, we gotta get caught up first before we start worrying about nonsense, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, let's read the final.
There is one quest line you have to do on stream.
Okay.
Chat, back me up on this. She has to do the Sacred Mountain. Like, she has to do that quest line. Like, any other quest, do off stream. I think the Sacred Mountain is like absolute cinema
When does that come
needs
up,
to
though?
be experienced. Natlan.
Okay, well then that's so far in the future, Arnold. Like at that point, like we're just.
Well, I'm saying if there's any world quest that you actually do on stream, it's got to be that one. It has to be.
I'm just saying, but I'm like, yeah, obviously, like that's all the way. Like we gotta get there first. That's the latest nation in the game.
Well, I know.
I'm
saying, but by the time
stuff.
you get, I mean, I know that, but I'm saying like
there's
that's
not gonna
the
be
equivalent.
anything after that to do.
That's the equivalent of like Sumeru. Sumeru has 3 lore-focused world quests.
Yeah.
Fontaine has like another 3, and Natlan has a couple as well. So like, if you're not going to do it for all of them, there's just that one's the one that you should do it for.
I know. I'm just saying there's nothing after that. So by the time we get there, we'll be mostly caught up anyway.
I mean, by the time you get there, we'll probably have Nodcry and all that other stuff too. But yeah.
I don't know. Guys, if you want to see Calxiyn Hot Girl Summer, I don't know. I'm trying to think. I'm like, what monetary value? How much money would I need to be like to abandon the Calxiyn Cares Too Much channel, like with a good conscience in my heart? You know what I mean? Like, can I be bought off for the entire month? Because it's not even about money. It's just about like every time I post a new video, the old videos go in circulation, right? And
well,
so
you should probably have some. You should probably have a couple things in the. You know, you probably cook up a couple things and not just one thing at a time until it's done, and then you're back to square one.
Oh, no, I know. I've been doing that more recently. I've been trying to script multiple things at the same time, and I think soon I'll, like, be editing multiple. But, like, do you guys know what I'm saying? I'm like, well, what's the threshold? How much abandonment? I mean, listen, the start of June's tomorrow. I have a job interview on Monday.
My birthday's on Monday.
Yes, your birthday is on Monday. I have a job interview on Monday, so, like, if I'm not gainfully employed, maybe, like, I'll just grind in June, and we'll see what happens. Maybe we can have, like, half of a Calxiyn Hot Girl Summer. Like, maybe it needs to be June and July, but then in August, I can, who knows? Right? That's assuming I do 4 videos a month. I could try to space them out, but we'll see. Okay. Okay, question. What walks on 4 feet in the early morning, 2 feet during the day, and 3 feet at night? A Vishap who transforms into a person. Okay, that's sus as fuck. What do you mean? To attend a ball, so Cinderella then breaks one of its legs and eventually ends up walking with a cane. Okay, sages like this answer the most as the children get it right almost exclusively. For adults, it always smells like a horrible conspiracy when a Vishap turns into a human. Well, that sounds like what I just said. According to a prophecy of old, the Dragon of Water, the ancient lord of Vishaps, will definitely descend in the form of a human. However, for children, the answer to the question indicates the possibility of mutual understanding. But it's not a good idea to make Vishap sound adorable, though such jokes defang the fear, they also lower the guard of children. The dragon heirs of the depths have evolved to wield the power of other elements and have hence lost their purity. As such, the Dragon of Water will no longer be born from among their ranks. So they're saying that any dragon heir could be born into a human then.
Okay, so this is what they're actually saying. The dragon sovereigns, will always come back. Successors. Yeah, so if you kill a sovereign, there can only be like one sovereign at a time. If you kill a sovereign, you need to build up another Vishap in that element to be able to become another sovereign. However, if you experiment with them, and that experimentation leads them to lose their element, that element can no longer be born into a dragon sovereign. So what this is saying is the dragon heir of the depths have evolved so much so that they're no longer pure elemental creatures.
Well, because of the experiments, though, right?
Yeah. So they were saying, oh, we need to stop these experiments, but it was already too late. Their experiments led to them losing their pure hydro elemency. And so if the dragon if the Hydro Dragons, when the Hydro Dragon Sovereign comes back, it will not be in the form of a dragon. It will be in the form of a human now.
But... So are they trying to say that all of the dragon heirs are contaminated?
No, they're just saying based on their experiments, they've discovered that
well, I thought what they meant was it wouldn't be one here. Like, the dragon of water wouldn't be born from the ones that are in Enka, not
No,
everywhere.
period.
Period?
Wait, what are you talking about?
They're saying that the dragon of water will not be born among their ranks, but I thought that they were talking about, just these ones.
No, when they say dragon of water, they're talking about the sovereign.
No, I know that. Dragon heirs of the depths have evolved. I'm reading that as the ones we experimented on are not gonna turn into the dragon of water. So we're safe, and we're good, bro. Don't worry about it. I don't think that that means that all of the dragon heirs have been contaminated.
Well, not, well, so here's the thing. I think they're, I don't, now this is where I'm getting a little hazy here, so forgive me, but I think there is an heir of every element.
Oh.
And that heir goes on to become a sovereign. But the water one, they experimented on.
So you think that all of the water dragons are here?
No,
and
I'm
they
saying
fucked
the
up
one that
all
mattered.
of them?
No, Kayla. I'm saying the one that mattered.
Oh.
There are many water dragons, but then there is a water dragon heir that will become the next sovereign when the previous one dies.
Right.
But because that one was contaminated, it's almost kind of like Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Sure.
Like, you fucked up with the cycle, and so now there will no longer be a water dragon amongst dragons. It'll be a water dragon amongst humans.
Right. Okay.
So, yeah. So just assume, like, there's a bunch of Vishaps.
So they basically think that they caused the prophecy.
Yes.
Because
yes.
That's a little confusing with what they said earlier.
Well, the fantastical story?
Well,
this is from...
Not the story. Hold on. Let me see if I...
Also, did you read the 5th act?
Well, we were working on it.
Well,
the prophecy holds the dragon sovereign of water will be born in a human form. We must not let this happen in Enkanomiya. I thought that what they were saying was that they experimented on all of them just so the sovereign of water wouldn't come back here. But there might be dragon heirs, like, in Fontaine, like, or, you know, wherever, right? I thought they were trying to contaminate the ones that were only underground with them so they wouldn't get stuck with one.
Well, it says dragon heirs of the depths. So basically, that just means baptismal Vishaps have evolved to wield the power of other elements and have hence lost their purity.
Right. But I thought that they were trying to say, we're not going to let this shit happen.
I actually wonder if it does mean... Actually, hold on. Let me double check this.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because I don't think that they broke every single dragon heir. Like, I should say, I don't think every single dragon heir is in this concentration
You know what it is?
of the world.
You know what it is? You know what it is?
Sure.
Hydro Vishaps are a race of Vishaps found in Enkanomiya. So, Hydro Vishaps exclusively live here.
Yeah, and so they were just trying to avoid the dragon sovereign being born in this place, though, right? Because otherwise, what they have done would have created it, not avoided it. They would have fucked
exactly.
it up.
Yeah, but I think they did fucking up.
Oh, okay. Well, that was my interpretation was the opposite.
Yeah. So when you originally were like, oh, they said we can't let it happen down here, they said that because Hydro Vishaps are only available down here.
Right. And that's
so they basically meant
so that's
like
why they said
we can't be the ones to make it happen, and so they did.
Right. Where I got confused was like, because they said, we believe these experiments should be stopped. I thought they were doing the experiments, like, in the first place to stop it from happening, but I guess they realized that they had to stop the experiments or else they would make it happen. Okay.
I wonder if they were trying to artificially create a sovereign.
But they said like they didn't want it, though.
They were... No. But, like... Yeah, but they said down here. Not down here, though. Well, because... So I wonder if they were trying to do experiments to see how far they could push it, but they didn't want to achieve it down here because then the sovereign would be stuck down here with them. But now, by doing this, they've functionally caused the sovereign to be resurrected in the human realm, like amongst humans. So now they have no control over it at all now.
Right. I thought it was the reverse, where they were contaminating it on purpose. So...
And so that's what they were using the blood for, because the blood of a god, and
right.
You know, maybe they could try to see how far they could push it.
Because I was thinking about it more like, oh, they want to contaminate the population so the Vishap isn't born here, and it doesn't happen here, so we did it on purpose. Like, that they didn't want it to be, like, stuck down there with them. But then that doesn't really make sense, but with, well, we have to stop the experiments, because then that reads more as they knew that they fucked up. So yeah, that's a little strange. That's weird. That's a little weird. But, like, are there Dragonaires elsewhere, I guess would be the question. I don't know.
Sure, maybe, but, like, this was also, like, in the early ages of Dragonkind, so, like, they did all the damage they did now is, like, it's gonna last regardless if dragons are on the surface now or not.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter if they were trying to do it on purpose or not. With only one mouth, this being sometimes of 4 feet, sometimes 2 feet, and sometimes 3, the one able to morph into other things, it is able to walk on earth, swim in the water, and fly in the sky. The more feet it walks on, the feebler it grows. What is this creature? A human. Okay.
Okay, really quick. I do want to read something that I looked into. It says, the Baptismal Vishaps lost their elemental purity and ability to become a new sovereign when the people of Enkanomiya experimented on them. This experimentation, particularly by the blood of the god Orobashi, disrupted their elemental balance, leading to the emergence of Hydro Vishaps with cryo and electro variations. Yeah. So the Baptismal Vishaps, you see that fight here? They have, like, they're multi-elemented. Like, so they're hybrids now. So they basically created a hybrid out of the Hydro Vishaps, and so now there's no pure one to become the next sovereign in a dragon form. So they basically, like, I guess they contaminated the gene pool, if you want to think of it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that's a generational thing now, and so now, yeah, they have to start over, and so now humans get a sovereign.
Well, that would kind of fit in with my theory, then, that all the Vishaps are Archons.
Stop!
No, but it would, though, because they contaminated the population.
Oh, Kaylin.
Yeah, they did. Maybe the Dragonaires were the last, like, of the depths were, like, the last possible, like, ones that could have been a dragon. Maybe the other ones around the world are, like, are there Dragonair Pyro? Like, maybe those ones are dead.
Well, here's the question, then. Yeah. What dragons survived the war and what dragons didn't? Which ones exist now, which ones don't? And, yeah.
Well, I
go
mean,
from there.
Didn't Dvalin, like... I feel like that maybe Dvalin was the sovereign, but then he got sick, so Venti took it. You know?
No. The Dvalin is very recent history.
I know, but I'm saying, like, in recent history, Dvalin had it.
Dvalin, at best, Dvalin
like
is probably an animo. At most, Dvalin is probably an animo, like, heir.
Yeah.
Like, he's probably, like, the most likely to be the next sovereign. But we don't know if the sovereign exists or if they don't.
Right, but I'm saying that maybe it would have been him, but then he was sick and so Venti got it.
Well, he wasn't always like that. That was very recent. That was only 500 years ago that Dvalin got.
Yeah, but we don't know when Venti got a gnosis.
Yes, we do.
How?
Well, we do. You don't.
Well, you guys know. I don't know. I'm just saying, like... Anyway. This is about a human. What only talks with one mouth but walks on four. And two, someone raising livestock. Okay. The four-legged refers to four-legged animals like ox, horse, forest boar. After Byaokoku fell in the depths, these animals died out within 2 generations. Oh no. Damn. Since the arrival of Watasumi Island, some of us have returned to sea level to build a home and interact with the people there. We've been able to review the names of these animals. According to the vassal and the Okami prophecy, we shall all move back to the sea surface someday, so it's important to get the names right. Okay, sure. Boar, horse, cattle. Who are the 2 sisters who give birth to each other every day? That's... okay. Yeah, so we already understand this. This is the cycle of day and night. That's fine.
Are you glossing?
Yeah, I am glossing. I'm like, okay, sure. I'm like, how important is this? By the way, there were 2 special astronomical phenomenon. The mirages and the sin shades were at first indiscriminately referred to as Eldians, the side of the same coin. But it was not until the arrival of Watasumi Okami and the people of Byaokoku were able to understand the 2 phenomena and name them differently. Though the sun did not shine upon the Byaokoku, the mirages that appeared in White Nights were named Sunfire Phantoms, and those of Evernight Ghostfire Phantoms. And they both... Okay, so they're the same thing. They're saying they're the same thing. Okay.
Yeah, 2 sides of the same coin.
Sure.
But that's the space phenomena they were talking about before, which was like like when the light is out, when the light is dark, you can see the shades. When the light is out, you can see the you haven't done them yet, but like the little
that way. I see.
Yeah.
I am the Shadowborn of the Lord of Light. I am the wingless bird that rises from the earth to the sky. Those who shed tears in my presence feel no sorrow in their bosoms. Away with a gentle breeze I'd fade, thus ends my fleeting life. Okay, smoke, birds, sure. That seems like kind of, like, that's a weird, like, this is a weird thing to have at the end of this, like. I know it's a puzzle book for children, but this seems kind of, like, important.
Yeah, well, yeah, these puzzles were, like, actually, let me see. Out of these puzzles, some of them are kind of cooking in the present, which is kind of crazy.
Well, I'll try to remember.
That they gave this to us, yeah.
But a father has 12 children, then each of them give birth to 60 daughters of different appearances. One of them, 30 are pale and 30 are dark. The whole family, not knowing death, will only fade away. Who is the father? Oh my god. This is confusing. The answer is the year. The people of Byaokoku may find the part about 60 pale or 60 dark granddaughters a bit confusing, but everything will start to make sense once they crack question 4. There used to be a secret to this riddle in ancient times. It is roughly said every granddaughter would give birth to 12 descendants. Each of them would have 60 children. Every such child later would give birth to another 60 who would have 60 of their own. This would continue until all the offspring would together birth the one and only primordial child. Oh. The shade?
Takoyo Okami, the mother of 14 billion years.
That's confusing.
Watatsumi Omikami forbade people from spreading this riddle. So Snake God was like, do not share this.
But that seems odd. Do you have anything about that you'd like to share with me?
I like the riddle. I think the riddle's cool. It's kind of indicating like the 12 months,
but
the months, the days.
What does it?
The hours.
Like, what does it mean, though?
Well, obviously it relates to the god of time.
But like...
But I'm not going to say more than that, because, like, what if I don't know?
But, like... I don't know. I feel like I'm supposed to know.
No, you're... At this point, no one's supposed to know what this means.
No one's supposed to know what it means. Well, if they forbade people from spreading the riddle, well, maybe it was just because
Clearly, there's some truth in here, but we, you know...
like, some truth.
I don't know, about the god of time?
Maybe.
Also, the fact that the mother of 14 billion years implies that, like, that's like that's like the age of the, I don't know, the universe?
Yeah, yeah. What if maybe there's... Like, okay, the way
also,
that
the names here are kind of interesting.
The name...
Oh, yeah, well, this shows like the Byakuya Koku and the Narukami names.
Here's what I'm thinking, guys, okay? You're gonna have to walk with me right now. I'm
leaving.
Wondering if this is supposed to be like, what is that noise? That's weird.
To me, sorry.
I think no, not like I heard weapons.
Yeah, it's me. I'm in your game. I'm in your world.
What
We're
if
done
what
reading,
they're
so I'm like running
talking
around
about
now.
is like a cult? Not a cult, but like a faction. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I know it's metaphorical, but here's what my thought, okay? Lots of Greek mythology, or, I mean, not mythology, Greek gods had cults, right? You have, like, the cult of Athena, you have all these, like, worship. So, what if, like, I know they're saying, oh, has 10 children, but I wonder if, like, what they're trying to get at is that there is a cult of time, and that the children are the worshippers. Because that guy earlier said that he was, like, he was something of Tiyoko Okami. Like, I don't know what word he used, but maybe it's some sort of secret society or something, and that's why.
Like the vassal?
No, not that. He said, like, I'm, something of, so I have to keep writing. Hold on, let me...
A scribe?
No.
I mean, it's completely valid for someone to be a follower of the god of time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking a bit more extreme than follower, right? Hold on, let's see.
Sure.
Maybe it was at the bottom?
Yeah, so...
Oh,
so
a scribe. Okay, so he said he was a scribe, fine. But, like,
yeah,
I wonder
writing
if
down the
there's
history.
a cult or something. Like, I wonder...
Well, Istaroth is an elusive one.
Like, I wonder if there's a time cult and the descendants...
I wouldn't say it's a cult, like, definitely,
not a cult, but like a secret society.
A cult sounds...
something.
A cult... Yeah, I was gonna say, a cult sounds like very extreme.
Not brainwashing. I'm saying, like, there's some sort of secret society of time people, and they're supposed to be, like, helping with shit. You know? Especially
I don't think it's... I think it's just handpicked... Like, handpicked individuals like Makoto and Abaraku.
Well, but I'm also thinking about just...
specifically were influenced by her.
Like, you know, it could be other... There could be other organizations, right? I
guess, but, like, I don't know if there would be an entire organization based on a shade. Shades aren't even really known in the world.
Well, there could be if it's a secret. It's a secret society.
Well, this is like the secret of all secrets that's only documented in this fashion.
Yeah, I know, but they wouldn't know that. They were trapped under here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they were trapped under.
I know, but then how would there be a secret society if they don't know what the secret is?
Well, they don't know, but I'm saying, like, that Issaroff told them, like, don't worry, someone will find you one day, because I'm gonna, like, start to make a cult.
Your headcanoning.
Like, I'm thinking about, like, I think that Venti is, like, an agent of Issaroff, and, like, maybe he's trying to rebel, too. Like, maybe there's all these people
we
across
already know
the
there's
world.
a connection. We already know there's a connection because the Animal Archon and the God of Time were both worshipped in Mondstadt.
Yeah, and so, I think that there's... I don't think that means there's a conspiracy.
I just think there's, like... Okay. What was I gonna say?
I'm saying like that this shade of time does not agree with what the primordial one has been up to.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
and so that they're gathering help.
I don't think it's that necessarily. I just think it's more of like the state of the world has been as it is because and like the humans don't have any help from anyone.
Well, but I'm saying maybe they're gonna change that. Maybe there's a whole secret.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so the book that got Orobashi killed was the one about Celestia not being from this world.
Right.
Yeah, so they read that book. They found out Celestia's secrets. Celestia was like, you gotta die, buddy.
Right. I think
the nature in which that happened was not as it might seem.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a world quest, but I don't... Oh, it's a lore kind of, but I don't know if you want me to share that because I don't think you're gonna...
Well, we'll see about that. I think, though, like, this is something that I already suspected. So, like, earlier, I don't know if you were here, Arnold, but David was like, oh, Cal, I think you're gonna be a little disappointed because, like, the grand revelation you
mentioned that earlier.
Kind of guessed, right? It's nice to have confirmation anyway, like, about the primordial one and stuff. What's interesting about this is that they didn't mention another throne, so that makes me think that it is kind of more of a sibling or lovers thing instead of there being 7 thrones in Celestia, right? So they say a second throne came here, so and probably they're ruling together. It could even be like one's light, one's the void, you know.
Or the first one defeated the second one, or the second one defeated the first one and took their place.
Right, but I don't necessarily...
That's what my theory was when I first read the book. I don't subscribe
to that just because they say a second throne, and to me it would be like...
Well,
like
it's
a second person
Calxiyn.
came here and took the throne. Like, you know what I mean?
Sure, but it's also just like a title.
I guess,
they call the primordial one the second. Well, they also say the second throne, but they also say the second who came.
Right, but I'm just saying
they say
that
the eternal throne, but they also say the primordial one.
Eternal throne, but then when the second one comes, they say second throne, which I'm like, I feel like that means that they are both coexisting, and there's a rule of two, right? You have the traveler.
Ancient civilizations are all about, you know, usurping and hostile takeover and all that stuff.
But then you have like the traveler and their sibling. Like I feel like that the idea that it's 2 kind of points to like a trend, you know?
But then why start a war if they're working together?
Well, why is our brother starting a war with us, you know?
He's not.
Well, he is. What do you mean?
No, he is not.
I mean, with us I'm just saying that he's going around the world doing stuff we don't approve of. You know, we're at odds too. There's lots of reasons for people to be at odds with each other.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, the Abyss Order have their reasons.
But here's the thing. We don't even know if this war was real.
There it is, guys.
No, hold on.
You can't take anything to... Can you just accept that it's real until something tells you it's not?
What I'm saying is that the second throne of the heavens came and the war was rekindled. That doesn't mean that the second throne was fighting with the first throne. All that means is that the war was rekindled again, which could have meant that the primordial one was like, oh, I love having you here. This is brilliant, but we'll need to get more power for you, which means we'll have to take it from the world, right? So it could have been them against the world.
That implies that there was an initial war between Thanos and the dragons.
Yeah.
And then that war lasted 40 years. And then after that 40 years, 400 years went by where he was like creating humanity and stuff.
Yeah,
and
I know.
Then the second throne came and war reignited, like another war happened.
But it says the war was rekindled. Right?
Yeah, war was rekindled means war's back.
But
we're fighting again.
But it feels like that's more like you say rekindled when it's the same thing being lit up. You know? I think it's more...
it could also just be like war was rekindled, like like war's the same no matter what it looks like. If you're fighting to live, you're fighting to die, war is war.
I don't think
war never change. In the words of Fallout, war never changes.
I kind of don't think though that they were fighting against each other. I think because the original war was like Celestia against the dragons, if you want to simplify it like that. So of course when the war comes again, it should be Celestia versus whatever on Earth, right?
The second who came.
No, but I'm saying that I think that they were working together. I think that it makes more sense that the war would be the aliens versus the Teyvat people, you know? Like, that makes more sense to me, because that's what the first war was about. It was about the primordial one taking their power. So if there's again another war because a second throne has came here, to me, the logical thing to assume isn't that the second throne wanted the primordial one to stop, but more so that it was like, oh, okay, we'll just go get some more power for you too. Like, we'll make sure that you have a place to stay, you know? Like, you get control over something, you know?
It literally says, the second throne of the heavens came, and war was rekindled.
I know, Arnold, but I'm saying it doesn't say that they assume, like, oh, that means that the primordial one, like, must have struck them down and, like, gotten rid of him and, like, solved the problem, but that's assuming the primordial one's good, and they were even the ones at odds in the very first place. Like, that's them jumping to a conclusion. That's not, like, a fact.
But how are you then jumping to a conclusion? Well, I mean, you're jumping to the conclusion that they work together.
Yes,
but like,
because
where
they came from the same place.
But like, how do you expect then that after 400 years of peace and prosperity, this second who came showing up isn't the result of a war of a war that ripped the heavens fell and the earth was rent asunder? How does that not tell you that the second had something to do with that if before they showed up there was 400 years of peace?
But there wasn't peace. There was just complacency because the primordial one had enough.
Let me rephrase that. Actually, yeah, the year of Jubilee.
Yeah.
That's like a year that implies celebration.
Oh no, I know. But I'm saying that, like, oh yeah, it's fine for the world to be in stasis when everyone has what they want. But I'm saying that I think that with the primordial one, if someone else came and he wanted to give that person power, he would have to destroy the world a bit like he did the first time, because that's the only way he seized power in the first place.
So are you saying that he didn't fight the second who came?
I'm saying that they worked together to, like, get more things from the Earth.
Okay,
basically.
But how is this war? What war was rekindled then?
The war between them and the light beings that were still there on, like, on Teyvat. It doesn't need to be the dragons this time. It's just, okay, we're gonna go in here and, like, take a little this, take a little that, and, like, suck up all the power.
But how is that? I'm, like, really struggling to understand your reasoning. Because, like...
Well, think about how they cut the branches of the tree down, right? That was saying,
a parable.
I know it was a parable. What I'm saying, the king wished to repair the beams of his pavilion, so he had to cut down the tree with the most spiritual energy in it. Like, I feel like that kind of line of thought, if that specific part's spiritual energy within it isn't just a parable, that could have been the primordial one being like, okay, we have to take the spiritual energy from the world that, like, we have made in order to give you some kind of power, like, whoever the second one is and whatever they do, which we don't know yet.
Okay.
I don't understand what you're asking. You're asking why I think it was that and not a war between them?
Yeah.
Well, it could have been a war between them, but, like, I think that just this, like, in that case, the primordial one must have defeated the second who came, right? Like, they're like, oh yeah, sure, of course that happened.
But that's the perspective of the scribe. That part is conjecture.
Yeah.
Who won is conjecture, but the fact that a fight didn't happen from your perspective, you're saying there's no, them two weren't fighting.
But why would they fight on,
kind of like,
why would they fight on the surface?
What do you mean, why would they fight on the surface?
Like, why would they fight on the surface instead of fighting in Celestia, I'm saying?
Well, like, the surface is just not here. That is the surface.
They're saying, like, the earth was rent asunder, which means that, the conflict
the heavens
affected
fell and the earth, the heavens fell and the earth was rent asunder.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is...
That implies that their fight fucked shit up.
I guess.
Not you guess. That is literally the terminology.
But the heavens could have collapsed for a lot of reasons. It doesn't mean that they were fighting.
Thanos invaded, killed the dragons, made shop, and then the second who came invaded, fought Thanos, and you can speculate who won that fight. I
don't know if that's the case, though. It could have been that the heavens were collapsing because there wasn't enough power to sustain both of them, and then they had to plunder the earth again. I'm not saying that that's the right answer. I'm just saying that it's a possible... Like, it's possible that people logically think that the primordial one was fighting, like, in the war. Like, it's logical to assume, oh, this random other person came here. Of course our god would defend us and not be in cahoots with this second person. Like, they're just assuming that. Like, if there was an account of, like, and we saw them fighting in the sky, I would think, differently.
From the scribe's perspective, they go from years of prosperity and, from their perspective, prosperity and peace to our specific settlement got ripped off and thrown and like dropped into the depths and sealed off.
Right.
And everything's going to shit. Clearly, the primordial one is fighting the person who came here. Otherwise, how is this happening?
But it could have been happening because the primordial one didn't account for the fact that the heavens would collapse without the dragons, if my theory about the dragons is correct and that there always needs to be a sovereign running around. It could have been that. Like, it could have been unrelated. You know what I mean? It could have been that the heavens collapsed because they they fucked up the ecosystem, and they just assumed it was because of this, like, foreign entity invading their world, but it was really the primordial one. Like, stuff was it was decay, you know?
Okay.
Erosion. The happiness was eroding, right? Like, the
hey,
other,
come get this
like,
chest down here. I unlocked this chest for you.
Oh, thanks. The other third thing that I could see happening in this situation is that it was never an outsider at all, but it was someone who got all the gnosises. Just like we theorize that the Tsaritsa may be getting them all to reweave the world just like he did. So, like, maybe even that could have been what happened. Is that someone actually broke into Celestia and fought him. Not someone that existed as, like, an alien, but, like, an actual person.
Where are you?
I'm still in the archive. I'm looking at the text.
Oh, I was telling you, come get this chest I left for you.
Yeah, I know, okay.
There's 2 of them now.
Sure. Where are you? But yeah, I think that there's more to the story about the second person that came. And I think that it's possible.
Well, I mean,
that
there certainly is, but the conclusion that this has nothing to do with the war that was fought, the second war that was fought, is like it's just
I'm not saying it has nothing to do. I'm just saying that, like, the destruction of the Earth could have been for their benefit, not as an end result of them fighting independently.
Sure.
There's a lot of things that could have happened. I mean... But yeah, I think it makes more sense that they're in cahoots together just because, like, when you think of, like, our sibling and stuff, like, in the idea of, like, pairs, I think that that's interesting.
All right, so just so I have it clear, so, because, like, obviously this is going to carry on with future lore that is brought up like this. So, what is your stance on this, on the first and second who came and, like, you know, these wars?
I feel like it's too early to call.
Well, I'm saying based on your, obviously can't, I'm not saying, like, stamp your approval here and you can't change your stance. I'm just saying, like, based on this conversation we're having, what is your stance then?
I think what they're gonna do is go for a romantic angle, possibly, where this other person was, like, let's just say, like, a woman, right? And that could have been connected to the woman at the beginning of the game, that this woman from the same world or whatever that the primordial one came from, showed up, and she was like, give me some power or I'll fuck up your shit. Or maybe she just said, give me some power. I don't know, right? And
give some power. Okay, when you say give me some power, like, what do you mean by that?
I'm making the assumption that the primordial one is zapping the energy from the ore, and that's why they wanted to mine the elements. Like the elemental ore that we collect to level up our character, that he had a vested interest in that, and that's why, like, the resources of the earth were important to him.
Well, the collecting of the ore is just like, hey, we put, yeah, but okay.
So basically, I'm thinking it was either give me stuff or I'll go fuck up your shit, or it was like, okay, well, let's work together and we'll go fuck up some shit for you. And, like, what could have happened is that the proverb of the tree or whatever wasn't that untrue, and that he cut down the tree of the ley line for her, and that's what caused everything to fuck up and fall and whatever. You know what I mean? So maybe that's what happened. He was like, okay, well, I'll cut down this tree for you. You can have this power, I guess. And so he didn't really care about the end result.
So you're saying the ley lines, like, what do you mean by the ley lines?
The big tree. Like, if we think about Norse mythology, there used to be a big tree that was managing everything, and this guy was like, I'm gonna cut it down for my new wife, or whatever, right?
Well, I mean, ley line trees exist in the
I know, but
game.
then they replanted the branches, right? Like, that's what Issaroth did.
Yeah, like the sacred
So I'm saying
Sakura.
he cut out the tree to have the power, but they kept some branches to keep the world intact, because they're like, the primordial one's fucking stupid. I can't believe he did this. I can't believe he cut down the tree, right? And I think, as of right now that they rule together, obviously there's not a lot of evidence for that, but the reason why I'm inclined to think that that's the case is to parallel our brother and us, right? Like, there's two of us, just like there would theoretically be two of them. And so I think that we're the children of the first and the second, and that's why, like, we're sent down here. I mean, you have that whole thing that Venti talks about when you open up the battle pass, like, oh, the princess, and she had to go get the pearl, and whatever. So I think that we're basically the kids of those two people. And that's why we can do all of the stuff that we do.
But then how did we get to Teyvat?
We were sent there by our parents.
So we left this world to come back to this world? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, they existed in Celestia. Like, they existed outside of
Celestia
the planet.
is just... Celestia is... But Celestia is, like, on... It's, like, within the
I know, it's, like, in the egg or whatever, but I'm saying, like, that they could have had us here, sent us to other worlds to try to look for other habitable whatever, right? And then we came back. Right? And so this isn't our home.
But then we also got taken down by the sustainer of heavenly principles.
Right, but that's because I'm assuming based off of, like, we saw what our parents did to Conria, and then we didn't like that, and so they were upset. Like, that's the theory I always had, is that we got in trouble because we were supposed to come down here and fix things, and then we sided with the people right? Especially our brother seems to be siding with the people, right? So I think that it's almost like punishment and like the little Hercules, like go the distance, if you do all this right, you'll become a god, like type thing. I think that this is like, okay, well, we sent them out to other worlds, right? Their own world was destroyed, like the primordial one's own world was destroyed or something. They've been looking for habitable worlds. They didn't find one. They came home. Their parents were like, hey, can you guys like fix this shit, please?
Yeah, actually, canonically, they have been to other habitable worlds, like
yeah, so, but either way, they eventually came back, maybe with their knowledge for their parents about all of that sort of thing.
Okay.
Otherwise, like, the only other thing I can think of is, like, we're now on, like, 3 and 4. Like, we came from the same place they did, but we aren't directly related. But the reason why I've always thought that they're related is because of that thing that they say, right, in the story, like, the princess and, like, whatever, and, like, oh, the princess forgot her mission, and now she's evil, right? Like, I think I think our parents gave us a mission to fix things. And it also makes sense, like, Lumin has the flower, the feather, like, I'm sure if you looked at her outfit, you would find all of the shade things, right? I don't know how you do, like, space and whatever, but I can't remember what the other ones are now. The goblet.
Yeah, the goblet, yeah, just
I don't know how you do that, but
his golden goblet.
But I think that there's a hint towards that. So yeah, I don't know if we're just from the race of aliens that the gods are also happen to be from, but I do think that it was like you were sent by your parents to go fix this and then you rebelled against them. What I'm looking at is I'm trying to look at characters' eyes now to see like if I can see anything, but it's a little hard to like look up close and personal because they keep moving. I mean, obviously you have Arlecchino, who has a pretty obvious, like, X in her eye, even though that's not, like, a slit. I mean, like, people don't really have the same eyes as the Traveler, right? Like, some of the characters have big eyes and small pupils. Some of them have, like, more round pupils. Like, I don't know. I mean, Kaya has a very specific, like, a very suspicious, like, eye patch and, like, the diamond in his eye. I wonder if, like, that could be, if we're saying that he's a Vishap child, like, that's what his other eye is, and, like, that's why he hides it. But clearly, like, we know that Kaya at least has a bit of a Conrian eyeball. You know what I mean?
Alright, well...
Oh, Fischl had an interesting thing with her eye just now. I'm flipping through all of them.
Yeah. I'm hungry. I want to go eat now.
Oh, okay.
So I'm probably gonna head out. You can close out your stream or talk to chat, but...
Well, is there anything else you think that we should talk about before you go?
Well, we've been going for like 5 hours, so I'm a little...
Yeah, I know. I'm just wondering. Like, is there like
well,
anything
I mean, this
else?
was not really. This is kind of like the main event, like reading and deciphering and theory crafting.
Yeah,
which I think we did a little bit of all of that.
Oh. This girl, she has, like, she looks like, I mean, some of the cat people just look like that, though. Like, the slits are a bit more prominent. I don't know, man. I think
well, I mean, they're all Vishap people, right?
Yeah, I think they are all Vishap people. But yeah, I don't know. I think there's definitely something about the eyes. It's just not a slit anymore. Like, it's just, Kaveh has interesting eyes, too. I should go. I just saw lightning. Oh no, stay safe, you guys. But yeah, I think that this was a good stream. Lots of theories now. I mean, I guess what I was trying to say to you, Arnold, is like, is there anything beyond just like talking about like the primordial one? Because I feel like that's almost the least interesting part. Like, okay, sure, like we know there were 2 thrones, but like we can't really go beyond that now.
This blew the game wide open when it came out. You're in the minority.
Well, I'm not saying it's unimportant.
The primordial one was like that. This was revolutionary when it dropped.
I'm just saying, like, we can't do anything about that right now. But you know what I can do things with? I can do things with Vishaps. That's more so what I mean, you know?
Sure.
Yeah, I wonder if, like, you could look at the eyes of, like, NPC characters, maybe, compared to the players.
Yeah,
Are there
really
Vishaps
like
in
that.
our, like, can we see Vishap creatures in our, like, Pokedex thing over here?
Yeah, but I probably wouldn't, because there's some realms and regions that Robin has done on your account.
Yeah,
that
I
you
know, but
know
I'm talking
yet.
about the ones that we, like...
The Bathismal ones, yeah, they're in your archive.
Because these are Geo. Hold on.
Like the boss ones?
Primordial,
like the boss ones and the
Vishap.
other ones.
Yeah, this is the ocean one.
Well, Vishaps are all related. They're just different variants. There's Geo Vishaps, there's Bathismal. Right, I think right now we only have Geo Vishaps and Hydra ones.
Yeah, they were defeated by a power from the heavens, withering one by one.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah. I'm letting this guy... I'm letting this guy spin around. The Geo. I know I haven't seen them, but...
Oh my gosh, you're, I was gonna say, your delay is kind of crazy.
But yeah, like, this is interesting that, like... that, like, we only have seen the Geo in the... like, in the water one, I guess. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
Oh.
Well, it's because they adopt multiple elements. Like the Geo Vishaps can harness Pyro. And then there's a Primo Geo Vishap. You haven't even fought that yet, actually. That's a world boss. And
yeah,
that's
I mean,
another one too.
I see the ice in the Electro one.
Yeah. So you don't really need more. Yeah, the only thing is the Vishap, the only elements that the Vishaps don't harness, I believe, is Anemo and Dendro. So like wind and plant.
Okay.
Those are also, yeah.
Yeah, I just... Now I'm kind of wondering about other things, but maybe we'll get to that in another stream. Like, now I'm just kind of suspicious. About, like, some of the more plant ones, like the slimes and stuff. But yeah, I mean, we can save that for another... for another time. But yeah, definitely a lot to think about. Guys, I think I'm cooking. I want to see the theories about everyone being Vishap human. Unfortunately, it'll probably be a long time, though, before, like, you know what I mean?
I'll let you know when it happens.
Before such a thing could happen. But, I mean, I think... I'll definitely look around. Oh, well, I guess the other important part that I thought about in this stream, Arnold, was that the primordial one used abyssal power to suck out the magic. I feel like that's kind of important, too, for us to remember, you know?
Oh, I completely forgot to tell you this.
Okay.
I don't know why I didn't say it sooner. It's not abyssal magic. It's not abyss. In the event, imagine that. In the event... they did reveal how he did it, actually.
Who?
They revealed that, the event revealed how the world went from the light elemental energies to hospitable for humanity. So they didn't siphon it, like you said. They didn't
Oh, well,
siphon...
I didn't mean that, like... I mean that as two separate things. Like, he created... Not, like, that's not relevant to how he created the world. I'm saying that that's how he... Like, if we're talking about how he's sucking out the light to get stronger, that's what I meant.
Oh, well, I don't think he needs to get stronger. He's already strong.
Well, I think that's why he wanted the ore, though, so he could be stronger.
Well, that's what you think, but there's no evidence that suggests
well,
that.
that's what I think. But
also, what ore?
Like the
ore
things that are level up materials.
Oh, well, that's for us.
Yeah, but he wants them. He was in the mine. He sent everyone in the mines.
He also sent people in the fields. Do you think it's because he wants to eat and get fat?
they need to eat because
he doesn't
they
need
need to get
need
more
to eat.
I think that the gem thing is important. What I meant with
it seems like you used the ore thing to push your ore agenda.
What I meant with the abyss was more so like sucking out the essence of like the world and like the magic that can be used in the environment more so than anything. Like they talk about the eggshell thing. I'm assuming like the way he separated them was quite literally like how you separate the egg white from the yolk. Like he just built a shell around it so the light couldn't get in anymore and then it was stabilized. Like I was imagining that, not necessarily that he used the abyss magic to suck the light out. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But I think he has abyssal powers. Like, I think the primordial, and not just abyssal powers either, like light and darkness, because those are the only elements we're missing in the game. So I think that he has the capacity to do both. At least that's the theory right now.
The way that he siphoned out the light energy from the world was he sent out these, like, coral butterflies, and the coral butterflies eat elemental energy. So, and they, like... oh, that's another thing too. When the Vishaps and the dragons were out of the elemental energies, it made them weaker. So he like biological warfared them.
Wait, so the butterflies?
He sent in the butterflies first, and they ate up all of the elemental light energies of the world, and the Vishaps, which thrived in that energy, like became weaker, and then he was like, all right, time to go and fuck shit up.
So
yeah, he sent in the swarm.
Well, then that means that he could have used the swarm after if they ate all the light. I'm assuming that, like, it's the circle of life. The butterflies gotta die.
The purpose was just for them to eat the light. That's it.
I know, but he could have killed them and then made the light realm separate. Like, he could have transplanted.
Yeah, but like, yeah. How far does this go, Kaylin? He could do anything.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, like, the light had to go somewhere because the light realm still exists.
He could have also just did that and then was like, all right, you're not needed anymore. Bye.
Yeah, but that would mean that the elements are out of balance. You need to have light realm, void realm, and human realm. So he took the light from here, but then he put it somewhere else, I think.
No, I don't think so.
The implication of that. But you need to, because you have to balance all the elements together. How are they balanced?
Well, first off, the human realm didn't exist before him.
I know.
I'm not going to explain that because that's a spoiler. But
well, no, but we talked about that, Arnold. He made the human realm.
Okay.
It's not a spoiler.
But explaining how they balance is the spoiler.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm assuming that they took the light, they put it in the nails or something like that. Like they just like balanced out the light elsewhere. Like they redistributed the mist. You said earlier, oh, the light, it was a golden mist. I'm saying that they captured the mist and they put it in stuff. That's what I mentioned earlier with the nails, right?
But where's your evidence?
Well, the nails exist. They have light. They're contaminating the stuff that's in the chasm.
But how do you know that that's from the light elemental energy?
Well, because we've seen other things transform because of the elemental energy. Like, they talk about it in the chasm.
Well, here's the thing, though. Elemental energy, or sorry, light realm energy is not it's not a deterrent. So how do I word this? Light energy is not effective against the abyss.
Okay.
They mentioned that in the event, but light energy is not effective against the abyss. So
is the abyss effective against light?
Him siphoning the light energy and turning them and putting them in the divine nails, which then compel or combat the abyss, wouldn't make sense.
But does it work the other way?
What? Using the abyss against the light?
Yeah.
Well, the abyss is corrosive to everything.
So then how do the heavenly nails work? Why do they work?
How do I know?
Well, I'm just saying, did we get the explanation that they work?
What if they're heavenly? What if they're just celestial?
Yeah, but I imagine, above? Isn't heavenly still light?
Not necessarily.
Not
Elements
necessarily.
Are light. Elements are light. We don't know what powers the primordial one has. He's the primordial one.
Well, that's why I assumed that he had light and darkness. Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm a little confused now. Like, you've confused me, because I thought that, like, that's what the chasm quest was saying, was that light essence is able to be combative against...
They said divine, that they referred to the nails as divine power, not light. Light is exclusively referring to elemental energy and elemental beings.
But we don't see anything else that has light power.
They did give us a light box in that event, so I guess maybe the event.
Well, but I'm saying... Like, okay, so the Lumenstone thing that we have underground, right?
Yeah.
That's capturing light energy, isn't it?
No. That is... All we can refer to that as is either divine or celestial power, because it's not an element.
So the stone is from Celestia.
The stone was created as it was created... So those stones were the lumen stones were created when the Celestia nail fell into the chasm. It mixed the divine power of the nail with the natural minerals of the chasm to create lumen stones. So lumen stone powers are like, they're just an after effect of the nail falling.
Okay.
It's like a byproduct. But if you want to compare it that way, the nail's power, the lumen stone's power comes from the nail.
So, okay, so here's my question then. I know you want to go eat, I'm sorry, but now I'm,
now
that you brought it up, I'm confused. Like, okay, so when our sibling heals the Tooth of Dvalin, that's not light energy?
We don't know what that is.
Because I thought...
they only did it once.
Like, I thought that was what it was supposed to be, that the light is effective against... Like, light is divine and effective against the darkness. So now you're telling me that the light is not effective against the darkness, that divine power is not light.
You'll find your answer out in the future. We do know what it is, actually. I just can't tell you.
But, like...
But it's not light energy. Light energy is exclusively elemental. When you talk about light and the light realm, you're talking about beings who have fire, water, like slimes and Vishaps and dragons, like pure elemental beings. Like, that is a pure elemental energy.
But why can't
light be dark?
No, why can people use the Abyss, but then...
Who can use the Abyss?
No, what, a child can use the Abyss? Dainsleif can use the Abyss? Like, well, how do they...
Loki. Yeah, okay.
How can they use the Abyss, but no one else is using the light?
Well, they use the Abyss because, well, first off, Conria somehow found a way to tap into it and use it.
Right, which I thought was related to them having the magic.
And Child is able to use it because his master taught him how to use it.
Right, but I always thought, oh, they use the Abyss to, like, help them charge. Like, we talked about the last stream, like, you imagine you're charging your vision or whatever, that they use the Abyss to charge these gemstones, and that's how they... kind of fake it.
Like you
using the magic on the weapon. Like, you know what I mean? Like the Abyss mages and stuff. Child, I know he's special, like he's different, but...
We just don't, I mean, we don't have the answer, so it's just best not to assume why they use it until the game tells us why they use it.
Right, but I'm a little confused about what the difference between abyss and void and then light and divine is. Because in my head, you'd think that light and divine are the same thing.
Void is just a state of being. It's like the void realm is where the darkness of the abyss festers.
Okay.
Abyssal power is just the abyss is the abyss. It's just a dark force that can be harnessed.
The abyss. But when they talked about aether and void as elements.
Hey, you know what? Hold on. We're at the 5-hour mark. We will come back to this conversation.
I know, but I need
once
something.
You get to the game.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm just gonna say, like, when we get there, I'll be like, this is what the conversation. This was that conversation we had.
I need 1 point of clarity, which was in the experimental files. They talked about like wind, earth, fire, and air as elements, in addition to ether. Ether and void. Yeah. Void. So what's the difference between ether and void, and then abyssal energy?
We don't know
if those
what
are
ether
supposed
is.
to be elements.
I think ether is supposed to be considered light.
Right.
And
so
void is supposed to be void.
So that's where I'm like, okay, so
but
void is an element then, and light is an element, and so is the abyss the utilization of the element?
I can't give you any more information.
But
what I will say, I'm
confused about Celestia.
You're confused because you've led yourself into an assumption that you're basing as fact. Not fact, but basing around your theories. But like, because you didn't know that light energy doesn't counter the abyss. Admittedly, because the game doesn't retain that information, that's not your fault.
Right.
Like we're just in this situation where you do have a lack of knowledge, and that knowledge is not going to come about for a couple regions.
Okay. Because now I feel like I need to do a revision in my head, because it isn't that the
I gotta revive. You mean a damage control?
No, not damage control. It sounds like then the primordial one has some other thing that is not pure light and it's not pure darkness. Maybe it's a combination of the two. Maybe it's a combination of all of it, like all of the elements together, maybe.
Kaylin,
but
maybe the primordial one is primordial.
But
and maybe he has a power that we just don't know. But what if we just don't know what it is? He killed the he defeated the dragons with the dragon's elemental mastery over their powers. So like, shouldn't it have just been assumed that whatever power he has wasn't from Teyvat?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, for some reason, the divine nails can counteract the abyss, despite the abyss being in line with the void realm, and now you saying that the divine is not related to the realm of light. So why are they able to counteract the abyss? Like, light wasn't able to counteract the abyss, so why would a being from another world have the power to counteract abyss magic?
Well, maybe the abyss exists in their world, and maybe they understand it more.
I talked about that earlier, that I thought he brought the abyss here by accident, and so he's the only one that can fix it. But now that void is considered an element by the experimenters in Enkanomiya, that's where I'm confused. Because I'm like, at that point, what's the difference between a void element usage and abyss magic is what I'm confused about.
It's a good question.
Because they wouldn't specify those as elements, right? So now I'm confused. And I don't understand.
That's okay.
I cooked too much? No, it's not okay.
Yes, it is, Kaylin. It's okay to not have all the answers.
But it's not about not having the answers. It's more so like that I feel like the game kind of didn't Like, they told us something, but, like, am I supposed to know?
They told you something that you may or may not need to know.
But, like,
there's nothing wrong with that,
why
especially
would
if they come back to it later.
I
Because they know they're cooking. You know how many times Hoyo puts a piece of information in the game and then just like carries on with their life and doesn't explain it until like months, if not years later? That's Genshin lore. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying this is normal. This is normalcy
I'm
for us.
just struggling with, like, then what is the opposite of abyss? Like, what is the natural opposite of abyss if it's not light?
I mean, for all we know, there could be none. There can only maybe there only is abyss, and everything else is just like.
But the heavenly nail's able to counteract it, so there is something. There's an opposite. That's what I'm saying.
Actually, yeah. Well, you'll find that out in Sumeru.
Because now I'm frustrated. Okay. Here's what the revision I'm making for this stream,
Kaylin,
okay?
you're frustrated, but like you're working with year 2 information, but like, you think Hoyo was going to give you the answer in the same stream, in the same book?
Here's what I think, okay?
The answer you're trying to figure out, we found that out 2 to 3 years after this book came out.
I think now, with what we've talked about...
No, you cannot just make something up.
Hold on, okay?
You need compelling evidence.
We understand what an element is, okay? We've talked about this. Light and aether and void are, like, elements, okay? Whatever. Let's ignore those. When we're talking about the Celestia Divine Nail coming down and hitting Teyvat, the question is, okay, but what the fuck is that? I wonder if, because, like, you said that the void was destruction, right? And that the void destroys. So the natural opposite of destruction...
Well, I'm just saying, like, it's I'm not saying it's destruction. I'm saying it's not really compatible with, like, any, like... like, for the Conrians, for Dainsleif, like, they're cursed with immortality. They're stuck with that power, whether they can harness it or not.
Right.
Child's another one, too. Like, you haven't gotten into it, but there is, negative ramifications for him using his foul legacy transformation.
Say I'm sure. Well, hold on. So... the opposite, if we're talking about it in terms of destruction...
You're gonna say creation.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I know you are.
I think they cut down the tree and put the tree juice into the nails. Because...
Stop it.
No, hold on.
Where did this come from?
Hold on.
Source?
So they said earlier that the tree, like... the ley lines prevent some sort of, like ley line poisoning and, like, muck and whatever, like, in the Makoto, or, like, in the I and Makoto story quest. And obviously they planted, like, a smaller tree to combat that. So I think that the tree was what was counteracting the abyss energy, and it was just a natural part of the world. Like, this tree was always there, possibly, like, even, like, before whatever, like, before before the primordial one got here. So the primordial one cut it down, if we consider that divinity, but they replanted some of the branches and put them throughout the world, right? So I think that the opposite of destruction, like, kinda is the ley line. And I know that the primordial one already had power, but I'm saying that, like, the idea of kind of an endless sort of divinity, it makes sense that that would be the tree, especially with, like, Norse mythology and stuff. So if he killed all the dragons, cut the tree down, and that's how he became in power, and the nails are filled with that same energy, then that's what's missing,
Kaylin,
in terms of when we're talking about, like, abyss. Like, there's an opposite, which is, like, a kind of creation magic that we don't understand, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, look at this tree. It's very, like, silver and blue and very, like, you know, bright. Like, that could be an opposite of void, you know? Or, sorry, of abyss. So I think that maybe, like, that's the answer. It's like the tree's not light, like the tree's like creation, like, and it's also the preservation of memories and all of this other stuff. And so if we think that the abyss destroys, like, the ley line is supposed to, like, preserve, you know? Vitality. For its vitality is such, it still sprouts. So, the opposite of abyss is vitality. Maybe that's what the primordial one has. Vitality power. Hello?
Yeah?
Do you think that's... I'm not asking if I'm right, but do you think that that's a better way to probably think about things in the future?
I'm gonna say something that you
Sure.
said earlier that I'm, like, a little peeved by.
What?
You mentioned how, like, I take things to, like, basically be skeptical
Right.
about the information you're getting in the game, or what these books are telling you. But it's also very, very, you're doing the complete opposite, where you've been, like, hammering home this tree that was read from a parable.
But
of
it's
a
not just
folklore.
that, it's Makoto.
I know, but sure, but, like, well then if that was Makoto, you're applying it now to the heavenly principles and.
But I'm not
what they
saying it
did.
was just Makoto. I'm saying that that incident was because they cut the big tree down.
But, like, it's a parable, though.
But it's not, Arnold, it's not just about the parable. It's that the parable has evidence in the story because the ley lines are supposed to be, like, preventing or, like, combating the abyssal energy, and the reason why everything was fucked during the eye quest was because the tree was, like, broken and we had to fix it. Like, that's something that happened. You know what I mean? That's not part of the parable. That was something that we even talked about, like, in the last stream.
But if
before
it happened
all this.
with that, but if it happened with that, then you're applying it to that, like, the heavenly principles too.
What I'm saying is that the kind of the secret element, if we are talking about abyss, is vitality magic. Whatever you believe in your heart that that is, and that the tree is associated with vitality, not light. So if there's aether and void, there's vitality and there's abyss. And those are just two things that'll always be there. Like, there's always going to be ley lines. There's always going to be vitality, no matter if you cut the tree down and plant it elsewhere, right? Like, it's always going to exist.
How did the primordial one get that power?
What?
Or have that power?
The vitality power?
Did he always have that power?
Well, I mean, that's gonna be something that I think we have to think about more so later. If this was a realm of light to begin with, and there was never any abyss magic here, then I'm inclined to think that he has the power of vitality and the power of abyss, and that he can wield both of them. And that those are the natural opposites to each other, not light. Like, light has no effect on the abyss, like you said. And so he kind of infected the world with those things based on his war and, like, the creation and all of that stuff. And so void is not, like, void is not abyss. Maybe abyss just happens to thrive in the void, right? But, like, these are concepts that existed before on some sort of axis or whatever. But yeah, if I had to guess, and that would bleed into, like, what the sibling does too, because then it would be that, like, they have vitality magic, which is how they healed Dvalin, not that it was, like, the power of the light inside of their heart, you know what I mean?
Sure.
So if we think that they have the power because of their like if we're still thinking parents or whatever, like they were able to get rid of the abyss and cure the tear or whatever because of that. I think that makes a little, like, even for now, just as an idea, I just think that makes just a little
as
bit.
As a Band-Aid?
Like, as an idea, that just makes a little bit of sense to me. Because, like, if abyss is not darkness, then we need to, like, recalibrate, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think that's pretty much where we are. It's not a Band-Aid, Arnold. You could also get vitality by combining all the elements together. Who knows? Because, like, in our little weird, like, element fragment, there's the character ascension material that's like a diamond and says, welcome to this world, right? It has, like, a passage, right? So it could be, like, it could be, oh, a combination of everything is vitality, whereas a combination of a bunch of bad things makes the abyss. We don't know. We'll have to find out, I guess, when we see Child or whatever, but I could see that. I could see, like, oh, if you combine all of the elements together, you get, like, you get the magic of the rainbow in your heart or whatever, like Barbie Fairytopia all taught us. And that could be vitality because you're combining everything to make life, but yeah, I think that's better. At least for now, I feel better. Now I feel better thinking that, like, there's a natural opposite to the abyss that we just don't understand yet. But yeah, I think that the primordial one, either he accidentally brought the abyss here, or maybe the second one brought the abyss here, and now they're, you know, they're supposed to balance each other out. There's still that lady at the beginning of the game whose powers don't line into, like, anything that we've talked about today. You know? Like, she doesn't have light or darkness or what, like, it's, who knows? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Lie down?
I'm hungry. I'm so tired.
Poor Arnold.
I'm, like, out of energy.
But yeah,
right,
I think we're done for today.
Yeah. Alright, time for you to get further in the game so the game can give you some concrete facts so you can...
I think I'm cooking, though, honestly.
So you can,
I think
you can really start cooking.
No, I think I'm already cooking. I think this Vishap thing, like, that's my biggest accomplishment, I think, of this stream.
Alright.
Like, I am pretty excited about that. I think that's such an interesting idea. But yeah, we will see you guys later. I hope that you guys enjoyed. I hope that you guys had fun. I know that it was a little low energy because we were just reading, but we had some debating energy. We didn't have yelling and screaming and all that stuff, but we definitely, like, we definitely had, like, we had conversations. Conversations definitely happened, so I hope that you guys, had fun. Maybe I'll read, like, the artifacts or something when you guys are, like, not around. You know what I mean? Like, I'll read.
Really? Well, there's definitely some artifacts that I think you should read on stream. That, like there's an artifact set that directly, like, follows up this book. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure.
I'll pick and choose for you.
But even,
I think there are some things that would make really nice stream content.
Like, there's this crown, and the crown has gold and silver in it, and it has our, like, little element thing. Like, you know, there's a lot of stuff. I'm glad that it was interesting to you guys, though. I mean, I've always been a lore enthusiast, so don't worry about that. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Hope you guys had fun. I will see you guys, not tomorrow, but probably sometime next week. Because I do have something to do on Monday. I said I had a job interview, so I don't want to, like, hurt my voice by streaming tomorrow, but I am going to stream more now that I feel better. And thanks for everybody who followed, by the way. I know I probably missed a couple, so I'm sorry. Curio and Yuri are the last ones, but yeah. I hope that you guys
Wait, what? Really? Oh, Curio was in here. Oh, she's a big lore enthusiast. She makes content on Genshin lore as well.
Curio Orange?
Oh, you said Curio. I thought you said Kiryu.
No, I said Curio.
Okay.
Curio. Okay, so
Oh,
no,
okay, never
probably
mind. I
not.
take that back. I thought that was. I was like, wait a minute.
But yeah, okay. So I'll see you guys next time. Thank you guys for